Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, friends. Let's start our morning family school for today. Yeah, let's continue. Let me let's continue the lecture. So, we said the word empathy is basically a thought created not object that somebody the way we see the brain, the way anyone observe the encounters of the world becomes a reflection of their own minds, changes, activities. So now consider two people looking at the same thing. I'll take example. One thinks it's beautiful and another thinks it's ugly. So yet the vision changes. No, vision is the same. The, the thought, the object, the sound, found outside from the eyes, from the sense of wonder, then it should be seen. It should be seen about people in the people. But in this way, one thinks it's good, other thinks it's ugly. How can there be two different objects? It is because the tree was never outside the beginning. It was always our mind, our thought, mind's object, mental object, never a real object that exists out there. That's why for one person, their mental object can be beautiful, for another, that mental object is ugly. The only thing they get is the vision. See, the way they interpret it is the thought, the truth, and the interpretation depends on person to person. One can think it's just a tree, and for another, that reminds me of my childhood, and for another, that looks dangerous. So each and every time the visual content is similar, yet the different network of resonance activate for each person. So different experienced worlds, different mind worlds, mental landscapes, interpretations appear. So you can see this. The tree was never outside. It was always in our mind. Yet still, we think the tree is out there and everyone doing the same thing. One has the same view, perceptions as yet the tree on and on in our. So for that, they get something. But for sight, they don't get anything. Just a vision of it. If the tree is up there, the child should also get the tree, but they don't get anything because their mind doesn't create the thought, the mental object. So they don't have that one. It's one of those examples shows us that thought is always in the mind. We always in the mind is an object that feels real, but created by our own mind. That's why it's completely different from one another. When we hear the sound tree for one person, it can be a different tree, like green or big. For one person, it can be a completely different tree with orange or branches. So now, the thing is, we believe she is disrupted. So now, does it stop there? Let's say we get a simple song. The song can simply be a song. But then suddenly, the thought can appear, saying that thought on inside, the blame that was wrong. Suddenly, the simple song has become something new, an interpretation. But that too is different from person to person. Just the same way the tree was different from person to person. The sound also becomes different from person to person. Each and every time when we get a sense of interest, we interpret as our mind used to be. So now sounds are not simply sounds, they are things, objects, visions, smells, everything around, things, objects, anything. Once those interpretation appears, they don't stop there. With those interpretations and beneath taking as the reality. Let's take a couple of weeks. So when the thought of free appears, it no longer appears as a thought. It appears as an object that exists out there. So if you believe that, if you don't know the truth, and if you believe that this real can exist out there, with that, it doesn't end there. With that, emotion follows, reaction follows, more thoughts, more ideas follows. Let's say the tree looks gives us a feel of scare. Now you feel scared. Now feel fear. Or you feel sad. Or you feel happy. You feel excited. You feel angry. Or you feel greedy. Once you take those thoughts as something real, something that exists out there, with that the emotions follows. So as you can see, you're suffering for something that we believe as real, but it's clearly something that is not even real, something that is created, that also in our own mind, not someone else's. We are praying for our own mind. We are praying for our own interpretation. We are getting sad, happiness, certain, afraid for our mind. If our mind is not scared, we don't feel scared. When we take something that is not real as something real, and we believe it, it's often because of, but there is nothing to begin with. There is nothing even there to suffer. We are suffering for our mind's own interpretation, our mind's own landscape, mental landscape. Like I said, none of our senses can die. Senses can observe the whole object. They can only give the images or color or sound or smell, taste, simple sensitivity, simple vibrations, not the whole object, not any of that, not even any of So it's completely constructed in our own mind, yet we believe it's out there. We strongly believe it's out there. And because of that, suffering from us. We have taken something that is not as something we feel strong and because of that we suffer. But when you see, when you understand this flow, you'll start to notice your suffering for your own mind, your own mental object, mental landscapes. Because no object, nothing can be observed through sense of content. Only simple sense of fragments, not the whole object. So now, when you take each and every thought as the reality, not that we deliberately do it, because that's what we are used to. That was our habit all along. So now, there is not a thing the we have already said that we can force it not to be there. We can see it how we can take not to be there. So now, let's see how these thoughts can lead to suffering. So now imagine not a simple thing, simple object, but the complicated situations like someone leaving us or a fight, or someone is not responding to you. We believe all those interpretations as something really happened out there. But the actual event is simple. No response, nothing, no sense of contact. But for us, we create our mental world, story, thoughts. They ignore me, they don't like me, they don't respect me, anything. Countless different versions. And now, look how the mind has created the story, the interpretation. Nothing happened out there. So this is how things get complicated. Now it's not just a simple thing, but complicated situations, stories, events like this. But if we go to the root, to the beginning, it's always a simple sense of control. Always simple sense of control. One of the five sense of control. But the complication. The story, the interpretation is different and present to us. That's how they have created the story and not simply created it, strongly believed it. It's like mind creating the story and getting stuck and believing it. A tiny bit became a whole world. That original contact was so small, but the interpretation became enormous. And when we treat them mastery, and we strongly believe them mastery, is that suffering follows. We get sad, we get anxious, so we suffer. For what? For our own minds interpretation. So, and the thing is, we are so used to this way of thinking, believing, living. Now the story feels more bigger than the real event itself. That's why we effortlessly believe thought that comes to our life. What is simply appearing, yet we treat it as the reality. We believe it as the reality. We suffer for it as if it's the reality. Because now we are used to it. Not that we are doing it deliberately. This body is used to it. This body is believing it. So now an immediate thought appears. The usual process happens. Thought appears. We take a nurse reality and the rest of the emotion follows. This happens not at once. Since our childhood, it repeated. So after enough repetition, we start to barely remember our original event. Instead, we start to see, notice the story, the interpretation, the thought, and the thought becomes what happened, what really happened, what really existing. So that's why we treat thoughts as the reality. It's clearly seen when we're thinking about the future. Nothing happened yet. We treat it as the reality. That's why we suffer. That's why we feel sad. So not just thought of future. Each and every thought that happens is treated in this way. Thought is something that's created, we treat it as the reality. So now, let's move on to another introduction that created by these thoughts, by this habit, by this repetition. Now we believe that something called time exists, something called past, present, future exists. Think of yesterday, right now, think of yesterday. So where is yesterday? Can you physically it? Um, Yet you can experience thought. So what is happening? We didn't physically travel once. So right now the thought appears. And since we are used to treat thoughts as the reality, we treat this thought as the past itself. We never physically travel past, but this way of treating thoughts gives an illusion that we really travel past. We are really experiencing the past. But it's clearly a thought that got created right at this moment. Not even the past itself, but something similar to that past event got created. Since we treat those as the reality, we think this is the exact past that happened and we are experiencing that exact past. We always push into the thought. It's trapped there, it's stuck there, and believe it is just something real. It's like it's clearly this thought of us. It's just got created right at this moment, yet we blindly believe it. We time travel the past. Like this is a projection of the past itself. What is happening? The present mental event, a thought is occurring. A thought that got created right at this moment, not even came from the past, that got created right at this moment. But the past is represented in that story, in that interpretation, not the past itself. We can think it as future, none of that stuff. But if we believe this thought as the reality, as the past, we think mistaken it as the past. But it's clearly a thought that appears right now, that got created right now. It's always the perception. It's clearly a thought that appears right now, yet we can blindly believe it as experience in the past itself. But past cannot appear right now. That thought of past has long gone. It can never come back, never appear. But with the resonance, something similar to that can be recreated right at this moment. But because of its similarity to past events, We can mistake it as the past itself is here. It's always this wrong perception that we experience. So now I think I'm experiencing, remembering, thinking the past. This is true conventional because this thought is similar to the past event, but it's not the past event itself. It's a projection, something similar to it, but we mistaken it always as the past itself. This is the exact but past and exact thing that happened, not as something similar to that. Look more deeply. What we directly experience right now, what really happened is present reconstruction of a thought, not even physically moved anywhere. Simple thought that occurs, a simple concept that appears. The past is not physically appearing, but something similar to that. The thought, the representation is appearing, that also in our mind, not anywhere else physically. So if the mind sees this appearance as the reality, as the past itself, that's the wrong view, that's the wrong perception, and that's what we have been doing. But it's clearly a thought that got created right at this moment. Either we can see it in its true nature, the thought that is similar to what happened in the past, or we can treat it as this is the exact thought. But if we treat it as the exact thought, then that's a lot of complicated situations follows because now we treat something that is not real as a reality. That's what we've done. We've been doing all this time. We think this is the exact one. That's why when some thought of something from the past, the sad event, let's say, appear and we suffer. This is sad, we cry. And if we travel to that moment, it's something physically changed right at this moment. No, nothing changed. Just thought appear. And we can't even see the thought. We can't even touch that thought. There's no place. There's no appearance of that thought. Just this mental event. A simple appearance. That's not even solid. That's not even known. Yet we treat it as the past and suffer, feel sad and cry. We strongly react to it. Look, we are stuck in this thought in our own mind and we suffer for it. As we know, thought is not something a solid object, like it's simply an appearance that we can't keep, that we can't stop, that we can't locate, just like a mirage, appear and disappear, not even solid or existing. It disappears like tiny spark That's why we suffer a lot. We take that simple projection or that tiny spark as a huge thing, as the reality, and look how we suffer for it. Look how we believe it as the reality itself, but never no image, no sounds, nothing are there. Just a tiny spark that creates time. Feel like they're experiencing things, but did anything appear physically? We think we experience past, but can we show it that they are really images, sounds, really appeared, or just the mind is kind of like the dreams? That's not even there. A tiny projection, a momentary moment, yet how we treat this thought as reality. Look how we suffer from this tiny momentary moment, this tiny spark that's not even existing anymore. So, like the future, like the past, the future is also the same. Thought, thought can create things as we want, but if we treat them as the reality, we suffer. Imagine tomorrow we picture some place, person, things, anything, any situation, any event, either we feel excited or fear or sad, but nothing has happened. So what actually happened was we just created a story, a thought, an interpretation. The sense of the body's mind is used these thoughts as the unit. They treat these thoughts as liquid. That's why nothing happened, nothing physically present, just the thought that appeared in our mind, that gets created in our mind. We just as reality, and we suffer, we feel sad, and we everything. Because we always treat and feel thoughts as the reality, as something really exists out there, not as an interpretation, not as our mind's creation. If we see it, this whole reality starts to collapse. But if we can't see it, we blindly believe the thoughts and we speak clearly, and the suffering follows with that. And the thing is now, this body, this system is so used to those and believe those as the reality. We can respond to those. We feel scared. We shiver, our heartbeat race. Different response. We get sick to that point, to that level. Our thought world has become real for us. But once you see there's nothing there but there's suffering for our own mind's creation, all those starts to collect, all that illusion starts to collapse. As you can see, both these two shares reality. There's nothing physically presented. This is why thoughts can dominate. Uh, It doesn't require anything physical. Just a simple thought that we treated that that's the reality. We don't need a physically present person to feel angry. We don't need past event to be happening actually to feel hurt by it. We don't need the future to arrive to feel it. We don't need the tree to be in front of us to think about it, because the thought can function as a substitute reality representation. Because to that point, the thought has become the reality for us. It's clearly there's nothing here but the thought is there, if the mind responds and treat it as the reality. Nothing happens but simple thought that makes us suffer, and the thought is our mind's own creation, mind's own perception, view. It's because we took them as reality. We forget thoughts are creations, interpretations, representations. Instead, we treat them as the reality. Let's say we get a thought, they hate me. It's not simply a thought. It feels like you're really experiencing it right at that moment. Nothing is happening yet. The thought gives us that real like experience, like feeling. It is experience as though it were directly perception of another person's mind. But we never directly perceive anyone. We interpret, we remember, we predict. This thought created the story. But the thing is, it feels like a fact, like the reality. This is the so to that level, to that point, thought has become a big thought. So this is how thoughts create this outside world, outside things, this time that feels real, this feels existing, but all of this thought that we believe in. So knowledge and a thought about the self, as you can see, self is always thought that treat the past way the same way we treat the thought of future or past or being. Difference not. I am this kind of person. I do that. I have this. I have that. Everything. But no, just of thoughts that we get that gets created in a not the reality, but thoughts, stories, interpretation. And we believe this is this is the reality. This is the real me. But it's just my internal landscape. The life we treat thoughts as real, but it happens automatic, natural, so fast. The self image also feels like real, feels like something really real, like there's really a self there. And it feels like the self is doing everything, observing, affected by, doing. Even the thinking is done by the self. That's how it feels. That's why we think this happened to me, this is my thought, this is my feeling, this is my life. Not just a simple thought, simple information, but as the reality. We feel it as a reality. But look carefully. The thought itself is another reality. And that also thought a tiny spark that appear and disappear. But if we treat it as reality and something really exists, we think it's solid, it exists, it's continuous. But if we see it in its true nature as a thought, we start to see its true nature, that momentary nature, that it appears and disappears. And the self is another feeling that feels real but an illusion of a fake reality. Yet, because we are used to treat thoughts as reality, we cannot undo any of those at once. It takes the mind, like because for us both feel very that it comes automatically, not that we do it. So the same way the self feels there, and it also appears automatically. We're not doing it, it happens automatically because that's the way we are used to. So what you have to do is to see the truth, observe the truth, and with that slowly this fake reality starts to loosen that strong feeling it carries as the reality. The only thing we can do is to see through how this fake reality gets created, how this fake reality feels strong as a reality, how this illusions. And with that deep understanding, it slowly starts to loosen this strong feeling of the reality. We cannot do it, it happens automatically. So rest carefully. We'll end our morning dramatic pause for the day. Errands and everyone.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Thiruvon Saranai Aryan Mahansa. And we are ever so grateful to you as our spiritual leader for guiding us on this Dhamma pathway, correcting us whenever it is necessary, and giving us more and more uh, knowledge and understanding on these Dhamma facts. Thiruvon Saranai. And may our all listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is our regular English Zoom session, Buddothpado PeoTV. You may be knowing it's starting at 5 o'clock and goes on until 11 p.m. And some of our friends who are conducting in this sermons taking turns, and we try in our best to explain uh, to you whatever the Dhamma facts that we have picked up from our teacher, our guide, spiritual leader, R.N. Mahansa's teaching. And this is for the benefit of the people who are who speak English language. You may have been looking for this opportunity to find out what is this truth. So we hope we are being able to convey this message into some extent. So at least that will raise the curiosity, uh, so that you will be able to find the rest of it by yourself, because always Lord Buddha also said that this is a Dhamma that has to be investigated and researched by the self once the pathway is shown. So uh, it is a Sandittika Dhamma, which is a Pali word, which means finding your own self. In other words, as Aryan Vahansi also reminds us very often, you have to make your own raft. That is a Buddha word. No one else can make the raft for you to cross the stream. It is your own ability, own skill that will help that. So we are explaining the facts during the rest of the sessions, except 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Uh, Sri Lankan time. We have a discussion session where some of the speakers are joining, and we uh, try to bring out any matters that may have been causing doubts. But of course, we welcome if the new listeners are joining to that session, so that there will be a beautiful platform for discussion. Even a simple matter is okay. Even if you have never listened to Buddothpado Deshana, still that is also okay. We can jointly have a very pleasant discussion, pleasant forum there. So, with that invitation, I will start the Dhamma facts. Uh, you may have been looking for the uh, Buddhism, or maybe what is meant by this truth. Whatever the background that you are coming from is immaterial, and there is no limitation with your educational level, your profession, whether you are working or not, uh, and also the age, particularly Lord Buddha's time, also children above 7 years could understand this Dhamma when it is explained in a simple manner. Uh, so, taking these facts, I am sure you can take up these facts with the way that we are explaining. Uh, so, we try to be as simple as possible, and we hardly use any Pali because we ourselves do not have a good command in Pali. Even though the all the sermons done by Lord Buddha is in Pali language, it has been translated to many languages, including English. Uh, but there are problems in these translations because it is done by various people. Actually, it's not something like word to word translation. It is something that has to be done by a person who is having the inner transformation and understanding. Uh, so, therefore, it is important that the person who is translating should have a deeper understanding or deeper realization of the Dhamma facts before he considers translating these facts. Uh, so basically, there are many points, several points that come as the essence of Buddha's teaching. Uh, we have the we had the understanding, or we had the belief that what we are experiencing is a truly existing world. What we didn't understand was that there's a great limitation. there was a great barrier, uh, which means the capacity or the ability of the five senses with which uh, we are experiencing the world. So that barrier level has not actually been understood, or we didn't see that as a barrier. Uh, so the five senses as humans, we have the five senses: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the body or the skin. So our information 100% confined to the uh, ability or the functioning level of these five senses. So what we experience is something that we take as real. We assume what we experience is really existing outside. So that is the biggest mistake that we have not understood until a person like Lord Buddha, with his super wisdom, he found out that this is actually something in reverse, something which has to be reversed. So until Lord Buddha's disclosures, the ordinary person, the human being, so-called human being who is having the highest level of wisdom or intelligence, supposed to have the most advanced functioning brain and advanced thought pattern, could not realize this mistake. Uh, so still, even with the label of Buddhist in their birth certificate or any other documents, even the label of Buddhist is there, the understanding is very often far behind the facts that Lord Buddha tried to explain. Buddhism was flourishing worldwide at some point, and then it came to a sort of declining phase because of the invasion of different religions, different ethnic groups, and all kinds of destruction of the temples and harming the lives of the Buddhist monks. So, because of these reasons, the steady flow or the steady progress of the Buddhism was slowing down. And now we have passed the time uh, period of 2500, and we are nearing 2600 now. And what Lord Buddha predicted was actually this will last for 5000 years total. And recently, there is an awakening of the Buddhism again, kind of reawakening with the Dhamma facts, the true Dhamma facts being coming up, being exposed and being explained by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. So we hope the power that is injected or the power that is uh, pumped will help to continue this upsurge of this Buddhist teachings for another 2500 years ago. And Lord Buddha very clearly said how the deterioration of the Buddhism can happen. One thing he said was that the the in the sutras there are very deep facts, the ones which are not easy to understand by the monks who do not have the adequate blooming of the wisdom or adequate level of wisdom. The wisdom I use to represent jnana, actually that may not be the exact meaning. It's not the intelligence. So wisdom is the closest word I can find out in the place of Jnanaya. So Lord Buddha predicted this deterioration actually. One reason he said was that the monks they themselves they find it difficult to understand the deeper facts that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. When the deeper meanings or the sutras, which gives a very complex meaning, when it is difficult to understand, what happens is automatically those deeper parts get skipped, and the more simpler, more uh, more superficial, easy to understand type of sutras will be explained and they will be preached in the sermons. So, what happens is that the ability or the chance of the lay people to understand these deeper facts will be less, because mostly we people tend to depend on the monks to learn the Buddhism, because one of the commonest ways of conveying this Dhamma is the sermons that is conducted in households or via the social media, where many people can listen to that. So when this happens, the number of people who understand these Dhamma facts, unless he or she herself decide to study the Sutra Pitaka and understand by themselves, the majority will automatically be away from the deeper and the complex parts of the Buddhist teaching. So that is purely because the monks they themselves, or the people who are doing the lay people who are doing these preachings or sermons, they themselves do not have the internal transformation or inner change has not occurred. So therefore they try to explain something that they know, something which is simpler is explained, skipping the more uh, complex parts of this Dhamma. And also the changing or these facts actually, Lord Buddha gave a beautiful example. A tree can be completely destroyed due to the worms who are living in the trunk. They are eating the tree trunk while they are living inside. He gave that example to indicate that the biggest threat to the Buddhism comes from the proud so called Buddhists themselves, which includes the monks, not outsiders. There could be some harms from the other religions, but of course, the more significant damage occurs from the people, including the lay people, the monks, both categories, who are supposed to be in the community of the Buddhists. So they themselves cause the changes according to their whims and fancies, according to the way that they understand. Sometimes the various influences are uh, combined or taken into the Buddhism. Now, especially one reason is this large scale worshipping of gods, which actually Lord Buddha never advised. Now we know that quite a number of temples do have the god temples also. Uh, the temples separate shrines which are dedicated for different gods. And people have the fantasy of expecting things from the god. So even it's sad to say that some people go to these temples rather than going to the Buddhist temple, the Buddhist shrine room, they might go to the God temple, which is in the same premises, and for various offerings, various vows, and to prove the vows, all kinds of activities, uh, praying, expecting things from God. So, this is a sad story actually. And we know some of the monks in the past, mm, like Gangodavila Soma Thero, they tried to break this habit of having the temples, god temples in the Buddhist temple premises, because this has become an income generating method. Mm, So that is a kind of thing that sort of thing is encouraged. So these are the kind of the threats that are coming to Buddhism, and we are more and more deviating from the path that was shown by Lord Buddha. Actually, R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend, is taking such a strong, uh, strong sort of responsibility, and he's putting his life comforts and needs to the second place, and he's trying to take this Dhamma from village to village, because those are the people who are never reached by any other parties, parties in the sense our Buddhist parties. So they are actually struggling with their day to day life. Uh, if they don't work, there's no income for them. So the whole life is a struggle for them. Whole life is an obvious suffering to them. We know that whole life is a suffering to everyone, but the people, so-called people who are in a comfortable life, people who are having a stable economic background, who do not feel that there is a suffering in the life, they, even if the Dhamma comes to their doorstep, they may not be interested about it. But those people in the remote areas, mostly the farmers or the daily paid laborers, that level, uh, living is a struggle, and they have to face so many disastrous situations, particularly with the climate. There's no very clear cut, bright looking future for them. They do not know what will happen tomorrow. They do not know what will happen next week, whether there will be a disastrous rain or disastrous drought, changing everything upside down. Uh, so therefore, they are actually in a struggle, and they hardly have any time to think about this so-called religion. They might go to the village temple on the Poya day, so that may be the only thing that they are doing on this spiritual path. Actually, we know that Buddhism is not something that you have to dedicate a day and go and practice. The Buddhism is something that is applicable to the whole life. Everyday activities means the Dhamma is there. So that has to be explained to these people. They don't know that Dhamma can be applied to every word, every thought, every action in the day. And simply because these facts are not clearly understood by our monks either, because the village temple, if the monk is educated on this aspect, they will be able to give that message. Even, I mean, even the people are coming only on the Poya days, the full moon Poya days. They will be able to give that message to the people, but it is not happening. So, therefore, our noble friend R.N. Mahansi has decided to go from village to village, go to their doorstep, talk to small gatherings in those areas. Very often, these gatherings occur in a natural setup. If it is in a temple, they do it under the shade of the bo tree or under the shade of some trees rather than going inside a building. Sometimes, recently, we know that he did it in a paddy field where the harvesting was over and the bare land was there. So that was a place that he selected. And often he selects the places near the tanks where there is shade of the trees with a very beautiful and calm and serene type of environment. These environments actually helps provides the suitable environment, provides the suitable surrounding for the people to grasp the facts that Daryan Mahansi is talking. So Aryan Mahansi sometimes select one person and then start explaining the Dhamma to that person. And he tells the others to apply these facts to own self. So these are very simple explanations and doesn't have any Pali and doesn't have any science in it. Very simple explanations. Like he asks sometimes few questions. What is meant by nirvana? So, and also he asks, do you think you can attain nirvana in this birth? Which are two very important questions because even if you ask this from a monk, I don't think we can get the correct reply, correct answer, because they are mostly bound to the book knowledge. So, in the books, what is explained is very heavy theory, mm, which are not certainly to the practical side. And it gives the impression that you haven't done enough paramita or you haven't reached all the perfections in this life to understand this Dhamma and reach the level of nirvana. And also, you do not have the adequate skills. And also, another word that is put very commonly is the karma. Your karma is still not strong enough for you to uh, be able to understand the Dhamma in this birth. So these are many things that we all have experienced, we all have listened in our regular day to day sermons from the monks. So we thought we are struggling to achieve something which is far away. And when Aryan Mahansa is explaining these things step by step in very simple words, uh, trying to uh, uh, go to the maximum possible basic level and asking the simple questions like the ones that I asked. Who are you? Do you feel that you are there? Do you feel about yourself? Then what is this self? What is meant by self? So those are the questions that Aran Has is asking them. And you get a variety of answers. But the simple explanation for the nirvana is putting off the fire or switching off the current. So different ways it can be explained. Uh, Extinguishing the fire, putting off the fire, or getting rid of the burn that you are experiencing. So, like that, you can give various answers. So, the next question, most of them say that we felt that we couldn't reach nirvana in this birth. That was the concept or the understanding that we all had. we felt that we have to be born again and again and be able to reach the time where the next Lord Buddha is going to be born. We don't know when. It will be a very, very, very long time according to those teachings. But we still have the Buddhism prevailing. We have not completely lost the Buddhism. The Gautama Buddha, Lord Buddha's teachings are still here. So why do you want to look at the far end and have some expectations about the far end when something is already nearby you? And Lord Buddha did not preach a Dhamma which has to be focused to the far end. And Lord Buddha very clearly said that everything is here, now and here. So then, if the Dhamma was something called Akalika or a timeless Dhamma, what are we waiting for? What are we trying to get uh, in this samsaric journey? We never know whether we will be able to see another Lord Buddha, because this samsaric journey is so such a harrowing experience and so unpredictable, so dangerous, uh, because the people do not realize what happened to them in the past, in the previous birth. We don't know from where we are coming, and we don't know what is going to happen to us after the death in this life. Many other religions give the impression that they are all going to the God after the death. So, if all the humans in that faith are going to God after the death, why do you think the number of animals and the insects who are living in this planet itself is very, very, very much uh, higher than the human population? So, that is one of the things that we have to think of. And that is a belief only again. Now, how can we have the guarantee about going to the God after the death? So, isn't it very clear that whatever we are doing, we have to do it in this life itself? And Lord Buddha did not preach a Dhamma which can be experienced after the death. What he explained was Dhamma that can be experienced in this birth itself, in this life itself. So then you are sure that you have achieved something. Lord Buddha explained two levels of Nibbana. Actually, the understanding that we had as Nibbana was something like not being born again after the death. That was a very sort of superficial and crude explanation. It's not wrong, but it gives only the meaning of nirvana with a very, very small percentage. Again, it's more or less similar to the beliefs of the other religions. Now, in other religions, as I said, they think that they are going to the God, and we think that we will not be born again after the death. Both are same condition, isn't it? Because there is no way of finding out. So then it has to be something that you can experience in this life itself. So that is why Lord Buddha explained three types of nirvana. uh, well, three types, yes. One is actually what you understand and what you realize leads to a complete inner transformation while you are alive. That is the most important thing. That is called Sopatisesa Nibbana, where the while you are alive, you arrive this state. you completely come to 100% realization that there is no self here, only a system is functioning. And as a result of this system function, that means the combination of the senses, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Combination of the sensor functions lead to something called thought formation. And the thoughts, when the thoughts are repeated again and again, it gives a feeling that these are really existing. Or in other words, myself is that final result. The creation of myself means that current that comes up as a result of the powerful, real looking thought. So, when that is not there, that is a state of the arhants. When they are alive itself, they experience this very serene and comfortable state where the way that the things are experienced is the same. They see the things in the way that you and me see. They hear the things in the same way that you and me hear. Their taste is no different from yours and mine. Same about the smell and the skin sensation. And they have thoughts also because by the age beyond the uh, small child's age, gradually thought starts formation. So for you and me now, we can't escape from the thoughts. So even the arhants do have the thoughts, and the thoughts, their thoughts are not uh, empowered by that current. They do not have a power in their thought. So because they do not have a power in their thought, the thoughts are very comfortable to them, and thoughts are not creating any kind of burning feel. So they have a complete uh, calmness, inner calmness, or inner solitude, which R.N. Vahasi is explaining as Abhyantara Hudakalawa. Inner solitude, inner calmness is prevailing. But of course, the senses are functioning in the normal way. Senses are experiencing the things in the normal way, like you and me. But uh, the superficial level, the senses are functioning. It does not create a new current. So you can imagine how comfortable their life must be. Whatever the things happening in the so-called outside world, they experience it in the same way. There's no difference between uh, the chirping of a little bird and a person who is scolding. They are all sounds to him. And they know that this is a scolding and this is the chirping of the bird, but doesn't create any form of power or the current within the system. Uh, so Lord Aran Mahansi gives some two beautiful examples for an arhat who is in the level of Sopatisesa Nibbana, like a tree, he says, or like a dead person who is living. In both situations, just think of the two situations. Whatever calamity occurs, no change at all, isn't it? The tree, if you take a tall tree, huge tree, you can do harm to the tree. You can even hit the tree trunk with an axe. You can throw some stones or pieces of wood to pluck the trees, which might damage the branches. You will take up all the fruits which are grown, but the tree has no response, isn't it? The tree will not show a change. the next season again, the tree will give a tree full of fruits to you. And the branches which were broken will be regrown. And the damage that you caused to the tree trunk will be covered with the bark, sometimes leaving a scar, but still doesn't matter. That loss will be covered by somehow, by some form of regrowth. So this is the nature of the tree. This is how the tree is treating you and me. Whether you are a person who is helping the tree by putting a lot of manures, fertilizers, or watering, uh, and not damaging any branches, and you love the tree, you like the tree, you treat the tree in a very nice way. On the other hand, a person who is trying to damage the tree, very reckless way of handling the tree, damaging. So the tree will treat both of you in the same way by providing the shade, by providing the uh, environmental oxygen supply, providing the fruits, uh, even if you want some wood, even if you decide to cut the tree and take the wood, that is also an immaterial thing for the tree. So, like that, uh, the also R.N. Mahase explains, like a dead person while living. So it's something similar to the tree, isn't it? The person is living. Doesn't mean that person is uh, without any emotions, without any responses, behaving like a stone. It's not like that. The person will have more metta, more compassion towards the others. The person will have more kindness, will be more helpful to the others, and will have the adequate energy to help any other person. That is because there is no self on this side. The current on this side is zero. So the person is capable of understanding, or in other words, as R.N. Mahase explains, this person becomes the other person. Because when the system is here on this side, there's always some power or current. There's always some measurement about the decisions taken. Depending on the level of the current on this side, what you are going to do about the other system is going to change. But when the system on this side is at the zero level, you can fully be the other system. You can fully understand the other system. Aran Mahase uses the words being the tree or being the monkey. He's talking about his ability, his prajna, to understand the other person's feeling. And that includes actually even the animals sometimes. It is a kind of communication without words, uh, feeling the other person 100%. That is why R.N. Mahase's sermons, particularly to these uh, village people who have not heard any Buddothpado sermons, are very effective. And then and there, a lot of people experience a, experience a change within the system, which is such a beautiful thing to see as uh, people who are following Buddha sermons. We can see how this transformation is occurring in some of the mothers and fathers who are coming for these sessions. So, uh, the talking about the Sopatisesa Nibbana, that is something that you can experience while you are alive. So, isn't that more very much impressive because you can experience, you know that it is really happening in this birth itself. You don't have to wait until you die. So Patisesa Nibbana is that. And there's another term used, Anupatisesa Nibbana. Anupatisesa Nibbana means the well-known thing that we all have heard in the past, not being born again after the death of the physical body. So until the physical body is functioning, the five senses are functioning because you need the five senses to live until this physical body comes to an end. You have to see, you have to hear, you have to feel the taste and the smell, and you have to feel the skin, have the skin sensation for you to be able to maintain this physical body until the natural event occurs at the end. Uh, so the that is something uh, similar to what is explained in the other lives, other religions. So Anupatisesa Nibbana, how does it happen? You are not being born again after the uh, collapse of this physical body or after the ending of this physical body. Does it happen to all the people? No, not certainly for a person who has no realization of this Dhamma, who has not had that inner transformation. Because uh, in any living being, there's a continuous current which is running. It's like a live wire which has the current in it. And the current, this live wire is throughout all the sessions of our life cycle. So whether you are born as a human being or whether you are born as a dog in the next birth, and whether you are born as an ant in the next birth, whichever, this live wire of this current is running underneath. And the current, we use the word sasava, the dormant current. So unless you switch off this dormant current, you can't talk about not being born again. So this current is the one which is the reason for the uh, continuous life cycle. What is this current? You can use many words, defilements, the power, or the self. So many words can be used. Lord Buddha said that I found the carpenter called Tanha, or the craving, who is constructing this house called life. I have found him and I have destroyed completely the roof, uh, which is he used the word Kanimadala. Kanimadala means the main supporting pole of a house, which he used that depending on the way that the houses were constructed at that time. So the Kanimadala means the main pole that support the center piece of the tallest point of the roof. And once the Kanimadala is destroyed, the complete destruction of the roof occurs, which means the destruction of the rest of the house also. Lord Buddha said that I found the carpenter. That he mentioned this once when he reached this Buddha state. And I found the carpenter who is constructing this house called uh, life, and I have destroyed the roof, and he will not be able to make another house. And that is the story. So, in other words, he found that it is the craving or the tanha is the one, or defilements, or you can say current, all kinds of words can be used. That is the course which takes us from life to life in this samsaric journey. So, recognition that itself was done by the super wisdom of our Lord Buddha. So, we are so fortunate because it has been already found, the difficult things have been found already, and they the message has been conveyed from generation to generation. And we are more fortunate because these days, this time, this era, actually, the technology is so advanced so that just a small message can go throughout the world. It can spread to the whole world uh, in minutes or instantly it can be spreaded. And um, for for you and me, it is more simplified by Avar and Vahanse using very simple explanations, summarizing the things because Lord Buddha has done about 84,000 sermons, the recorded ones. The number wise, that is what we know. It may be even more. And those were the ones which were done to different people in different times because the technology wasn't there at that time. So it was something that Lord Buddha physically met people and did then and there. But if you take the essence of it, it's uh, it's the same thing. What he tried to convey was actually uh, this. It is the world is created as a result of the five senses, and different living beings experience the world in a different way. We assume that what we experience is the one which is shared by all the animals, all the living beings. It's not so because their senses are different. The way that they experience is entirely different from you and me. So the way that uh, experience it, they react to that. So similarly, the human beings, you and me, we experience the world in some way, and we react to that in the way that we realize. So, uh, in other words, the anupatisesa nibbana means switching off this current completely. So the current, when the current is switched off, means you have recognized the current. That is one important thing because we didn't understand that there is a current at one point. We didn't know that uh, there is something which comes up as a burn is this current, which has come to the system, uh, not now, but of course from the level of the zygote, it has come. So it has been going on, and not only that, it is getting more and more stronger. So this natural mechanism of uh, empowering or this current becoming more and more strong is something that is explained in Dhamma. The what happens is what is experienced with the senses is taken as real. We assume that it is what is really existing outside. But when the sensor function changes, what is experienced varies. So you can't talk about anything permanently existing outside. But because of the ignorance, we feel that it is the permanent thing outside. And what happens is the repeated sensor functions, the repeated sensor function strengthens this thought. everything that you experience is a thought, whether it is a wall, house, mother, father, job, hospital, post office. These are all thoughts. Thought has all the components uh, experienced by the five senses. Doesn't mean all five are there in each and every thought. Mostly it is the eye and the ear sensor which are responsible for the thoughts. But when it comes to the food item, all five senses will be, the input of all five senses will be there. Actually, these are creations at the sensor level. That is the important thing. Created due to the fast speed. When something is happening in a fast speed, something which is not there really uh, is shown as if it is really there. Take the fan of a flight or a helicopter. When it is spinning very fast, you see it as a circle, isn't it? But uh, really, is there a circle? No, there are two blades only. Two blades are spinning very fast, but it gives the impression that there is a circle there. This is one of the modern examples that we can think of. Uh, and Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha gave different types of examples to suit the things at that time. So faster the faster the rate is, it looks more and more real, isn't it? Now, the spinning of the fan of the helicopter, you can give a figure to say that this number of circles per minute or second. You can give a figure, but still, even with that speed, it looks really look like a circle there, an existing circle. But you can't say that there's an existing circle because there's no circle really. When it slows down, you can see the two blades. But you can't say, on the other hand, there's no circle also because you can see something there. So, this is the situation about what you experience also. There is some fast vibration occurring at the sensors, extremely fast. Now, here you can't give a figure like this number of vibrations per second. It's so fast. So, without being able to, you are unable to give a number as the speed. So, if it happens so fast, don't you think that the real appearance, the feeling that it gives that this is really existing, will be more solid than the simple uh, helicopter fan? Yes, because when it vibrates so fast, uh, you see as if the banana tree is really there in front of you. You feel as if the squirrel is there really in front of you. That is your eye vibration. The squirrel naming does not come from the eye. The naming of the banana tree doesn't come from the eye. It's only seeing a picture only. And the naming comes as a thought. So, as I said, the thought has combined sensor functions. So when I talk about the squirrel, you have the eye vibration, and with the past perceptions, you know that it is the name or the sound is the squirrel. That is a perception that you received, maybe at home as a small baby or at the preschool. The teacher or your parent or an elder sibling may have shown the shape. This is squirrel. And an occasional situation, you may have had a chance to touch it also. Say, if you found a squirrel fallen in your garden, you may have been able to touch the skin gently. Feel the softness of that skin so that you know that it's soft to touch. And if it makes a sound, that again is added to your ear vibration, isn't it? You heard the name as squirrel and you heard the sound of the squirrel and uh, you know how it is felt as a touch and you can see the shape. So that is the basic thought about the squirrel. And the squirrel becomes thicker and thicker, stronger and stronger in your mind with all kinds of perceptions that occur time to time. You may have had a pet squirrel at home. You may have fed the squirrels. You may have had the habit of feeding the squirrels, so you know what they are eating. You may have seen the squirrels running up and down in the trees in your garden. You may have seen that how they are beautifully sitting on the branches and eating fruits. Maybe he's actually a kind of destroying some of the fruits that you want to save for you. They will eat it halfway and drop it and go. And in an occasional situation, you may have come across a little nest made by the squirrels. And the small ones, the little uh, raw looking little bits of flesh like tiny babies in that. And you may have seen how sometimes a predator like a crow coming and snatching the small ones and going away. You may have heard how the squirrels are communicating with each other in the garden with their typical sound, ting, ting, ting sound. Now, these are, and also at the school, you may have written an essay about the squirrel in the small classes, and you know that it is an innocent animal. And also, you know that it will bite if you try to touch it because they are scared. They are scared of you. So, if you try to straight away touch a squirrel which has fallen on the ground, it will try to bite you. It has sharp teeth. And you know that there are various types of squirrels also. So these are all and also the feel that you have about the squirrel is a pleasant feel. But on the other hand, the feel that you have about the rat, who is from the same family, but that feel is some kind of aversion. It's not something that you like. So these are all past perceptions built up gradually as thoughts. So understanding how these thoughts are formed, understanding how these thoughts are felt real is the only way to understand the formation of the current. So knowing how this current is formed, knowing how this current is getting more and more powerful is the only path to get rid of it. Now, the other important thing is that this current is the one which is interpreted as myself. So, in all the activities, myself is there. Now, see when you see the squirrel, I am seeing the squirrel. Uh, when a thought comes about the squirrel, I am thinking about the squirrel. When you hear the sound of the squirrel, I am hearing the sound of the squirrel. Now, isn't that the way that you experience? Whatever is felt, whatever is seen, heard, or experienced, everywhere the myself is being tied up, isn't it? Now, that is something that is happening automatically due to the ignorance which is prevailing. And that ignorance is not only confined to this birth, but it has come up for a long, over a long period, not only in this life. So, therefore, it is uh, something which is not easy to understand this current, how this current is formed. But this formation of the current, as I said, is no one's job. It is a part and parcel of this system. Thoughts weren't there in the little baby, but that hidden current which came up from the level of the zygote is there even in the little baby. The sasava nature or the live wire is there. But the baby does not have a bulb or a fan or a refrigerator, a cooker. He didn't have any of those equipment or devices to find out how much of current is lying there dormant. So you and me, we don't know what sort of level of sarsav is there in a small baby when they grow up. That is the same thing about you and me also, right? So the level of the sarsav is manifested as ashrava or the defilements later on when the sensor functions start, or in other words, when the sensor functions combine, or in other words, when the thoughts start forming. And then you realize the different behavior patterns of different children. We know that small babies are always very innocent. They are almost same. They have no difference in the way that they are behaving. They are very carefree uh, and very light, no weight with any thing, and no responsibilities, not bothered about the responsibilities or commitments because they don't know such things. And they have no idea about the birth or death, just very carefree type of personalities. That is because the current is still dormant. It's in the wire. The wire is live, but still the equipment has not been connected to get the power manifested. How much of current is there can be recognized only when the equipment are connected. So that is the nature of the sasava, which will be manifested later on when the thoughts start forming. And the current will be able to identify only when the thoughts start forming. So it is not something that can be identified at a smaller age, but usually we know that this basic Dhamma truth can be explained to a child above 7 years. Because one of the convenient things at this age is that you do not have a strong load of thoughts. Higher the age, higher the age, you tend to have more and more drushtis, more and more thoughts. The when the level of the thoughts are higher, amount of thoughts are higher, that means, in other words, the world is becoming more and more real to you. The real feeling, real thought means, in other words, the the world is felt real. So we have to understand that this is happening in the form of a system. Simply, it is a system where the current is non-stop generated. The five senses are non-stop functioning. except the time that you are not seeing a dream. Even when you are seeing the dream, that means the mind sensor is functioning. So all the five sensors and the mind sensor is non-stop being generated. And each time there is a current which is generated. Each time there's a self feel is coming up with each and every thought which is real looking, or the thought which is felt real each time the self is generated. So that is how you have this continuous feeling of an existing myself. So existing myself means the self view or the sakkaya drushtiya or mithya drushtiya. All words can be used. That is your current. But we feel that current is is a person who is alive. So that is the biggest mistake there. So understanding this Dhamma in the way that there is a mechanism, there is a natural mechanism, a natural system which is functioning. As a result, a current is generated. There's nothing to do with the outside. The sensors are creating something within its capacity because of the underlying current, because of the live wire which has the current. Things are manifested with different devices. That means the eye, ear, nose, uh, tongue, and the skin. So, with those devices or the equipment, a current is generated. And that current is the one which is interpreted as self. So, when you realize this, it, it becomes very clear that the things are happening without a person. So, even the system feels angry, the label of angry or label of sadness, label of craving, uh, label of aversion, whatever the label which is given to the current which is created, it becomes very clear it's not happening to myself. Not that I got angry, I felt sad, I felt happy, but it is happening as a happening. So this is a very important point, a turning point, where the system understands that this is simply a system, and what is created is completely is a world of thoughts, not an outside world, but a world of thoughts, and non-stop world of thoughts, a fast flowing stream of thoughts. And this is what is manipulating this physical body also. So at this turning point, when a system understands that there is never existed a myself, this current is the one which is felt as myself, then no more new current will be forming. That is a very important point, and it's explained as a sotapanna state, where you have no thoughts to indicate that there is a self here. And it's understood clearly that everything is created as a thought, everything is in the mind, including myself. So these are all thoughts created, and there's only a system functioning. So this point is explained by Lord Buddha also. Uh, a stream enter. You have entered the stream and you are not going back. And another beautiful example given by Lord Buddha is that it's like a tree which is went to the river water. So on one day, the river will fall. It will definitely fall to the water and it will be taken down to the sea. So it's something like that. The that system will not reverse back to the mundane world. Uh, so, beyond this level, also Lord Buddha gives another beautiful metaphor. It's something like comparing the size of a little pebble on your palm to a huge Himalayan rock. He didn't use the word Himalaya, of course, he used the word Mahameru Parvata. So you can compare it with something like that we know, maybe the Himalayan mountain. So compare the size of the little pebble on your palm to the huge Himalayan rock. The defilements that you have to purify when you reach this state of Sotapanna is something similar to that pebble on your palm. And the person who is in the mundane world has defilement, something equal to that huge Himalayan rock. So you can see what a sort of massive difference is there between the two, isn't it? Uh, which means it is a self, it is a self perception which gives the such a vast uh, collection of defilements related to yourself. When the yourself is not there, when this concept of self is no more there, a massive amount of those power creating uh, concepts does not occur. So this is beautifully explained by R.N. Mahanse also, that uh, it is the thing that the system has to understand. And he doesn't talk about this different levels, Sotapanna, Sakrudagami, Anagami. He talks about them briefly, but it is not something that you must aiming for. You must not say that I am trying to reach the Sotapanna state. He doesn't talk about such labeling. It's a path, and you are not trying to teach the mileposts in different levels. So, understanding how this current is formed, how this system is functioning, the fact that there is no self here, it is simply a system where you cannot control. No one has the control of this system. Uh, the current which is created is also seen more and more clearly. And at this point, the generation of the current itself comes down little by little. On the other hand, in other words, means that the self is also dissolving. System is remaining. System will continue to function, but no fire, no additional fire, no additional current created. And Naren Hase gives this beautiful example about the film. The film is running, and it's very well known that this is only a film. There's no real story. The film is running, and no one who is enjoying the film. So this is what has to be understood to switch off this current. It's not something just simply can be done by just listening alone. You do have to listen to the sermons at the same time. You have to revise them. Uh, you have to do your self exploration at the beginning to have this inner transformation. So always Aryan Mahanse says, go by the feel, not by the mind. Not don't get dragged along the thoughts. Identify the thoughts and the feel. Feel is always underneath the thought. So when you have so many vitaka vichara, uh, the all your feel is covered. So feel is something that is felt underneath, and you can explain it only with words, which means the mind. So more and more realizing this level of current is the only tool, is the only way to get it. uh, get it washed away little by little. So if a system completely get rid of this extra current, of course there is some form of power at the sensors also, but it doesn't mean that that person is experiencing that the things are real, things are really existing. Wherever there is a thought which indicates that these are really existing, that is yourself. Remember about that. So that is the level uh, which is reached at this Sopatisesa Nibbana. And the rest of the life of the Arhat is in such a beautifully flowing down river, very calm, and things are very beautifully balanced to suit the day to day requirement. And until the physical body comes to an end, that will be the level that they are experiencing. There's no self there, it is a system which is functioning. So, Anupatisesa Nibbana means at the end of that physical body, there's no more current to be synchronized to another body, another life. The current is switched off on this side. So, nothing to be telepathized, nothing to be synchronized, and no new life, no new birth at the end. And also recently, I remember Aranhasya was explaining about another type of a nirvana, Dhatu Parinirvana. And what he explained was actually the Parinirvana means the completely the Dhamma coming to a zero level, where all the people who had this realization and understanding will become less and less, and there won't be any person who has this understanding or realization. So then it indicates that that is the ending of that era of Buddhism. And thereafter, Lord Buddha has said that for a a huge time gap before another system finds out this super wisdom and be telling the world about these facts that is discovered, like the Gautama Buddha did. So we don't know when. So that is why it is so important not to let this chance go off. We should not be different from the animals, as R.N. Mahasi always reminds us. Why, why did we, why were we born as humans? Why are we hearing this Dhamma now? And why have we born without any defects? We are having the intact eyes, ears, which are the essential components to understand this Dhamma. Because if you have any such defects, it's not easy to work out this Dhamma facts. So, therefore, you and me are born with all these organs intact, functioning organs, and we hear these true Dhamma facts. We are being born as humans. So, with all these things, and also we are having a huge risk because we may not be able to hear this Dhamma again for a very long time, which I can't give in a number because I have no idea, because it's such a long period. So you have got everything in front of you. Why do you want to delay this? Why do you want to wait even for another day without trying to set your foot into this stream? Uh, and Aran Mahanse is actually leading so much of such a big workforce. He's going from village to village, trying to give this Dhamma to the lowest level people. And they do understand that is the beauty of it. Sometimes a person who has a big knowledge in Dhamma, who has the access to many books, who has the access to Wi-Fi and listening to many Dhamma sermons, uh, such a person will not be able to get this Dhamma instantly because they have so many measurements in their system, so many manas are there. But for a person who is from the village background, who is fighting for their daily life uh, with a meager income, such people, uh, they do not have big plans. They do not have a lot of intentions. They do not have any goals to reach. But when they are explained about this Dhamma in simple facts, they realize that it is not something that you have to separate a time, dedicate a time or a day, and then go and practice. This is something that can be applicable to every event in the day. And by initially by knowing as a knowledge the darshanic component, uh, they will realize that it is already or it is automatically getting applied to their day-to-day life, which is the krutya jnana. The satya jnana is having the knowledge, the darshana part, and krutya jnana is the fact that it automatically gets applied to your experiences. You don't have to do anything there. And the final result is a krutakjnane, which is the ultimate experience. And there is no place for thinking anyway at that level. So there are many centers throughout the country where the Buddothpado practical aspect is uh, practiced with initial explanation of the darshana. More and more new places are coming up throughout the country, and uh, so many people are turning to this side because they realize that this is something different to what they have been listening all this time. And also many ways to convey this message has been invented. Things like a simple radio or a recorder, where R.N. Mahase's sermons, about 300 of them have been recorded. So even for a person who is working in the paddy fields or in their chainas, uh, you can take the radio because it needs only the batteries. You don't have to worry about the uh, signaling. So you can hang it on a tree or keep it on a little stone or something like that, and then listen to it while you are doing the work, while you are having a rest from the paddy field work. So actually, there are many instances where some of the mothers say that I am working in my paddy field or I am working in my chain, my block. I am doing the weeding and I am listening to this Dhamma. So the enthusiasm is seen more and more. And there are lots of simple books written, and that is another source of the knowledge for them. Whenever they are free in the evening or night, they can always read these books, small books, they are not big books, small and written in simple language. So these are some of the tools that R.N. Mahansi has planned and happening now, so that the Dhamma message can be conveyed to as many as possible people. And there are some leaflets which are printed and they are being distributed in various places where people are gathering, maybe sometimes different types of meetings or sometimes the funeral houses, various religious activities happening in the temples or other houses. So those instances, as a group, we all try to spread this, give these leaflets and spread them among the people, giving the message. And Lord Buddha said that Dhamma Dane is the best dane, or the alms that you can give. Actually, there's a deeper meaning in that. It doesn't mean that you just simply buy a book or buy a radio and give it to somebody. See what inner transformation you have. The system has to have an inner transformation, not something functioning as a media to get from one end and give it to another person. That is not the Dhammadane that was explained by Lord Buddha. So it has to be something happening with the Dhamma understanding, with the realization in the system itself. And the books are being distributed to various other important key point type of places, the prisons, schools, temples, libraries, etc. So we are trying to give this message to as many as possible people. Particularly, R.N. Mahasi is very keen on giving this message to our monks, because we know the monks usually have a very strong tendency to have the book knowledge, because they are supposed to sit some of the exams for their uh, ordaining, and also uh, some of them, they do have education, like in the school education they have the education in the Pirivenas, which meant only the bhikkhus education. So in those, uh, I do not think that they talk about the nirvana or the spiritual aspect of this Dhamma. But in those, the theory that they are taught is completely taking the outside world as true. Then the statement made by Lord Buddha, Chittena niyati loko and Salayatana loko becomes wrong, isn't it? You can't say that the Buddha word is wrong. So something is going wrong here. That is what we have to understand. So with all their book knowledge, with all their theory knowledge, they are strongly holding on to the things. And the mechanism that is, or the sequence that is happening at the temple level is completely going in the wrong direction. Uh, and the people who go to the temple do not hear a Dhamma which directly explains them that this is everything is in this moment, and everything is happening now and here, and the fact that you can reach this nirvana in this life itself. Um, so that sort of teaching or that sort of sermons almost never happens in the temples. Because of that, uh, into some extent, there is some distancing between the temple and the public also. So it is a struggle for the monks to maintain the closeness with the public. They are trying various other measures to uh, get this gap uh, closed, kind of various large scale offerings, large scale uh, religious functions in the temple. So more activities, physical activities are going on to attract the people to the temples. Actually, it shouldn't be the case. If the monks are spreading a Dhamma message, which gives the idea, or which gives the experience, which leads to this nirvana, explaining what is meant by nirvana and getting rid of all kinds of mythical explanations and all kinds of misconceptions, then the people will automatically start coming to the temple. We know in Western countries now the crowd which is attracted to the churches are becoming less and less and less. That is because people, especially the young generation, doesn't want to believe that there is a God and God is responsible for everything in my life. And I had to believe the God whom I cannot see or feel or sense. But I have to assume that there is a superpower called God who is responsible for everything in my life and everything in the world. So these beliefs are not very practical to maintain. So therefore, we know that in the Western countries, the crowd which is attracted to the churches are becoming less and less. And in Buddhism, we have a way of convincing the people about the truth, but it is not happening from most of the temples because they themselves do not have that understanding. They have a book knowledge. Uh, as I said, the deeper meanings or the sutras, which are very deep and complex, are not being explained adequately in these teachings for the monks. So therefore, only the easy ones are taken up, and those are the easy ones are the one which are conveyed to the public also when they are doing the sermons. So these are all kinds of red tapes in this Dhamma path. So Aryan Maharaj is very keen on giving this message to the monks and the nuns. Of course, there are quite a significant number of nuns who are already doing this Buddothpado sermons. And there are monks also who have decided to come forward and follow these Buddothpado teachings and then explain it to the public, which is very nice. And we see that more and more monks from the temples are giving the support to conduct programs in their temples, which is a very nice step forward. And we assume with time that they will help us it in a better way. They will also start joining the programs and they also will be interested in listening to these sermons done by R.N. Mahanse and maybe go through the books and uh, have the inner transformation by themselves. So that is what should happen actually, because still uh, we can attract the crowd to the temple if they can provide the comfort or the good advice when the people are having the uh, situations or experiences which are distressing to them. So the people should be able to go to the temple, meet the monks, and explain their experience and get the correct Dhamma message or the Dhamma solution from them. So that is how the links between the public and the temple can be strengthened. Uh, Sad to say that, as I mentioned previously, uh, the crowd which is attracted to the temples often give their priority to worship the god temple, because when they don't get a solution from the monk side, they prefer to go to the god's temple and then do the praying, offering, etc., hoping that they will be able to get some solution. But Lord Buddha said that the solution always lies within the self. Your savior is going to be yourself. your escape is only yourself. The liberation of the mind occurs with the help of the thoughts, but it's not something thinking. So, liberation of the mind means, in other words, the uh, thoughts, the power of the thoughts are becoming less and less. And at some point, the complete realization is there, where the power which used to come up with each and every thought gets less and less. And this is something explained as Adigata Samadhi by R.N. Mahanse. These words have been mentioned by Lord Buddha, but of course we didn't hear these things from the usual sermons done by the other monks. Simply, the simple explanation to those is that they themselves did not understand that. So they cannot be blamed actually for those, because that is how their education was formulated. The way that their syllabus was made was with the simpler sectors of the Lord Buddha's teaching, and also the explanation sometimes given for certain sutras may have been different exactly to what Lord Buddha meant by those words and the sutras. So the one of the very clear things is that inner transformation is essential, particularly when you try to give this Dhamma message to another person. Of course, the monks can start from a basic level, because they usually have some level of education. If this message can be taken by a mother or a father from a farming field, why can't the monks be able to take it? So these are the things that Aryan Mahasi is trying to overcome. Uh, he's spreading this network throughout the world, because we know that in these programs there are many friends who are joining from different countries, uh, depending on their time convenience. They join mostly the 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. Zoom conducted in Sinhalese media, and 7 p.m. Zoom again conducted in Sinhalese media. So for you Dhamma friends who are speaking only the English language, what I can suggest is to uh, go to the website www.wisdomofasia.com. www.wisdomofasia.com. So that is a website that is uh, dedicated for the English speaking people. And also, we welcome and we request you to join us at the discussion time at 3 p.m. Sri Lankan time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Even if you can't stay both 2 hours, you can join at any time and you can leave at any time. If you have anything, it is so nice to hear from you, so that we will be able to discuss whatever the matter that you are bringing up. And also, if I give another message, there's the main center is at Dombagoda, Kalutara, Sri Lanka, Buddothpado International Meditation Center. So you can type the name, Google the name, and find out about the place, which is a very beautiful place with a serene environment. And uh, you can inquire from that place. The numbers are there in the website. If you are interested in coming, particularly get a date reserved, which will be convenient for you. There are some limited accommodation also. So if you want to stay in the same place, you can perhaps when you are calling, you can inquire about that also. So these are some just little information about Buddothpado sermons. Uh, it's very important, uh, not just simply listening, but you need to revise these things. You need to research yourself and investigate because uh, Lord Buddha, as well as Aryan Mahansi, very clearly explains that you can take the listener to the show the pathway. That is the only thing that they can do, but nothing beyond that. You can't uh, uh, get the horse to drink water, isn't it? You can take the horse up to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink water. And the time duration, sometimes there are people who have been listening to this Dhamma for so many years. If you listen without taking that meaning deeply, it will be something very static and you will continue to listen, but finally you haven't got the deep meaning of those Dhamma things. So, reflection is very important. And of course, then on the other hand, there are people who listen only for a short period, like the mothers who have been listening to this Dhamma just for the very first time in a paddy field or in under a shade of a tree when Narayan Mahansa is conveying the Dhamma message. Instantly, there's an inner transformation. Instantly, they understand the deep fact of this. They understand that they are never a self was here, and it is just a system which is functioning. They realize that it is some form of current which is felt as self. So that conversion is something very important. And we know that there were such personnel who had that sort of instant understanding or instant realization, even in Lord Buddha's time. The Upatissa, that is a lay lay name of Sariyut Thero, who is one of the uh, chief, the main disciples of Lord Buddha. So Sariyutta Sariputta Thero, his name was Upatissa when he was in the lay life. He understood this Dhamma just with two sentences that he heard from another Arhat. So there are still people like that even during this time. So you may be one of them. Uh, so therefore, what we encourage is to uh, join, if possible, join some of these programs or continue listening to these Dhamma sermons. Join us with the discussion time between 3 to 5 p.m. We will be able to help you in whatever our capacity. And if we have a problem, we can always direct the questions to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. And everything that you experience is a construct of the mind. Construct means something which was not there is uh, is combined or packed together, and it is shown as if it is something really existing. Now, this point, the fact that everything is a thought, was something that we never understood if not for this Dhamma that is being explained, isn't it? Because we had no idea that what we are experiencing is simply a thought. So whatever the description given, whatever the naming given, whatever the explanation is given, is coming as a product of the mind sensor. That is simply a thought. So thoughts are simply creations of the sensors. Thought is something which is not really existing. And the fact that if we do not have a single sensor, you can't talk about a world. And myself is also a creation of the five senses. So if you do not fall in as some imaginary situation, if you think about a situation where there are no, uh, you do not have uh, a single sensor, that means you are born without eye, ear, nose, tongue, or skin. I know it is some imaginary situation, but if you do not have a single sensor, that means no world is created for you. And also, you can't have this concept called myself because always it is the five sensor functions which combine to form the thought. And it is the thought which gets empowered and create that feeling of self. So the whole, it's like uprooting the whole tree because no sense of functions means no thoughts. That means no perception of existence or bhavaya and no perception of self, or in other words, atma. So this whole thing is being slashed off if you uproot the whole tree. Actually, what we tried to do in the past was something like you were trying to trim the branches of the tree, or a person maybe even be able to cut the tree from the ground level. But certainly, when the root is there, it will grow up at some point. So, as long as the self view or the self perception is there, you can't stop the regrowth of this tree. So, that is what Lord Buddha said, that you have to realize that uprooting of the whole thing, or uprooting of the tanha, uprooting of this current, is the one which has to be done. So uprooting doesn't mean that you get rid of it. You see how it is made. You see how it is formed. When you understand the mechanism of forming, it's something like learning all the tricks of the magician. You can watch the magician performing, but you know the different tricks that he's doing, how he's doing. It's not simply that you know that magic is not true. That, of course, you and me already know, isn't it? We know that magic is not true, but that's different. Here, you learn all the tricks of the magician. If he's releasing some pigeons from a box, you exactly know how he's doing it. If he's showing some gold coins on his palm, you know that he has been hiding it under the coat sleeve and taking it out in a subtle way. So, like that, when you know the magician's tricks, you do not have that excitation or that uddipana that comes up with the magic shows. You can certainly sit and enjoy. Your child or the smaller ones will thoroughly enjoy the magic show because they will have all kinds of wows and oops and excitations, surprising sounds will be there. You also can enjoy in the same way, isn't it? When you see the tricks, even though you know how it is being made, how it is done, you can still enjoy the magic show. But that excitation that comes up, the uddipana that comes up in the child's mind is not there with you. So, isn't that alone is making something very comfortable? you know everything, but you are kind of acting. And R.N. Mahase and Lord Buddha both, I think, have given this example. Like a mother playing with the child in the playhouse. You are doing everything, and the child is also happy. You are doing everything with her. You are cooking sometimes. You are arranging the furniture inside the house. You are tasting the food. And sometimes you are making comments also to say that the food is very nice today. Or maybe you will say, please, can you add a little bit more sugar to this cup of tea? I like a bit more sweetness. So that sort of acting is the way that is explained by Lord Buddha and sorry by R.N. Mahanse. එළවිනුත් මිදිලා මෙලොවිනුත් මිදිලා සමව වාසය කිරීම. Melo means the mundane world or the sensual world. Elo means the formless world or the arupaya. So the rupa, the person is has overcome or transcended both the rupa loke and arupa loke. That is a form world and sensual world if you take together. And on the other side, the Eloa means the formless world. So you have transcended both, but you are balancing everything and living in this society until the physical body is existing. So that is where it's explained as nirvana. So these are some beautiful explanations, simple explanations that we wouldn't have been able to understand if not for the explanation and the guidance of our R.N. Mahanse, for which we are very grateful to him. And he continued to do these explanations further and further, and it sheds more and more light to our pathway. And we can see that the followers are becoming more and more because they understand that this is the correct pathway, and all the misconceptions like that we can't reach this nirvana within this life is getting melted away little by little. So more people are understanding these facts, and we can always continue with our commitments, the support and the duties towards our temple. Doesn't mean that the crowd is being diverted from the temples to Buddothpada's sermons only. We are balancing everything. So that is what most of us are doing. So I will conclude the session. Very gratefully, I'm worshipping Triple Gem. And also, I worship Aran Mahase at his feet for his great work, for his unimaginable energy and the strength to do all these things. Such a powerful way of organizing the things. So we are very grateful, Thiruvan Sarnayar and Hansa. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, finally, a very grateful remark to our friends who are tirelessly working to provide us with the technical support. And Thiruvan Saranai to all of you.
Everyone, Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending Dhamma Zoom talk. We the Adhanatha joined us. We discuss about Dhamma. We need to talk. We need to look at how to develop our elements of mindfulness in this Buddhist order. Accordingly, let us see how to develop the mindfulness of feeling in this order, sasana. We meet to receive feelings within the world. Feelings come from a specific person, a specific place, a specific taste, a specific smell, or from specific images. We feel that we receive feelings from the external. If we feel some kind of suffering or any feeling, we feel that it comes from somewhere. We feel like we can stop someplace with the arm of the hand and say that the feeling can be felt. We will be able to say that the feeling can be felt at this specific point. This shows that we associate the from rupa to a thing, we connected the feeling to the body rupa. And wherever there is a feeling, it is followed by thoughts, volitions, or mental formations, sankhara. It means that there will be bodily actions, kaya sankhara, verbal mental actions, vachi sankhara, and mental formations, mano sankhara. Bodily, verbal, and mental mind formations built on ignorance or avidya. Now, during this mindfulness of feeling or Vedananupassana, or should let go of these three formations. For that, one would get off the world first. The mind arises into action in the form of the mind. The body and words due to grasping of the stimulus from the world. A stimulus occur in the mind. Taking that stimulus as a target, we get up and go from here. Good and bad, coming and going, all this build up because we grasp that stimulus to our ignorance. When you get a feeling, it's not felt just along by itself. You get a feeling of where it comes from too. You can touch it. You can say it. You can think for it as that is where the feeling comes from. What is that place? What is grasped as a thing is a form rupa, and that is your body. Really, the form cannot be grasped. We think you feel is your body. The feeling that you can grasp your body is an illusion. Now, you even meet a body that has a feeling. Now we also find a spine which can feel the pain. You find a leg that feels the pain. We find the knee that feels the pain too. We also stomach that feels the pain. When you practice the correct mindfulness of the sensation with an anupasana, our body cannot exist. Let us see how we can go wrong and believe that there is a body. When we meditate, we shut our eyes. For example, let us say that you want to practice the breathing meditation while being then seated cross-legged in the lotus position. You tend to feel pain is someplace body and you point at the place. where the pain is felt. While keeping your eyes closed, you tend to move your hand to the area where the pain is coming from, and you tend to shift to a different position in order to prevent feeling the pain. When your hand moved towards the point of pain, your mind told you that you felt the pain on your body. But according to the correct mindfulness of the form, the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body should not experience any feeling or sensation. It had all the sensation we experienced. It was experienced only because of the formation of a mind. The mind experienced the sensation in a mirage, an illusion, just like a mirage of a pool of water in the middle of a desert. A sensation arises to the mind. Then the mind assigns the pain to a certain shape from which believes the pain comes from. Then the mind tries to match it with something the mind learned previously. Then the mind ties up the sensation to a place on the body, which is also the mirage or illusion known as the body. The sensation is a thought, chaitasika. The thought does not belong to the body. It rises in the mind. But we tie it to the from rupa or the body. Then we identify that the painful sensation arose from the body. The perception, which is mirage, named the point from where the sensation arose from the mind. Now, recognize the part that was named and said that the pain was received from this part of the body, from sound, smell, taste, and the touch sense on the skin do not give any indication as to where the pain comes from. When we are made to find a place where we are able to touch and say that is the point where the sensation came from, then we tie that part where the sensation came from our body. Now we associate the pain with the body and think we are experiencing the pain in the body. Now we start experiencing pleasurable, painful, dominance or natural Adukkamasuka sensation in the body, mainly due to our ignorance about the body. The mind does not receive any stimuli, except from sound, smell, taste, or touch feeling. The mind handles only a thing in order, other words, knowing something. So, well, we like this practicing in Dhamma. We always face many errors or many problems. So, our our spiritual Dhamma guidance teach always our had explain the correct path. Then I will wait a moment. Our Buddothpado, our teacher, join with us.
Therun Sarnai. Therun Sarnai, everybody. This week I think is special. Practical side. Otherwise, yesterday I hear in the Dhamma friend explained that. Otherwise, yeah, it is very, very well. But especially what is happened here, how is our alive feel is coming, how is our soul is creating, how is this suffering and sadness is happening, why people suffering, sadness, in sadness, why they have sadness feel coming. So this whole world today, is struggling. Just few years nearby, you can realize fast few years what happened in this world. So Corona is coming. Many people are afraid. So whole world struck. They are going a race. They are thinking like a machine. This whole world, people, where's going? So there's everybody in little childhood. They're studying. We are also studying. And after our mind coming to plan future. What is the future? Kindergarten time, the teachers asking, what is your hope? What's your dream? The babies are talking. When I was grow up, I like be a doctor. I like be engineer. So many kind of these names, these ideas, little guys, they getting these ideas. They are looking, they are seeing, and they are getting the signal message. What is the message? So they are looking that someone in a rich, someone in a there's a strong characters. So there are someone in poor guys. So some guys are the rich guys. So their mind coming. They automatically come in the race. This system is created like this, our mind. This is our race, human race. We are studying and we are doing the exams, and we are getting the knowledge, and we are finding the jobs, many kind of jobs, many varieties. What we are doing? What's the ending? Everybody is studying and after grow up and getting the jobs, and they after married, and they are another generation. They are so after having a babies, and after they are going to eldest, so ending the life after their death. All of them are dead. No, normally is the situation. What is this life? You also go in that path. Everybody thinking like this. But what happened here? Why you are birth? Where are you coming from? Why you are living? Why you are dead? Why is happening this? Some of them not believing that after the death is going somewhere. So many people believe in gods. So whole world, more people thinking God made this world. It's really God made this world. Where's that go? No, nobody knows. They don't know. But they're thinking, what is the real is? What is the truth? Is this? So how can you believe in? So have you any experience? No. Only the belief. But it's a misconception, misconception, or it's an illusion. No, it's not there. Why we are believing this? We can think, we can realize. You haven't any experience. So all religion is talking this. After the death, going somewhere. So many people thinking. They want to go head to heaven. So they are praying. They are doing pilgrimage. But they don't like going to heaven. They want good world, good dreams. But it is dream. Ever dream. But what is the truth is here? Buddha not telling this. But that is not the Buddha's path. Buddha won't end in this cycle of birth. So that is why Buddha explained the truth. That is why Buddha finding the truth. What's Buddha explain? This is practically you can experience this. This present moment is the whole story. You can remember your history, but it is only the present moment of thought. You can thinking of future, but it is only the present moment of thought. This present moment thought is not real. That is the case. Why? You can realize. You go back your childhood and you remind what's happened. How is coming craving? How is coming defilements? You are born in the little time that you have a radiant mind. So there's no any defilements. There's no craving. No. How is coming this? This cell will there's a attachments L will and delusion is how is coming this ignorance. What is this world? What is this? How are you know? How I know this world? What is the real? That's the kindergarten time we are explaining. Our mind is creation. How is our mind is creation? That's Buddha's explanation. That is the dependent origination. That is Buddha's explanation, this world. The true Dharma. The true Dharma is, this world is your mind. This mind is every time is creating. Every time, every moment, the thoughts are creating. This thought is the world. This is a thinking world. You are talking about the material. Yeah, you have experience. Yeah. But you can realize, what is this material? Okay, today I think this explaining this, our spiritual friend, Buddothpado Dhamma, friend, Dr. Kokila. I think Kokila ready, no? To explain this. Join with us, it's okay. Tera sana, Kokila.
Tera sana, Aranwans.
Tera sana. Yes, Kokila. Yeah, you can explain this. Buddothpado Dhamma discourses doing the explaining the mind creation is how is this soul is coming, how is this alive feel is coming, what is this life, no? It's okay, Kokila. Tera sana.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Before I commence, I'll pay my homage to the fully awakened one, the Supreme Buddha, and Aran Mahanse, who is our noble friend and the teacher. I think I have talked a bit about this, how this like I tried, I would say, I tried to explain and took a humble effort to explain how the mind is originated, or the what it's sampada from a different angle. So I hope someone hearing this and who is only able to understand English would think about this. So the most importantly, it has been a question everywhere: who am I? Or how this mind is created? Why it is so different in each and individual person? And there's like a lot of research going on about this, even though it is very difficult because all the research are lab-based, and someone doing a research paper, they have to prove, and to prove something, you need something solid. But the mind, I don't think anyone can actually do it in a lab environment, but we definitely can understand some of the qualities that we understand from everyday, like day-to-day living. Because day-to-day living, imagine from the day, in the morning, you get up in the morning and imagine how the life is flowing. Each and every time you have an experience, and you get up, you brush your teeth, you go to the toilet, you maybe make your breakfast and go to whatever you're going. You go to school, or you go to work, or you go to temple, you go to a shop, whatever. So you are doing something, and in the meantime you also keep thinking in the background. And apart from those thoughts that keep coming all the time, you can see, you can hear, you can feel. You feel a lot of things, you taste, you smell, and all these experiences from our senses. That's the human experiences. We can't really explain about other animals' experiences because we don't have an idea. Because we can only talk about our senses. If we attach another sense, maybe that we could talk about it, but again, it has restrictions because it's human-made. Human-made. Anything is made by humans. It will be guided through these, guided through our own senses. So our senses, as you know, we have 5 senses and the mind consciousness, which is actually acting as another organ or another sensor, which is a bit difficult to understand to everyone. The mind sensor itself has different outcomes or different properties, I would say. All those properties are guided by the experiences you had before. As I said, you have the ability to so imagine, as the example I took last time, pineapple. So someone who liked the pineapple, imagine that you are the person who likes the pineapple. Or maybe you are the person who hates pineapple. So whatever the feeling you have, so as an example, we'll take the person who likes it for now as an example. So the person who likes the pineapple, you will see it on the shelf of a shopping center. And as soon as you see it, you can feel, or you might think about it. This is fully ripened. It should be very good. And you will need, you like try hard to buy it, to eat. And you will be thinking about it. Is it good enough? Is it ripened enough? Is it has people use a lot of chemicals to produce this pineapple? Or is it organic or not? Can I use it for something today? So like that, the thought process will keep happening. All these thought processes are actually the ideas or the things that you have done with it before, or you have heard about it, or you have thought about it, and you have felt about it, you have seen about it. So all the experiences, you will feel that keep flowing, coming to you, flowing to your system. But the problem is, we don't take it as a system. We take it as, I see the pineapple and I really like it and I want to eat it. I want to buy it and eat it. That's all we think about, with the wrong view. That's what we do. We think that aren't going to eat the pineapple. So if the pineapple is rotten, you will really get angry, and if it's really good, you will be really happy. So I told a scenario, but do you think this scenario has anything wrong? Not really. There's nothing wrong in that scenario. Only the wrong thing is the feeling of self-fear, or that you think that you are actually experiencing this episode. This is like a just a process, but you feel that you are experiencing it. You are in that film, even though it is already happening without your control. You feel you are doing it. You feel you are directing this film, even though you don't have any control over that film. So these episodes or the thoughts do occur without any control. They come and go. Only problem is which each thought, the alive feeling is born. So the jati happens, or suffering is brought about. Why this suffering is brought about? What is the truth of suffering? Truth of suffering is that as soon as you feel something is actually experienced by you, or you are taking something, or you're focusing something, when you focus, if you feel that you focused it, and if you feel that it is real, this suffering has arisen, or the jati has arisen, or you have become it. So the pineapple is very important, and you love it, you want to eat it, all that. So you feel that you are alive and you are experiencing the pineapple, the taste, smell, everything. So it's one chitta though. Can you actually, last time also I reiterated this, you can't really eat the pineapple. You just, with your organs, you can only handle a chitta or a thought. Even though you touch something, you can only experience the thought, even though you are touching something, and the touch receptors or the pain receptors or the temperature receptors, they are all getting activated and give you a thought, and you can only appreciate that thought. You can't appreciate the outside, even though we try to believe, or we actually believe in that. We actually have an experience about the outside. So we can't actually appreciate the outside, even though we believe in that. What happens is we appreciate the thought or the perception or the sanya we got from the sensor. So if you keep understanding this, you understand that feeling of self, or the perception of self, or perception of existence, is the truth about suffering. That's the suffering. The outside world or the pineapple has nothing to do with your suffering. People love to believe that. People love to believe that this pineapple brought me suffering. Okay, daughter brought me suffering. The son brought me suffering. Parents brought me suffering. Or the partner brought me suffering. We all love to think like that. But the problem is, truth of suffering is actually the feeling of existence, or feeling of self. So that you feel the duality, you feel that there is a sufferer and there is something else to suffer, to feel, to experience. And so Lord Buddha actually explained in Four Noble Truths also the truth of suffering and truth of the cause of suffering. What's the cause of the suffering? Cause of the suffering is craving. So if you have something because of ignorance, if you take something as real or fixed, or if you have an experience that you feel different to, you feel the duality, that suffering has arisen at the same time. And the truth of the cause of suffering, the craving, last time also I told you, if there is a thing or experience that gives you a feeling, craving, unfortunately do occur. Craving is actually something that you don't have to live with, but it occurs due to ignorance, because as soon as there's duality, that you feel that there is self, you can't help craving. You can't do anything about that craving which has arisen. So craving already has started to give you trouble if you feel that there is something to crave for. That's the self of existence, feeling of self or perception of self that brings upon this. So actually speaking, this suffering is actually I tried to tell you this last time also, that when this pineapple becomes like a real thing in your system, this other system, that another vibration is there, which is actually coexisting with the or getting a telepathy effect because of that. That's the feeling of existence you get from craving. So when there is craving, the raga, dvesha, moha is already there in different ways. It can be subtle, it can be very obvious. Very obvious, it's really easy to detect. You can even kill someone for the pineapple if you really crave that hard. But craving can be very subtle. You will not even reach for the pineapple, and still, if you have the perception of the sanya for the pineapple in your mind, still you your mind, because the sanya or the perception of the pineapple is still there, craving will still go on, but it's in a milder form. It's a different form, but you still will have that. It's actually called that in a different way. All the time, this craving can cause another craving to become. That's bhavatanha. So that every time this one chitta is formed, you will have a craving for another chitta, because that craving would be there for the existence. So you just crave for the existence too. That's really dangerous, because that's where this cycle of birth keep continuing and keep continuing and keep continuing, because of the craving for existence. Why do we have that craving? Because of that. That is because of the ignorance, because we think we actually exist and then crave for that. In each thought, we have this craving. In each thought, we like to become of that thought. And the feeling of existence we actually kind of enjoy that feeling of existence. That's the problem of Bhavatanha, or craving for becoming, or craving for existence. So Lord Buddha explained that there's truth of the end of suffering. And that's so beautiful, because people would think, no, we can't get rid of this craving, or we can't get rid of this feeling of existence. No, Lord Buddha said, you can. That's the beauty of Buddhism, or not like classic. I'm talking about this actual Dhamma. He was relating to all the other beings. So there is an end of suffering, which is great. Otherwise, people will never understand there is an end to this feeling of existence or the perception of existence. You can end it. But if you end it without actually fighting the ignorance or knowing what ignorance is, you will actually go into another extreme where you have a craving for not becoming, or vibhavatanha. So you don't want the pineapple because you like it so much. You hate the pineapple because you love it so much. That's not the point. That doesn't make any sense, and it will not end the suffering. The more you understand about the ignorance, more you understand that the end of craving is the end of suffering. It's very tricky though, because it's not the end of craving for pineapple. That's the people get misled. They try to actually, I want to stop craving pineapple. Okay, that's so easy and looks easy. And they try to do that. They try to do that by avoiding the pineapple, doing some meditation, sitting down, okay, doing meditation. I don't want pineapple. I like it so much, but I'm not going to be beaten by this pineapple. I'm going to end craving for pineapple. That's what people try to do. If they love money, they will be like, no, I'm going to end the craving for money. But the problem is, Dhamma is actually talking about this feeling of existence, because it's actually about truth of the end of suffering. It's not actually speaking about end of craving to these things. It's end of craving to feeling of existence, or the vibration you feel inside that you are existing. How do you end that? That's where you need to listen to some Dhamma that will explain about this feeling of existence, or the perception of existence, or the Atma Sanya in that case, in Sinhala. So, to end suffering, you need to end craving. To end craving, you need to understand what made you to crave. What made you to crave this feeling of existence? That's because of the ignorance that it's actually existing. The more you feel that you're existing, you can't help craving about that, because it's ignorance making you to feel that there is someone here. There's someone here experiencing outside, someone here experiencing inside, someone here thinking, someone here doing things, someone here talking, someone here giving a speech, someone here touching something, someone here eating or drinking or smelling, or in that case seeing something, hearing something. So this you have to understand Dhamma and actually find about this ignorance. What are you ignorant of? You have to understand there is a truth there somewhere which you haven't heard before. You haven't heard this before. If you have heard this before, we will not be here talking like this with these 5 senses. Or 6 senses in that case, with the mind sensor. So what is a path? Lord Buddha talked about a path, truth of the path that leads to the end or the cessation of suffering. So how can you end the feeling of existence? How can you feel there's nothing as duality? There's nothing, no duality, or the vibration inside your body. That more you understand that vibration is formed or dependently originated, you will know that the craving goes away. You can't really do anything about the craving. You just have to wait and see how the craving goes away itself. And there's a path. What is the path? First, you have to understand this. That's the right view. You have to understand. You have to have some help from a noble friend to understand that there is a right view. What is the right view? That's actually how this vibration inside a person, or the feeling of, or the perception of existence arise. It arises from dependent origination with the ignorance of not knowing that it's a magic, and it's actually you tend to live in that magic, not knowing that it's a magic. I told you that before last time. So when you have right view about how this is formed, you slowly tend to get rid of the craving, because end of craving is the end of suffering. There should be something or someone or a thing or a experience for you to crave, which is you have taken as real or existing. If you take something as existing, you are there. I told you about 3 times that in the one last like a discussion. If you feel something is existing, you are alive, or you are there too. So the right view and right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right mindfulness, right concentration, in all these is word right. What does that mean? So actually, you have to do everything without the sense of existence. First, you have to actually get rid of this wrong view that there is self. That is where you actually become a stream winner. Stream winner means that you get rid of this wrong view and you come to right view on that moment, to understand that there is no self. It's just a thought that we have, just another thought that we feel. But it is so powerful, because this has been fueled in each cycle of birth. It has been practiced so much, this view, the wrong view is so strong. So some people actually struggle to get into this right view, because the formation of me, myself, or this vibration inside a person, you can look at it in a wrong way and think, yes, I am here. Why are you saying I'm not here? I'm here. Yes, because you feel it, because you feel the vibration inside you. But friends, what Lord Buddha told was there is an end to suffering, which is beautiful. There's an end to suffering. So end to suffering, there's a path to end the suffering. So the path is to actually understand and actually have the right view. It starts from there. So actually path starts from becoming a stream winner. So you understand that this is a process, and you understand every time you get something really as existing, you exist, and suffering exist, and craving exist. But slowly, when you try to do things, that's the actually path, is where you try to actually, after understanding the view, you practice. This is where the practice comes into place, because practice is needed to fight with the practice we had for in every chitta which happened before in cycle of birth. Every chitta had the habit of feeling this existence, feeling of existence, or the perception, or the vibration. You're so used to that. That's the addiction we have. That's the primary or basic addiction we have, or habit we have, which we can't beat. So you need a thorough, very consistent path to get rid of that habit, because you need to think without you. We need to speak without you. We need to do actions without you. You need to do your occupations without you. You need to do the mindfulness even without you. You need to do the concentration without you. So friends, it's not easy, but you need the guidance. You may need the guidance. Not you may, actually you need the guidance throughout how to do this, because we have done this abhisankara, or the practice of jati, or the practice of becoming, or practice of craving with ignorance for a long time. Even though we have the right view, it's difficult to beat this atma sanya, or the feeling or the perception of existence, because we have a habit now to beat, to get this. Each time we do something, we tend to get the feeling of existence. But when we go in this path, when you try to do this, so even the effort to do this should be right effort, because it should be done without. But because a stream winner has the right view, everything becomes easy, because when you have the right view, you don't label it as, or you don't feel it as, I am doing. If you feel that you are doing something in the path that leads to cessation of suffering, friends, that could be wrong, because you can't really do anything. You just have to keep understanding what is happening, and then when you have the right view, things do occur. They just happen. You just have to do this though, because there's a path. That means there's a practice. You have to practice to think without your feeling of existence, or you have to practice to think without you in there. You have to practice to do that, and when you do that, you slowly understand, oh, okay, this is just a process. Even though I'm not there, it is happening. I still get up and brush my teeth, go to the kitchen, do the stuff there, and get dressed and go to work. So even with the right view, you just keep doing the same things, but there's no self. And more you understand this, more you become less craving. It just automatically happens. More you understand this path, more you end the craving. It's a slow process though, because we are actually slow in understanding this. In the past, in Lord Buddha's time, there were people who understood it by one word or 2-3 words, but we are struggling. So we need the support of others who kind of has gone in that path before us. So that's a noble friend. That's why Lord Buddha said noble friends is very important in this path. Even though there's dependent origination, if you don't understand it, it's useless because it's just few words to you. But if you know someone who understands that, then it is easy for you to understand, okay, this is about the vibration you feel inside, and that suffering, actually there's a cause for suffering. That's the craving you get because you took everything seriously. You took everything as not as an episode of this film, or just took it seriously and real. So any experience you took as real, you are living, and that's suffering. And to end the craving, the path should be practiced with the start of right view. So friends, in there, I would actually like to tell you, I just touched on the Four Noble Truths, but I would like to tell you, anyone who is trying to understand this Dhamma, keep on listening to Dhamma, don't give up even though you don't understand. And then try to experience things. Try to experience things. Try to actually look into the things that you do in a different angle. Am I doing this, or is this happening already? Am I doing a mathematical calculation, or is it happening already? The system is working, even though you thought that there is someone doing it. It's actually a system which works very well to give that mirage effect, to believe that there is someone doing it. So all the humans are in that mirage or the magic. So everyone acts as everyone is actually doing it, or actually talking. Actually, I am talking, I am doing this, I am thinking. So it's such a complex thing, even though few people will understand that it's actually not me doing it, it's a process which automatically happens anyway. And you, as soon as you understand this fully, this craving already start to go away. Gradually it goes away. Craving, the amount of craving you have is depending on whatever the things that you are ignorant of. That means the more you beat the ignorance, more you understand the right view, more you beat the craving. So friends, if you actually want to understand the truth of suffering and truth of the cause of suffering, which is craving, and how to end the craving and the path, listen to Dhamma. And Arun Wahanse gives an account of how the mind is formed and how this view, wrong view, has happened. Because it's an automatic thing. When you feel something is outside, automatically you feel that I am experiencing it. It's a natural thing to happen. But only with wisdom you can actually get this right view, that actually this duality is a mirage itself. So friends, I invite you, all of you, to listen to Dhamma, understand Dhamma, and enter this path for cessation of suffering. May Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your explanation and your experience. You have experience. That's a special. That's a experience is not a believing. No, it is very worth. So everybody want this experience. So first, everybody want listening. What is that happen here? We are explaining. First, want to be understand, listening, and you see, it's not believing. You don't believe this. You can experience. So everybody can experience this. So our Dhamma friend, we know she had experience. That is why she explaining this. She explaining her experience, not only the that's a knowledge. This experience. We know that. That's she had experience and she explain others. You can experience it. This is true. Not to believe in this true. It's happening. You have craving. Everybody have difference. So it's fading. And finally, tranquility is kind of peaceful, calm mind. Because the understanding, that is the Buddha's awaken to the moment, super awaken. The super awaken is what is here? Nothing here. So this is the process. Our mind is a process. We want to understand how is this creating? How is these feelings are coming? Why we are sad, suffering? So it's especially this one is especially. So we don't know this. We are like a blind. That is why. You don't know what happened to you. You thinking after the death you are going somewhere. But it's not true. True is this present moment is the only the moment. But you don't know this after the death. What happened? This is an unbelievable one. This is a frequency. Your mind is not like your thinking style. Your mind is not any other life or any other soul or anything. It's vibrations. It's happening that same telepathy. So like a waves, radio waves, that frequency. Like that is circle of birth is happening. The waves. This is your LI feel is like your LI feel is a vibration like that. Waves like that. It's a power is generating. System. This is happening automatically. No one is doing this natural phenomena here. It's special. You won't understand. it's a rare thing. It's not easy understand, but you can. You know the truth is okay. This present moment is the only the moment. This present moment is the happening everything. This present moment is something existent feel you have. That's your journey, cycle of earth, suffering. But this present moment is not happening. That the existent feel is not coming. That's the ending of your cycle of earth. This is special. This is unbelievable. This power, there's a power generating automatically. This moment to moment is power is generating. But power is not generating. This every moment is not constructing the power. Not vibration is happening. That's a cycle of birth in ending. That's unbelievable, yeah. Our thoughts is the everything. Our thought is not existent. It's not. That's all. You know that's thought is sound and forms together. That's one is the thought. The sound from any living being? No. Sound is a sound. There's a form. It's a picture. Is that only the picture? These senses are 5 senses. There's a feel. There's a skin sensor and the smell sensor and your taste. Tongue is sensor. These are creating the senses. This power is generated. But what is that power? Is existent field. That's the existent field is there's a effort. Cause and effort term is here. There's a vibration is here. Sensors are working. There's a vibrations. It's a cause and effort is the existent field. That effort is the cause. The effort. Another step is the effort. That's a existent field is the cause. Effort is the alive field. It's like a circle. It's happening this chain like that. That's a dependent. Just like a chain. These are ignorance. This is not real, but it is happening. It's a power only. But we are talking about the alive, the soul, but not non-soul is here. This is the happening. Not easy. We know that. You can experience. Every moment is happening this. But you understood this Dhamma is not happening. Because you know that this is not truth. This is not permanent anything. Anything is not real. That is the gone, the existent field. That is okay after you can see, you can hear, everything normally is happening, but not value is coming. That value is the existent field. Otherwise, it is the alive field. That is the soul. But everything is gone. Nothingness. Finally, is tranquility. That is the Nibbana. It's not easy. You want to experience. First you want to know, second you want to experience. You want to know this true Dhamma is the Satya Jnana. The second one is the Krutya Jnana. It's a practical. You want to experience that. There's a third one is the Krutajnana. That one is the tranquility. Finally is endless happiness. Because you haven't a death or birth. These are the thoughts only. It's not real. You are thinking. But every moment is happening. That's your thought is creating. It's otherwise thought is the sounded forms. It's not there. So that is why nothingness. No being, no living being, nothing exists. So these Dhamma friends are they have experience. That is why they are explaining. It's okay. We can discuss again. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss again. We can join tomorrow again. And thank you, our Dr. Kokila and everybody. We can join tomorrow and discuss. Okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි dear friend of Dhamma. Welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. We discuss about the Dhamma are still joining us. The Buddhas preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of these aramunu that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. So, supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that in truly six exist outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance, the pure truth, also known as avidya, which make us believe in the outside samudaya. It is only because of your ignorance of the pure part. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance, and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of lobha, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Craving tanha on knowing a book can reside. On there is a book outside, you definitely tend to get attached to it, or you would dislike it. If you believe in the book you see outside, then craving, clinging, birth, old age, death, sorrow, and lamentation will follow. To avoid going to all this suffering, how could you use this thought to realize this truth? Can you use this thought to come out of your suffering? We will teach you how to do that. You have to see the truth in the thought. You have to observe that there is no book outside. You have to know that outside is only an illusion. The book is seen within the samudra, which is an illusional mundane world. This mundane world does not exist outside. The book is only a thought. It does not exist outside. And the thought too is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. If you have the wisdom to see all the above qualities in an aramunu or stimuluses, and if you have thoroughly understood the Dhamma, then you could begin your journey to realize the ultimate truth. Once you develop the Satya Jnana, it will lead to Prutya Jnana, which in turn will lead to Pratajnana. When you go on the path, you have to develop the Satya Jnana. Developing the Satya Jnana means you need to realize that you don't exist. You don't exist. You need to eliminate your Sakkaya Drishtya. You have to recognize that everything that you experience to feel from our six senses does not belong to anybody. Once you completely attain the realization that there is no you automatically move on to develop the Pruthanyana. Pruthanyana means you realize that this illusion is created only by the six senses. And you clearly see the Nimitti Subhave and the six senses. When you have the wisdom on the Pruthanyana, you just don't do anything. The seeing on the illusion automatically happiness. Automatically happiness means you don't think that there is no outside. You already feel that there is no outside. At the stage of Krutajnana, the moment you receive an aramunu from any one of senses, you will immediately be able to realize that the book which you see outside is only thought, that it does not exist outside, and then you let go of that thought. When you let go of one thought, it is similar to letting go on a long string of consecutive thoughts that arise in the mind consciousness. To come to this stage of Prutajnana, you should be a Sotapanna. Only a person who has delayed The wisdom of Sotapanna and Anagami could come to point of Pratඥāna. If we explain it even further, we could say that only person who has particularly experienced the pure path, a person who has dropped off his concept of self, and the person who is on the path to nirvana can be at the stage of Pratඥāna or at the stage of wisdom. At the stage of Pratඥāna, you should already have the realization that the stimulus aramunu that comes from outside or the book seen outside is only a sanya, a perception that has been introduced to your mind consciousness before. You should also know very well that perception of a book is something that was not introduced to you at this moment. The preparation of a book was something that was introduced to you before. Also, you must have a very clear understanding the respect for the thought that was formed. At this moment, there is no other thought. You always have only one thought, and you should also know that the thought of form only in this moment. You should also have a very clear understanding that there is nothing as the moment entire. And you should have understanding and the wisdom that not even a book exists at this moment. It is an illusion. When you arrive at this point of wisdom, you will awaken to the moment of the pure truth that truly nothing is at all. When you awaken to the moment, you will experience your nothingness, the Shunyatava. Okay. Like we just continue our when we can practice in our Dhamma, always we face the very problem. Our Buddothpado spiritual guidance teacher always with the correct path to Nirvana. So we at the moment we learn our journey classing, Tivasaranai.
Therang Sanai. Therang Sanai. Do you hear me? Menasa, are you hear me?
Arana sir. Okay, we
Therang
hear.
Sanai. Yeah, it's okay.
Arana sir, here we are.
Therang Sanai, everybody. Yesterday we hear that our Dhamma friend explained the another step of dependent origination. This dependent origination is, I think, everything have. So, Four Noble Truth also there. So, this dependent origination is Buddha explained this word. Just never heard before. Dhamma is that's first time is Dhamma Chakravartina Sutra. There are Tripitaka how you can search. So Buddha explained that first time Dhamma Chakravartina Sutras, 5 teachers after became a Buddha. What explained this whole word? This insight meditation. You know, this insight meditation is not a concentration meditation. This insight meditation is the special. So what happened today? Today people try to understand what is the real dependent origination. There's a struggling here, the whole world. So some people talking concentration meditation is Buddha's word, but it's not Buddha's word. But people are going that path. They are thinking, Buddha done. Yeah, Buddha did it. Before came a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa. What is doing? Siddhartha Tapasa and other 5 teachers also, their concentration meditation is practically they are going that. They are finding the samadhi, yeah, they have samadhi, but not ending the suffering. So that is why Buddha less that 5 teachers. That is especially whole world won't realize this. Why we are talking about concentration meditation is not a Buddha's explain. Buddha's Buddha's it is not a Buddha's finding. It is not a Buddha's way. So before came a Buddha, that Siddhartha Tapas also did this, but it not ending the suffering, because it's okay. That's a samadhi is there. There's a mandate play. Yeah, they are in a samadhi, but not the ending the suffering. That is the case. So Buddha explained the inside meditation. So someone who won't go this path, Nibbana path, it's okay. Someone doing first earlier concentration meditation is okay. Some small period is doing is okay. It's not the all of this way. It's not enough. It's the beginning is okay. So because your mind is some coming silence are coming this way, but inside meditation worth that concentration meditation, yeah, it's okay. But inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding what is this, what is the truth here. We don't know the truth. We are in misconception. We are misunderstanding. So we are in the illusion. So how is not the truth? How is happen the Nibbana? It's not happening. That is why don't hear in the Dhamma. Yeah, after you can understand what is the truth here. That's the truth is your mind is the everything. Your mind is this world, is mindful world. How is this happening? You know, that's a radiant mind is the before kindergarten, little child, how that's a little baby don't know anything. So there's the radiant mind. There's no any defilements, because that's radiant mind haven't a craving. Radiant mind don't know anything. That is the pure time. That's a clean. That's a white sheet like that, crystal clear. Yeah, that's radiant mind is the radiant mind. It's not radiant mind don't know anything. That's a little child. Everybody beginning. That's the point. So after what happened, radiant mind. After what happened in the garden time, is this word is coming. How is this word is coming? Thus, kindergarten teachers given the pictures eye and given the sound ear. The sound and forms together. That is the thoughts are creating. That's the thought is the thinking world. It's the thoughtful world. It's the mind world. So this is the truth. So first someone understood this truth. After what happened? So someone don't know this truth is in illusion. There's a defilement is there. But someone understand this. Defilements are fading. Finally, what happened is the tranquility. That's the Nibbana part. So this dependent origination is our senses. Senses are creating. That's the thoughts are is the effort. Is the thoughts is the cause. Others is another step is your soul is the effort. What is the Soul is alive field. So that is the you field. Ego. That's the egoistic. Otherwise, it's coming. How is this coming? Is this world? The world is, you have world, you have many things, you have defilements. You haven't anything. Where's the defilements? You are suffering. So you understand what is happening here. You understand is this world is not real. It's a thoughts. It's a thinking world. So after what happened, nothing existed, anything, nothing alive field is coming. So that is the way. So this is the short form explaining is dependent origination. So that is how is coming your suffering and sadness. This is a style. This is the system. This is the process. Is your mind. Is creation. So that's the final is the suffering is coming. So how is this ending? Ending is you won't understand your mind. So it's okay. Finally, what happened? Finally, everything is clear. Your defilements are fading. Is you are in tranquility, peaceful. That's the nibbana. Somewhere the firing is gone. It's okay, cool. No, your mind is finally coming cool. The peaceful world is the ending. The whole people are in peaceful. So you know today everywhere the war signal is coming. So Israel and Iran and so so you know these people going wrong. This world is going wrong. Why is this war? Why is people thinking like this? Is the your mind? Is the everybody's the egoistic, the mind? So that is why they are attacking. So it's not good. So someone understood this Dhamma. What is Buddha's explain is every voice gone. Yeah, it's very worth to today also. This mind also not a real. It's not permanent. That is why. That's a silly point. It's a silly things. No, someone understood this is a silly things. What is this life? It's not like that. So we invite today also explain this another step is okay. Therwan Samai, my Dhamma friend.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah,
Please accept my humble worship ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Actually, we are sharing the true Dhamma message we received from our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Just now you listen to our Aryan Wahanse. Actually, whatever the content or the example or the concept like, vibration, these radiant minds, all that what we are discussing here is really not our wisdom or not our knowledge. All those wisdom came from our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, that is our spiritual guidance teacher. So therefore, if you have any question, the best thing is you need to approach our spiritual guidance teacher. What we try here is actually we are taking a humble effort somehow to deliver that message to you. But what we are discussing here somehow or the other, belongs to actually our Aryan Wahanse, spiritual guidance teacher. But the certain places there can be, because sometimes we may interpret the way we realize, but I think we are trying our level best to, explain the same thing. But I think there can be certain situation our teacher, the spiritual guidance teacher, needs to, improve this content. So whenever, sometimes during my speech, so I request our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse to improve then and there. So it will be helpful for everyone. Right. So today also we'll continue the discussion. So I request whole world to research this Dhamma part because this Dhamma is highly practical. That is the difference I see in this Dhamma.
That's why I also became a follower in this Dhamma, because I see a reality, oh, this is highly practical. So as Aryan Vahanse just explained, we were also, doing the concentration meditation for some time back. But after we, complete that, we back again have this Raga Dvesha Moha experience. So, but this one, of course, we see a greater difference, because we can clearly see our moha, our, delusion, that is being gradually reduced, because we know when the moha or the delusion is present, all the problems comes. So that's why I invite everyone to, come and research this, because this is very interesting, and you will definitely benefit out of this. Then anybody who observe this Dhamma will, experience a complete change day by day. So that is the most important. That's why we say this is Sandittika Dhamma. So actually what we are sharing is the experimental experience of our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Right. Now we'll start the same discussion as yesterday. So now we know this mind sensor. Actually, there is nothing called mind sensor. But I thought to, today to touch upon this a bit. But because when we explain, we have to always refer to a thing. Otherwise, we can't explain this Dhamma. So we have been discussing other sensors like, eye sensor, nose sensor. But today, let's look at this mind sensor. Actually, mind sensor is like a stream. So what happens is, naturally, one after the other, thoughts will flow to your mind. So that I think you can experience. If you never had experience of a thought, you just, take a moment and maybe 5 minutes, and you just observe your thoughts. Then you will see thoughts are flowing. One after the other, different thoughts are flowing. So it is natural for thoughts to arise from the mind sensor. Yeah, right. So sometimes you will get a thought to go to the garden. So that is the arise of mind consciousness, right? Then what happened? Now your eye consciousness will arise, and mind consciousness will recognize the direction to the garden. Then what happened? Then your body consciousness will arise, and automatically your hands, legs will be moved according to a pattern or a rhythm towards the garden. If you really see that rhythm, that hand and leg movement rhythm, we know that rhythm is not something we do by thinking. It's happened automatically, isn't it? You practice and see. Because it is we think, we work, but actually from the body consciousness, that movement happened towards the end point. Then what happened? Then your back again, your eye consciousness will arise, and mind consciousness will recognize you are in the garden, because we know eye consciousness cannot recognize the image. So it has a kind of a photo only, no? So then mind consciousness will recognize, okay, now you have arrived the destination point. So now what happened? Now actually I need to discuss a bit more about these thoughts, how the thought flowing happen. So now when you are, now you are in the garden, and now you are looking at the same thing, no? Maybe you are now looking the same garden. So what happens when you are looking at the same thing longer, then you get another thought. Now enough. Go and watch television. Now see, because what happens is your system needs energy, your system needs or derives energy from the sensor pleasures, no? So the moment you are seeing the same thing, automatically you get bored and then another thought comes, right? So now you understand when you are looking at the same thing, your sense of pleasure gradually reduces. Then your system needs more energy, right? Therefore, now a different thought came for you to go and watch television. Then still it will not end. Then after sometimes what happened? Another thought will come to drink maybe a fruit juice. Then another thought will come to read a newspaper. So you will complete that. Then another thought will come to have a bath. Right? Then another thought will come to go and eat something. Right? Then another thought will come, I must stay with my child for a while. So we can understand the thoughts will flow one after the other. Thoughts will flow one after the other, inviting you for sense pleasures. So the variation of sense pleasures, this variation, this is the important thing. So this system require a variation of sense pleasures. The variation of sense pleasures kind of a fuel energy to your system, because that, as Aryan Mahanse explained, that live feeling, because the sense of pleasure gives you a live feeling. That is the energy. That is actually you. Right? Now what happens here is, because now your level of craving for sense of pleasures need to be maintained kind of in the system constantly, Craving is like a battery acid for a car battery. So you need to have tanha, craving, no? So that's what forms the energy to your body. So what happens? You keep on your system invite you for sense pleasures. So due to our ignorance, we do not know actually we are satisfying this craving. We are giving battery acid for the car battery. We are trying to maintain the battery acid level. We are not thinking in that way. Instead, we always give a high value. I mean, that happens naturally in the system. The moment you are in avidya, that happens. So we try to give very prominence to satisfy all these. So you never think these thoughts are different, thoughts. Everything as my thought. Naturally, you take everything as my thought. That's why you take everything as I feel, I see, I smell, I touch. So naturally, what will happen? Naturally, your craving keep rises. So the more you crave, what will happen? The more you suffer. Right? So now what happens, I will explain you. So somebody can say, no, it is good. I am okay. I will continue to enjoy the life as it is, and I don't want anything else to hear. But look what will happen. Now you live in a happy world, right? You live in a very happy world. And after some times, when you are at the deathbed, now your same mind comes and say, oh, how can I leave this world? I have few more minutes to left. So I can't leave my house, my happy place, my beautiful garden, my children. I can't leave. So what will happen? Your level of vibration at this point would not be peaceful. So it will be unbearably at a high level. And now you can understand at this point, your craving for existence would be very high. because you need to stay in this world. You don't want to go. So actually, as per our spiritual guidance teacher wisdom, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, that this particular part actually, I think Aryan Wahanse will add, because what Aryan Wahanse explained is, when somebody dies, right? When somebody dies, the vibration will keep continue. I mean, there will not be lost of the vibration to vibration. So instead, what happens? The body will change. The vibration will keep continue and the body will change. So I can't explain anything more than that. But we need to understand the reality. So that's very important, we listen to Dhamma because we never know what's going to happen. So we lost in samsara just because we crave for the existing world. Right, I think let me today also explain you a bit about how the senses works, because we realize there is no way, the only way for us is to understand Dhamma and to get rid of this thought, because entire world you will get or you will experience as a thought. So if we see the reality of a thought, that all these thoughts are just sounds and forms, so then within ourselves we will feel a relief from all this attachment. Therefore, I'll continue my discussion today on explaining senses. So now, if you take your body is like a sensor system. So sensor, eye sensors, in the eye sensitivity we call Chakku Prasada. Then ear sensitivity we call Sota Prasada. And then nose sensitivity we call Grana Prasada. Then tongue sensitivity we call Jivha Prasada. Then body sensitivity we call Kaya Prasada, and the Mano sensor. So Mano sensor now we explain. So once what happen is, once exposed to vibrations, this sensor will continue to spark. Okay, it will continue to spark. So that is the nature of the sensor. You need to understand that is the nature of the sensor, because it will spark. So there is nothing called sensor. Actually, the arising of the sensor is the arising of consciousness at each sensor level. So that also you need to understand. So this is like a producing center, or this sensor is like a factory. So what it produce? It produce seeing, it produce hearing, it produce smell, it produce taste, it produce cold, and it produce warmth. So these are kind of input, input to the input your system. So you may have experience, I think, fingerprint machine. So fingerprint machine, you will put your finger there, but at the same moment, some scanning image will, occur. No, it is not that outside thing came to, to the system. So the system, that particular computer system, form a kind of, fingerprint image. So something like that. What happens here is that the sensor forms, sensor forms these Varana Rupa, Shabda Rupa, we say Gandha Rupa, Rasa Rupa. So at sensor stage, something is formed. But only thing is, it is just a feeling only. Now, for example, if you eat chili, that hot or that spicy flavor will felt. Then some fragrance, that fragrance will be felt. But the issue is, this cannot identify whether it is chili or not. So your tongue cannot identify whether it is chili or not. So that is recognized by the mind consciousness. Then at the same time, let's say you get a feeling of a fragrance, then that is the nose sensitivity, rise of the nose sensitivity. So what happens there is, it is just a feeling only. I mean, it will not recognize whether it is jasmine or rose or something else. So the recognition part always happens at the mind consciousness level. Now you need to understand about your factories or about your production centers. So these production centers you can't control. That's why we say you cannot say it is my production center. You can't say my eye, my nose. Why? Because you can't control. Why we say you can't control? I mean, the moment you open your eyes, whether you want to look at those or not, still your eye will start, your sensor will expose to vibration. And then the lightning process will occur at the sensor and it will form a light. So we say it is Varana Rupa, but it cannot identify what is the shape or what is these colors. Nothing it can identify what this is. It cannot identify. So other thing is, these sensors has their own limitations. It is not, some outside thing, created. This is sensor create according to its limitations. Why we say like that? Right? Just assume you are going to replace one of your eye with the eye of a bird. Then I will ask you to look at the same world, from one of the eye, then one eye at a time. So then what will happen? So the world created at each sensor would be totally different. Totally different. So, some people, they are colorblind. So they cannot see colors. So that means it is not that outside red or blue or green comings to the eye. Right? So what's happened here? It is the light is created in your sensor, and if your sensor doesn't support the creation, you will not have a red world, you will not have a blue world, you will not have a colorful world. So you need to understand the limitation of your sensor. And if you take cow see the world red. Then if you take bird, birds have different views. If you are interested, you can search the internet and see what's the reality. So what all this means? World is created in the sensor. That is Salayatana Loko refers to that. World is created in the sensor. But you think you look at outside. Actually, world is created in your sensor. It is not the outside world. It is created in the sensor. Right? So actually, we can say the moment you open your eyes, the world created in your sensor, and at a fraction of second it disappears. It is not the same world you are looking. World created then and there and disappear. Again created, disappear. So you have not seen the same world twice. So understanding this part really helps you. So that's why this is not a belief. So we never say that you see the path we are discussing this. Actually, we are discussing this in Anatma corner, selflessness angle. This right angle is very important. We never say outside doesn't exist. We never say outside exists. Those are extremes. Actually, we never know whether outside exists or outside doesn't exist. Because what we experience is what is created in the sensor. So this is cause and effect. So when there are causes, this sensor will create the form. And this form will transform, into, that is the vibration. Then this vibration will transform and derive the mind consciousness. So then that mind consciousness is a current, there itself it disappears. So back again the same process happen. So you get a live feeling because this happens. One thing is due to the spark, because spark occur, if you get a one thought, in that single thought, so there are trillion billions of sparks. So due to that, you don't feel this is not real. But if you get a very slow motion of what is happening, you will see the reality. Right. So another thing we need to highlight is it is normal. It is normal for the sensor to have feeling. That you can remember our chili example. So when you eat chili, your sensor will feel spicy and hot. So that sensor feeling is a natural process. But your mistake is what? You take that as I feel. That sensor pleasure you take as I feel. The moment you get as I feel, then the carving, attachment, all that will occur. So that is Paticcasamuppada. So I'll tell you, this is a very interesting quote. Most of the time we can hear in Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma speech. That is what Lord Buddha told to Bahir, right? Actually, just by hearing very few lines, Bahir became Arahat. So I'll also tell the same thing to you. What was told. Now, Bahir. Thus, should you train yourself in what is seen, there should be only the seen. In heard, there should be only the heard. In what is sense, sense means smell, taste, or touch. In what is sense, there should be only what is sense. In the cognizing, there should be only the cognizing. So here the the meaning is, idea is that you normally get idea, no, I am seeing, I am hearing, I am smelling, I am tasting, I am touching, I am cognizing. All that part is removed. Actually, the concept, the ego, that I-ness, that comes due to your ignorance. Because you take all these, sensor feelings as I. You connect. Right? So actually there is no Atma. Atma is a belief. So you will realize that if you really see how your mind is formed. So there is no place for Atma. Atma is another thought. So in a moment we'll explain that part also. But before that, I just want to say a few things. And now you see, Bahir became Arahat just by listening to these few words. That means what? One would ask, whether these few lines include all Dhamma for him to become Arahat. One can question. Do you have Paticcasamuppada, Chaturarya Satya, all these Sutra, Tripitaka, whether all this is included here? I mean, if it is not included, how Bahya became Arhat? Actually, everything is included here. Why? Because, you know, we have to remember the depth of the word, the depth of. So understanding the depth of that word is your wisdom. So you will find all Dhamma there. But if you just, you know, on the face of it, if you read, you will not find that depth. So therefore, you have to be very careful, no? When you, especially when you run through the Buddha statement. So the each word will carry more depth, and that depth will find only by the wisdom. Right. So now I will come to my part. So now see, when I'll give you a small example, this lime picker. So when I say lime picker, what happened? Right, I'll tell the word lime picker. So when I say lime picker, what happened? Now your Atma or yourself is born in the lime picker. Because why? Now your mind consciousness is what? You see, now your mind consciousness is lime picker. So when I say ice cream, what happened? Now yourself is born in ice cream. Right? When I say lime pickle again, now your mind is lime pickle. When I say ice cream again, now your mind is ice cream. So your mind consciousness means that. Your mind is that. So there is no other self. Yourself, if you think that mind is you, that mind consciousness is you, so you were really born with the lime pickle, and your death was also there, and then back again you born in the ice cream. Now see, so what we are trying to explain here is, whenever object present, when I say object arambane, that can be anything. I mean, it is a name now you have given to, like pencil or box or father, mother or sun, moon. All are object. It is one Dhamma. All are object. It is you that who has given various, you know, a name for all these. But it is one Dhamma. So what we try to explain here is, whenever object present, your mind become them. That object is your mind. And if you think you are there, then that is you. That object is you. When a book is there, that book is you. So when you look at the table, that table is you. So this is what is happening to us all the time, right? Actually, the belief or Atma or self is another thought. It is another thought. So I'll explain that. So now we know, when we look at a particular thing, particular object, maybe a book, so arising of the mind consciousness is one type of a vibration, one type of a transform vibration, a thought, right? So what happened? Which recognize outside book, let's say book as real. It will recognize whatever the object as real. Then what happened? Then the same moment, another vibration is formed. That means another different thought is formed, saying, I see the book. Then another one saying, it is my book. So all these are different thoughts. Different vibration. This is what is happening. So your I means what you are thinking. So you see, and from another thought you are thinking, I see the book. Then from another thought you are thinking, it is my book. This is what's happening to you. So you will not find another I. This I is an illusion. So we need to understand our body is like a circuit, right? And it sparks all the time. It sparks. You can't control that happening because automatically this human body is exposed to vibration mechanism. So it generates thoughts. Therefore, thoughts also you can't control because automatically thought is a spark. So that also naturally form in the same circuit system. But that thought dies there itself. But we think there is I-ness. That wrong view, I think, may be introduced to us. Maybe the first day we stand in front of the mirror, yesterday also I told, so I-ness was introduced to the system. So we live with that wrong view. But we need to understand all thoughts, whatever the thoughts, it can be anything. All thoughts have no meaning. They are just sounds and forms generated through a vibration system. So we continue to suffer. Why then? Why we suffer? We continue to suffer believing I-ness is present in our system. So unnecessarily we tied up I to this natural thought process. So this wrong view is called Sakkaya Ditti, or we say Atma Drushtiya. Actually, I'll tell you again, you have to study this in, right angle. That this is Anatma doctrine we are discussing. So when you formulate your thinking pattern or the thought process to study this, never believe. I mean, don't try to just we say, don't believe that there is no self. That should not happen. This is not that kind of a Dhamma. What you need to understand is, okay, this is the world creates then and there. The world creates then and there. So then you realize it is the mental world. So that is the mind consciousness, that is sounds and forms. So it will derive some feelings. Then that is what actually your feeling is. But there is no I here. That I, if you think that is I-ness is present, that means it is also another thought. So back again, any thought have no value, no? All the thoughts are sound and forms. Even how many, 100 thought comes as I or my, that itself forms to the same bucket, no? All are sound and forms, so no value. So therefore, you have to look at this in the right angle, then you will identify, oh, this is the scientific process which is which is happening, and therefore there is nothing called self. Okay, that's how you need to come to the conclusion. It is not a belief. This Dhamma is not anyway on a belief. So you need to get a kind of a wisdom to, then you will get Dhamma Chakshusaya. That is, you will able to see through the illusion. And you will realize, okay, this is what it is. Because you feel, the reality, what is happening. So that's it. This is understanding. Right? So let me explain furthermore. So we'll now try to see what will happen. We'll take an example and try to understand what will happen when you look at a book. So the moment you open your eyes, what will happen to you? So there will be a continuous vibration process take place. So at a very high speed, form of a photo or image created due to this vibration at your eye sensor level. So now back again, you need to now remember there is no actual photo here. So it is due to the speed of vibration, kind of a form created at sensor level. So that continuous spark, actually that continuous spark deliver the image. It is like lighting at the sensor level. So kind of continuous lighting at your sensor level. Just imagine there are series of lights on and off, on and off, on and off continuously. Then what you get? So this is what is happening. So the light is created in the sensor. Then due to the speed of occurrence of the lighting process, a form is created in your sensor. Actually, this form means what? It's not any material thing. It is Shuddha Ashtaka, you know. So it's a reflection of energy movement. Some different forms of vibration. There is no real form. So you need nothing material. So you need to understand. So it is important for us to note, it is not that outside light coming to your eye. No. Actually, what is happening is due to vibration, light is created in the sensor itself. In Dhamma, we say rise of Chakku Vijnane, because that is the consciousness. So the life feel that something, you know, is there, kind of a thing. So that's awareness only. That Chakku Vijnana cannot recognize image. So you can't stop this process. The problem is you can't stop. So sensor will activate and do the job when your eyes are open. But all these are different vibration. Nobody is doing this, right? So then we need to question ourselves. Then how do we identify the book? If the Chakku Vijnane or at your eye level, if that cannot be recognized, then how are we to recognize this book? So what happens is when you were small, right, childhood, kindergarten, so you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, sun, moon, book. No, you didn't know. So your mother would have shown you them and told you the names, right? So when you see the book, what will happen? Vibration will take place at your eye sensor level. Then when you touch the book, yeah, vibration occur at the body level. Now, if it is a new book, you sense the smell also, no? So then vibration occur at the nose level. So now mother gives a sound, no? Book. So your eye sensor level, there is another vibration take place. So without your knowledge, another magic is happening. That is a transform of a vibration. What is that? So new vibration will be taking place at a high speed. This is happening. We are explaining the slow version, slow movement, right? So new vibration is slow motion. So new vibration is taking place, coming the previous vibration. So kind of a transformation of vibration occurs. So it is a spark. It is a current. So this new vibration created in the system called the rising of the mind consciousness. So this is what you need to understand. This is mind. So there is no other Atma or self. This is how the mind is formed. Actually, when you were born, you didn't know what a book was. Book was formed in your system when a color stimulus and a sound stimulus comes together in your mind consciousness. So a color stimulus and a sound stimulus are two different sparks, two different waves. So those seeing and hearing, those are the two waves. So these two waves comes together at a high speed and we recognize it as a book in our mind consciousness. So then what will happen when you see the same book again? So when you see the book again, what will happen? Vibration now. Let's say today you see the same book or whatever book, then what will happen? Vibration take place at your ear level. That is the arising of Chakku Vijnana. And so then quickly some awareness will arise. We know Chakku Vijnana cannot identify image. It is also a kind of a vibration. Now in your system, this new vibration will match with the original previous vibration occurred in your system. This is called the telepathy system. So due to the telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be all the time. This is happening to you. Will be matched to the previous vibration occurred in your system and kind of an interpretation come. This is what this is. Like a printout coming from the printer, that interpretation come. So you think it is a past memory. No, there is no place for the mind. There is nothing called past memory. This is actually telepathy system. Even though you think now you have some understanding, no, you live in a mental world that is sounds and forms. What happened is this world, these sounds and forms also a name given. No, what happens is there are exists in various ways due to these sensor activities. Various vibration will be occurred to your system. Let's say that mental system. So they another transform vibration from those existing vibration in the system. So actually UA means what? UA means a vibration zone, isn't it? There is nothing else. So it is a vibration zone. So this is actually what's happening in us. This is a science. So this science we need to understand. This is a process. This is a system. So there is nobody is doing this. This is just happening. And our life also continue because this due to this vibration, even though you die, your vibration will continue. So only your body will change. That's the knowledge I got from Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. I think that's enough for the today discussion. May I invite our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
Therwan Sarnai. Therwan Sarnai. Do you hear me?
Yes, Aryan Wahanse, I hear. Aryan
Yeah, it's
Wahanse,
okay today.
that
I think,
telepathy.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm in
Okay.
outside. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, Aryan
You
Wahanse.
complete today's
Okay.
discussion. It's okay.
Okay,
Therwan
Aryan.
Sarnai, everybody. Therwan Sarnai and today's Dhamma friend also. Tomorrow we can again join this Dhamma explain Dhamma discussions. It's okay, everybody. Therwan Sarnai.
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රණස. Everyone, Saranai, the Dhamma friend of Dhamma, welcome to the our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pick our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha. Buddha that the preached to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how the thought are formed in the mind, you would to be able to attain nirvana. Okay. When we begin to go on the path, we clearly need to see how one thought arises and how it immediately ceases to exist, or how it disappears. Even after we live for a long time in this life, at the end we would only have the thought just before our time of death. When while living, we have only one thought at a time. The last thought that arises just before we leave this mundane world is known as the Chutisita. Seeing the truth in this thought meaning, you see the illusory nature of the thought. You see that there are nothing in the thought and you let it go. At the end, at the last stages of your life, you would do the same thing to the last thought that arises in your mind. You would see the truth. You would see that the last thought is also a lie, and you would let it go. Let us see the importance of studying just the thought. For example, if you have a mango tree that the 500,000 leaves on it, and you pick one leaf from the tree and study the structure of the leaf, for we'll learn a lot about that leaf. You know that the rest of the leaf on the tree would have a similar structure to the leaf that was picked by you. Similarly, just that one thought that arises in your mind, consciousness, will be the same as all the other thoughts that arise in your mind. That you need to do it to understand just one thought, understand how the thought is formed and how it cases to be they were. The wisdom of see the formation and cessation of the thought is called Buddothpado. Actually, our problem is that the fail. We see the truth in the feeling thought. When we begin to go on the path to nirvana, apply an effort to see the truth in each thought is of almost importance. By now, you would have observed still attend many meditation classes held in the society, practice samatha bhavana, concentration meditation, and you would have followed various other methods to control your senses. What you need to do now is to rearrange all this knowledge that you acquired so far and use in a beneficial way to release yourself from this illusional thought. You should realize the pure truth and nirvana. Now we have a presentation to do for all those people who have arrived at this point after learning various methods on how to control your senses. What do we have to understand now? We need to understand how a thought is formed and how it cases to be. The rising and the creation, cessation of thought is a natural phenomenon. It just happens. Nobody makes it happen. There's nothing as seed thought and there's nothing as mind consciousness. Let us consider the thought that you see something in front of you. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you see something means that you exist at that moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you, according to the Buddha Darshana of philosophy of the Buddha. You are the same as or equal on the book. You similar book on the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There's nothing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see the table in front of you, you only mean that you are the table. If you see the brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as neo means. It is only seeing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte dittamatta sute sutamatta mutte mutamatta vinyane vinyatamatta. Its meaning of these are there is only seeing, there is only hearing, there is only a seeing of feeling, there is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only the knowledge that you inquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of me is me, even though have you this knowledge about how you don't exist, you do have another problem, and that is how are we to realize this pure path? What should we do realize this path? Isn't there this your problem now? Many people request me to teach them practical method on how to analyze the formation and the creation of the five aggregators of skandha. They want to know how to develop the Udevaya Jnana. Like we practice in Dhamma, we want to always we face many problems. Our spiritual guidance teacher, the Padre always give us to solution all problems, and we the guide us to the path nibbana. We will wait a moment. Buddothpado join us.
අවසරයි මෑණියන් වහන්ස. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්ස. Please accept my humble worship. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Through this Zoom, actually, we are ready to reveal the truth to the world. That is the message we received through our spiritual guidance teacher, who have experienced the end of suffering through his own experimental experience. So it is the story of how you get rid of your sorrows. That this absolute truth to end the suffering actually was hidden under dance of time Now the rays of wisdom are blowing all over with the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So after hearing this Dhamma, many has able to, overcome fear, anxiety, depression, stress, and to receive more peaceful life and to have a life with less problems. Right. So we'll continue our discussion today. Now, first, if I ask you a question, do you really attach to your child, or do you really attaching to your own thought? So I'll repeat the question. Do you really attach to your child, or do you really attaching to your own thought? Now, if we try to look into this, you did not have any attachment to your own child before you met him. So your attachment to your own child, you will aware that it is much higher than a different child, because your attachment to your own child is more. Now, let's assume for a moment, if subsequently you get to know that your child is mixed up with another child, then what will happen? Then what will happen to your level of attachment? Definitely, the level of attachment will be dropped. And now you will be start searching the correct child. So, what happened to your attachment? So, this indicates there is something more we need to think about. So, are we really attaching to a child, or are we really attaching to our own thought? Because when you are connecting to the child, what happens? Your system generates lot of sensor pleasures, right? Lot of sensor pleasures. So you are actually fear to lose your own sensor pleasures. You will think you are worrying about the child, but reality is you are fear of losing your own sensor pleasures. Because you are fear of losing your own sensor pleasures. That is the reality. In other words, we can say you have a craving for your own sensor pleasures. So you have a craving for your own sensor pleasures. This is the truth. Actually, you are attaching to your own thought. So we need to understand, I think now we know, everything is created in the mind. So you need to now question yourself. I mean, how this craving occur in me? And this is so powerful, isn't it? This attachment, the feeling. So all this is very powerful. So why I feel so powerful craving? I mean, how this power is generated within me? So you need to understand your problem, right? So actually, there is nothing in this world, we can find to attach or detach. If you really analyze Dhamma, you will not find a self even. So your system does not know the truth. That is the problem. So it creates energy or mind power or create your ego, and all this carving, everything occur. So I'll take a small example. So I'll take a example. Now I will say Jasmine. Okay. Now see what's happening to you. Now analyze yourself. What's going inside you. So I say only one word. So I said Jasmine. So it's a flower. So what's happening to you? So you get the illusion of a jasmine. Right? How that happened? I said only one word, no. Now think about your mind experience. So the moment I say that word, kind of an immediate shot, right? Kind of an immediate shot. That is that I'm trying to refer into your mind experience. So your mind experience is something like a full package now. So that shot is very powerful, isn't it? So that particular feel or that mind experience now you are getting, or that single shot, it is a combined feeling where you get everything in a full package. So you can see the jasmine flower, you see the color, and so some and smell. So I mean the touch feeling even, right? It's softness, everything you feel in this single shot. So this is the thing we need to understand. So this is what? This is your mind consciousness. This is the thought. Actually, this is the illusion. So moment your senses spark, what happened? I mean, in the same moment, your mind consciousness occur. But that comes in a shot. That comes in a combined feeling. So this is the magic. At your ear level, it is just a jasmine means 5-6 letters. But what's going inside you is something more powerful. So you need to understand how your thought is formed, how this illusion is formed. Right? So it is a complete package, complete shot you are getting in a second. So then the problem is, in this audience, there are many. So one person will get a different, kind of a jasmine. Another person would get a different, experience of a jasmine. So that happens. So when I say ice cream, one would get a chocolate ice cream. Another one illusion would be vanilla ice cream. So this means what? This means our world created within us. So it is thoughts. So if there are 800 billions of people in the world, each person will carry his own mind world, because he will derive whatever, sensor will continue to spark, but whatever the experience he's getting will be derived in the same way. So that is living. Basically, he is living not outside. He is living in his own mind mental world. Right? So several mental people who live in mental world interact each other. So that's a very normal, natural thing. So this is the problem we need to, I think, try to understand ourselves. Now, actually, if you take whatever the combined feel that you get is the mind consciousness. Right? So now, as we discuss, one person created a mind consciousness which is different to another person mind consciousness, even for the same word. Right? So, so you need to now question yourself, how come two individuals got two different mind consciousness? So therefore we can understand whatever you generate, right? Whatever you generate as mind consciousness, so your combined feeling is whatever the previous vibration occurred to your system. Because now you realize when you were an infant, right, you had a radiant mind. You did not had any problem with the outside, isn't it? You were an infant and it was a radiant mind. But from the kindergarten to present life, various sanya, perception, have formed in your system as sounds and forms. Now look, now just look at everything around you. Everything around you has a sound. So everything there is a name, no? That name means the sound. So chair, I mean for each and every part of the things, every piece, there is some name. For every subject, for every syllabus, there is some name. So what does this mean? So this whole world is created through sound. So this world, or we say lokasanya, so these are the worldly perceptions, have been given to your system somehow. That's we call maybe the knowledge. But actually what's happening? So day by day, your world or your worldly perceptions get increased. Actually, you need to understand you are trapped in your lokasanya. That is worldly perceptions. Actually, these perceptions really have no meaning. Right? No meaning. Because they are just different forms of vibrations. They are different forms of vibrations or combined output of, we can say, sound, smell, taste, coming form, everything coming together like. So these perceptions have no real sound or, real material thing. It is just a perception only. But the moment you look at something, what happens is, the moment you look at something, due to the speed of the mental activity, this sanya rotates faster and collectively transform to a different vibration or kind of form, the field of illusion. So that is the mind consciousness. So mind consciousness arises. So mind consciousness means nothing else. It is a transform vibration of whatever already vibrations occur to your system. So nobody is doing that. It's happening. Living means that mind consciousness arises, and then some, feeling it will give, whether you like it or not, you have to live with it. You can't control it. So we need to understand this mind consciousness, we are giving so much value, isn't it? We say it's my mind. And I try my level best to, safeguard my mind. I try to make my mind very happy. So, but if you really, analyze, this mind consciousness has sounds and forms only. So, even if you live for 100 years, this is what you have to experience every moment of life. Because why I say every moment? Because every moment your world is created, and then at a fraction of a second the world disappears. You think you are looking at the same world again and again, continuously, but it's not the case. World created this moment, and it can't last. It disappears there itself. But that world also, there is no way in your system to experience the outside world. It's always the world that is created, the mental world. That's the mind consciousness, that whatever that combined shot or with that combined feeling, you have to live. So now what happened is change of, one mind conscious to another will occur basically. We can say when you are living means one mind will change to one mind consciousness will change to another mind consciousness. Or we can say your object. So arambane change. You are one object would change to another object, right? Or else we can say one combined sort of a feeling change from one to another, whatever it is. So there is nothing more than that. So whatever you are that combined feel, then in the next moment it is a different feel. So then your life goes on. So that is life. So you can't control the content of your mind consciousness. That is another problem. You can't control this content. Because you will not like some thoughts. I'm sure you have that experience. When certain thoughts come, you are really uncomfortable, but can't help. Right? So you can't control the thoughts flowing. It is some niyama dharma. So it will come one after the other. Then we need to understand where the problem. Where the problem? The problem is the existent field generated in your system. That is due to your ignorance. Because without your knowledge, there is some existent field generated in our system. So every moment, this existent field is generated in our system. So that existent field is the power or energy in our system. So if you take craving, actually the craving is fueled by this power in your system. I mean, what is this power? This power is nothing else. This power is the rise of ego, or the feel of existence of self, or what do you call Atman. So the moment the ego present, that automatically crave. So the moment your ego present, that automatically crave. Therefore, we will not be having any craving without ego is present. So whenever ego present, craving arises. Right? So we understand all the problems comes when this I present. If there is no I, there is no problem at all. When I present only, when your ego present only, all the problem comes. So you can slowly analyze. Let's say you go to some wedding function. So you will be staying there maybe only for, let's say, 1 hour or 2 hours maximum. But still, the moment you enter the wedding, hall, you will be looking around to see the most comfortable seat for you, isn't it? So you won't just go and sit somewhere. Instead, you will be looking for, okay, this place, AC, and I mean, that's how, that we always try to satisfy ourselves because we do not want to give even a minimum inconvenience to our thought, to our mind. So this is we, this is I, this is our ego. So that's a small example. So now we need to ask ourselves, is there a self inside? Now this is the point we need to clarify, whether there is a self inside. So actually, the self you are talking is kind of a power of energy. It's a power of energy. So there is no any other self. Energy means what? It is a current. So current means something you can't have, you can't say any material, thing. So it is a current. Current means it's a spark, no? It's appear, then at the moment with the next thought, it disappears, something like that. So, Lord Buddha revealed the same thing to the world in Majje Sutta. That is, Yo Bante Vijitwana Majje Manta Nalipati. Actually, that was referring to this energy. Means, when there are two extremes exist, it creates power. Actually, it is our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse really told this to the world in this era. So when there are two extremes exist, what happen? It create power. In other words, we understand for any case for the power to generate, there shall be two different extremes, like a battery. Now, if you take a battery generating a power, there is a positive and negative, no? Plus and minus. So, when there is negative, plus and minus, two extremes are there, what will happen? The battery can generate the power. So, when there are two extremes, power is generated. So, something like that. Same thing happen in our body as well. So our body sensor system also like a circuit. So the sensors continues to spark. You can't stop it. We know, but these sensors have limitations, right? So because it creates according to its limitations, because world is created in the sensors, right? So it is not the outside world you are directly seeing. The sensor level that's created. So we discuss about it. So cow will see the world differently. Bird will see the world differently. So these sensors create light. It is not the outside light coming to your eye. The sensor create light. So now if you take the eye consciousness, so arising of the eye consciousness means what? The spark in the eye sensor. So here the consciousness means what? Now we need to understand why the word consciousness is used here. That consciousness means some feel of existence of light, some feel of existence of something. That's the existent feel. That means this existent feel, you know, it's generated everywhere, isn't it? So we know Chakku Vinyane cannot recognize the object. Basically, your eye cannot recognize the outside object. So the Chakku Vinyane or your eye doesn't know whether it is a table or a chair. But what happens is some awareness of existent feel arises as Chakku Vinyane for that light object or visual form. This is what happens. Some consciousness arises. So the same thing happened in other sensors as well. Now, for example, we can say spark or vibration at ear means what? A spark or vibration at ear means arising of sound object and arising of sota vinyane. So that is the ear consciousness. Now we know for sounds more than 20,000 hertz, your system will not form any sound object. Right? Therefore, ear consciousness will not arise. So now you need to understand it is not any external sound or external light. Right? You are experiencing. You are not experiencing external light or external sound. Light is created in the sensor. The sound is created in the sensor. So for the mind sensor, right? If you analyze the mind sensor, they can't go outside. I mean, mind sensor, always the experience or the input would be the consciousness generated by other sensors. So, if you discuss the same thing using this vibration, what happened? All these Chakku Vinyane, Sota Vinyane, everything we have to understand. All these are different vibration made to the system. So then what is the mind consciousness? mind consciousness will be generated like a spark by transforming whatever the existing vibration in the system. That is mind consciousness. So when there are existing different vibration in the system, mind consciousness will transform those existing vibration and give you a feeling. So mind, therefore, is a current. So moment you are in avidya, what happened? These sensor pleasures taken as real in your system. Right? So moment you are in avidya, that is ignorant, what happened? Your sensor pleasures taken as real in your system. So duality. The duality is there. That means what? There is a duality. So actually that duality caused the mind spark to appear as real. In other words, duality in the sense the two extreme. Because this two extreme is outside and inside. That is ajjata bahidda. So the two extremes fuel the fire to the system. So one extreme is taking outside as real. So you actually think you can actually experience the outside. So you think you are living in the outside world. No, there is no way. There is no facility in your system for that. Actually, you are living in your mental world. Can't help. That is the truth. Your eye can't see your mother. What you are seeing or what you are experiencing is that mental world. That we call mind consciousness. So now we understand this is not true. So now again we can see cows see the world differently. Birds see the world differently. If you take a worm experience the world differently. Right? So people sometimes think all this material world. But actually if you analyze this Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu are different forms of vibration felt in your sense. It is not outside materiality. Now, if your legs are paralyzed, you will not be able to experience Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. That part of the world is not creating in you. So the point I'm trying to highlight here is all are different vibration occurred or created in the sensor. And we have given names for all of that. This is the problem. For everything we have given name. Actually, there is one Dhamma in the world, but we have separated everything by given a name. So the moment you give names, what will happen? This duality is created. So we have created names for everything, isn't it? Everything, if you say the sun, moon, father, mother, red book, red, green, yellow, books, pencil, chair. So all that for everything you have given a name. Right? So, but remember this everything has given to your system by putting a sound. So to identify that particular thing, we have given a name. So that is a sound, through a sound. So what happens? All these, comes to your mind as names and forms, because mind means what? Names and forms. The sound and the form shapes are combined in the mind. So it is actually different vibration. So the moment we look at a book, what happened? The name or that sound arises from our system. When you look at a book, that sound comes from the system. Then moment we hear the sound, what will happen? Someone say book. So we hear the sound, then automatically forms come naturally from our system. So we have to understand everything is sound and forms, nothing else. Actually, for your mind consciousness level, it is just another thought only, sound and forms. So it is for your mano sensor, for your mind consciousness, it will be like changing from one sound and forms to another. Change of again one sound and form to another. Back again, change of one thought to another. So one thought to another thought. All are vibration, all are spark, all are same, all one Dhamma. So there is no difference. All are spark, it will come, it will go. But the problem is in you. Why? Because due to your ignorance, you take outside as real. So you never think that your eye has not seen the world. Your eye cannot recognize what it creates. Your ear cannot recognize what it creates. So we have to understand this mind consciousness will occur from your past experience. Because when you were in nursery, the first vibration was given to your system, no? Maybe as the sun, moon, mother, right? So this is mother. So the sound and forms was given to your system. So this moment, what happened? Now let's say this moment, now today when you see your mother again, still your eye cannot recognize mother. That's why we say you have not seen your mother. So then what will happen? The mind consciousness will be formed by taking the original vibration made to your system when you were a child. So even now, you feel the same old vibration today in the mind consciousness. So whatever you are experiencing as now, you need to understand is a past vibration. So your mind consciousness will never see present mother. Actually, if you analyze the science behind this, scientifically what happened is, mind consciousness will give the feel of original mother vibration by matching it to the shape, size, color, smell of new mother vibration made in the present moment. Now, since you are in avidya or ignorant, without understanding this science, right? So what happens? Automatically, that childhood vibrations arised in the mind consciousness are tied up with the external mother. So you tied up. But your eye has never seen that mother. But what happens? The moment you tied up the two extremes, what happened? The Ajata and Bahidha take place. Now power is created as energy. Power is created. In other words, energy is created. So now the positive and negative is there. So there is a outside, at the same time there is a inside, because there is a mother outside and I am seen in the mother. So both are there in the system now. So now what will happen? Now it's like a battery generating the power with the two extreme. So your system will fuel the fire, right? Then what will happen? Due to this power, what will happen? You continue to recognize it as I see the mother. That is how I is created. Because that was the mother introduced to you by putting a sound when you were a child. Son, this is your mother, Ma. So then you have to understand it is a one vibration at ear level and another vibration at eye level. So this mind consciousness or thought was originally formed by combining that sound and form. Actually, your eye cannot recognize the mother. But through a sound, names and forms was created in your system. And even you can understand when you were a child, you were introduced to yourself when you were standing in front of the mirror. That is you. That is how you were created. So when the ma or mother sound comes, the form of mother appear in the mind consciousness. So there is no I here. It is non-existence. So the moment you realize the mother is a sound and form, you are also not there. But the moment you take outside as real, at that moment you are also created naturally. I see the mother, my mother. So that I or ego is the power generated in your system naturally, since you do not know the pure truth. So actually, the moment you realize that all are sounds and forms, you will not find worldly things. Because all are sound and forms. There's no difference. Whatever the name you call it, all are sounds and forms. Right? Instead, you know now these appear, disappear. No? So you understand these are just sounds and forms only. So that means what? You understand you live in a fabricated world. That is the illusion. You are not living outside. Whether you like it or not, you have to live in the illusion, that Maya or that fabricated world, that mental world. So that is, seeing the reality. Then moment, one who see the reality in a one thought, actually you need to see a one thought correctly. So if you see a one thought correctly, this thought has only sounds and forms. There's nothing more than that. And I is created due to this duality. And this is how I is created, I was formed. So then what will happen? Slowly you will experience less ignite towards the outside world. Basically, less attachment towards the outside world. That means what? You are experiencing the same world as it is. You eat, you drink, you associate people. Then what really happening to you? Right? So what actually you experience here is your power of self. That particular current in your system gradually will decline day by day. So basically this will happen automatically. Because when you realize the reality of the thought, when you realize the I-ness, when you realize there is no I-lessness, then what happened? Automatically some kind of a transformation happened in your system. Because earlier also it was a system. No? We told you it is not you, it is the system. So even in Pratyakshana Bhumi, mundane world, what you are experiencing is a system. So even after you know the reality, still it is the same system. So there was some anusota previously, but now there will be patisota, kind of a transformation will occur in your system. This is what happened. So this is nothing like a ghost or anything. I mean, when you sometimes you will feel when there is no I, how can I, function? This is not that what we say. What we say is that I is meaningless. Because when that I present only, you can understand all the problem occur. Because I need to satisfy my ego. So there itself, I have the carving and all competition and everything. I'm struggling, due to that. So what happens here is you are that ignite or that particular current will gradually reduce. So that we call actually asavakya jnana. Why we use the jnana? Because it is a wisdom. It is not just another thought. It is not a thought. Thought, what can the thought can do for you? Because thought it's another sound and form. You cannot find any nibbana or nirvana, with thoughts. So thoughts, I mean, even if you do concentration meditation, that will not have a major impact because your thoughts are the same. After some times, you will back again realize you backfire for various things when you, connect to the external world. So this is not that. This what we say is very logical and practical thing. Once you understand the reality, what will happen? There is this automatic transformation in the system happen because now the system know, okay, this is the normal thing. The sound and forms, it appear, it disappear. These are thought, this is the mind. Then what's that? So I'll have to live with it. So I'll associate the same world in the same way, but automatically, naturally you feel less ignite, less attachment, less fire within you. So that is felt by actually the rising of that sense, that arising of that feeling we call asavakya jnana. Because you will realize that transformation. So it is not the thought. So that wisdom is like a salt. Once you taste the salt only, you know what it is. So you cannot write a book about the taste of the salt, no? So, but you need to understand, for asavakya jnana to happen, for your transformation to happen, you need to first realize the truth. First realize the truth, and then due to that, you will first experience that you will completely relieve from the blind, wrong notion of self. That is Sakkaya Ditti, or we call Atma Dushtiya. So that has to go away. So, because you will realize this is a system and there is no self, right? So then gradually you will experience less ignite and attachment towards outside world. So, what do you mean by awaking to the moment? Actually, for all this to happen, first awaking to the moment needs to happen. That is, you have to see the creation of one thought. So you will see Udaya, that is the rise, and Vaya, cessation of one thought, that is one object, one Arammane. Again, when we say Jnana, so Udaya Jnana, right, it is not mind. It is the sense of wisdom, knowing the rising and falling of Arammane. So whenever we use the word, how it becomes jnana, maybe you can contemplate. For some period you need to study this, you have to do some practice. But when we say jnana means what? Jnana means not thought. Automatically you are able to, you realize you have the wisdom to, wisdom of awareness of this happening. So arising and falling of Aramuna. So then what is Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnani? That comes first. because that means when you analyze these thoughts, when you run through the Satya Jnana, what will happen? You will understand all these previous thoughts occurred in the system, no? So you will understand how these previous thoughts occurred in the system. So you know the infant had a radiant mind. So newborn baby did not bring anything from the past, no. From his previous life, newborn baby did not bring anything. So it was the radiant mind. And there onwards, this moon, mother, chairs, books, everything was formed through vibration. Right? That is seen that part and having a wisdom towards that, not a thought. It is a jnana. So that is Pubbe Nivasanusati jnana. Also, under that same, we can say, whatever the present vibration, now you understand. So at this moment, when you see something outside, whatever the present vibration of mind consciousness stem from past vibration. That we understand. So all the time, mind consciousness is experiencing some past thing, past sanya. So that is the knowledge you get. Actually, it's not knowledge. We have to use the word wisdom. So wisdom means there won't be a change to whatever the experience you have. You know that's true. That's what happening. So it's a very strong understanding you get. Then Chutupapata Jnana means what? Seeing the rise and cessation of one thought. Then Asavakya Jnana means automatically your system will experience the less ignite and attachment in the system. So these are the three jnana. Pubbe Nivasanusati jnana, Asavakya jnana, Chutupapada jnana and Asavakya jnana. Right. Then once you understand Satya jnana, or true Dhamma, right, will relieve from wrong view of self or Sakkaya Ditti. That is the first step that will happen to you. Because you were in mundane world and then you will study this and it becomes a jnana. You will get Yatabhuta jnana after what? After elimination of the wrong view of Sakkaya Ditti. Or you call Atma Dushtiya. So you know very well that there is no self. It comes as a jnana. And then that person will find actually stream entry. Once you find stream entry means it is considered as you are born in Are Bhumi. It is not the mundane plane. This is completely different. So all this time you were in Anusote and mundane world, but now the moment the person born in Are Bhumi, Patisote will start. Right? So there are several other, stages as well, right? One return and non-returner, that is Anagami, will experience back again a gradual removal of power of ignite. So all this you have to understand. What happens is from that Sakkaya Ditthiya means what? Having a wrong view of self. So we know that all the problem came because of that I concept. But what happens is, even though the I concept, that is I, the notion of self is removed from the system, still your system has a ignite. Still your system has a ignite, because now let's assume, compared to a young child, an older person will go through, several, experience of this sanya. So he will see the same object again and again and again, and there will be some abhisankarana power, right? So the ignite is very high for an old adult person. If you take a necklace, if something happened to that necklace, the young child would not have any, value for that at all. But what about the elderly person? I mean, he might, suffer a lot, thinking that my very this necklace is very worth. This I got from my ancestors, and I need this. I need to safeguard this. So although now what happened to this, so he'll continue to suffer. So the problem is, even though the notion of self is removed in the system, some power, still will be there in the system. So basically what happens is, the power means what? The ego means what? Raga, Dvesha, Moha. Because moment your system is I present means, the moment your ego present, all the problems started. That means what? You start craving. So you have Raga, you have Dvesha, you have Moha. So therefore there will be, this Raga, Dvesha, Moha will be there. So it will, but this is a system. No? Now your system will slowly turn, and then it will slowly get rid of this ignite. So gradually you will experience yourself the deterioration of your I-ness. So that is good now. That is what we say. You can experience the same world as it is, and you are very cool, because your I-ness slowly deteriorate. So you have no major, influence to entertain or to give marks to yourself. So you will be very humble, down to earth person. That will happen naturally. So that is what needed. No, why we do not have the peaceful mentality? Because we are struggled to satisfy this I. So that's the whole problem. Then when the I present, we are fear of death. But death is also another thought, my friend. Isn't that? It is through a sound, you have introduced that name, death. But actually, if in the thought you are I present, that thought by now have died, then you have reborn in another thought. So where is this I? So you have to understand there is no I. So then this actually the status which is enjoyed by our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, who has reached the unshakable deliverance of mind, that is Akuppa Cheto Vimuktiya, which is the final stage called Arahat. So there will not be a person to enjoy anything in Arya Bhumi. That's another thing you need to understand, right? So now it is just like a wind. So as Aryan Vahanse very correctly explained, just like a wind. But those who are, going, those who are, we can't say somebody, but we have to use a word, because this is a system. So once that particular person who is born in Arya Bhumi, travel through the path, it will also, experience, less ignite, less raga, less dvesha, less moha, and sort of, comfortable life. So the point we want to highlight here is, there is nothing, or there is no self, right? So as Aryan Vahanse explained to us, so what happened is, this path to Nibbana is nothing else, that is Nibbitanti Viraganti, Viraganti Nirodhanti, Nirodhanti Patinissagganupassi. So basically, it will have no major, kind of a entertainment or big attachment towards the outside world. So now, before that, if I explain you what is this Nibbana. So what is Nibbana? So Nibbana is something like extinguishment. So because I'm sure most of you will have that issue. What is Nibbana? So if there is no I, if it is like a wind, what's really is? Actually, it's like when there is a fire. So these are some common examples I'm bringing in. When there is a fire, there will be extinguishment of the fire as well. So in the case of a oil lamp, if oil is over and wick also burn out, the light will be automatically ceases to exist, right? So where the light has gone. So same way the Nibbana, the formlessness, which we say asankata, beyond cause and effect. So cause and effect will not have a influence to this, the person who has achieved akuppa cheto vimukti. So you need to understand this is a sandittika dhamma. So no one can teach this. Buddha also very clearly mentioned, Aryan Mahanse also very correctly pointed out us all the time. One makes to make their own rafts to cross the river. Right? So for that, you need to understand, first take your time, study this in the right angle you have to study. Don't try to study this thinking that I am inside the outside world is real. How come? Because this is atakavachara dharma. You can't argue, right? So you have to understand. You come out. I mean, you know that you are anyway in an illusion because you are suffering in the illusion, and I'm sure all of you need to come out from that. Why do you want to unnecessarily suffer in a thought? We can't squeeze the thought, but but we continue to suffer with that. So if you want to come out from the illusion, what you have to do? You study the sensor. That is, those are like factories, sensors. Then you need to understand the existent field in your system arising in each of these sensors. So you will feel hot, spicy when you eat chili. But is that mean I feel? It's natural. It's a natural thing. So the thoughts comes and going. That is the nature of the mano sensor. You can't control it. So let the thoughts to come and go. I mean, why you need to hold it? Why you want to tight it, saying no, that's my thought. I want it, or I want to suffer like. So everything what you experience in this world is coming as a thought. So now we understood how that thought is formed. Basically, it is through some fast vibration which is happening. So do you want to trap yourself there? So come out. So don't trap inside this ego, the concept of ego. You come out. I mean, leave it. Just keep it, set aside. So think broadly. Open your mind. So then you will understand slowly, this world is an illusion, a fabricated world. So you don't want to be a part of it. And you have a relaxed life. Right. I think today it's enough, our discussion. So let's stop for today and we'll start tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friend of Thiruvan Saranai, dear friend of Dhamma, our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay my Buddothpado, our spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. It is of great importance that you know the philosophy of the Buddha. That the Buddha speaks to the world, because without the basic knowledge about how a thought informed in the mind, you would to be able to attain nirvana. Okay, let us talk a bit about the practical side and going on path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope to analyze them all very all. You need the identity, the correct path to nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards nirvana all by yourself. It is of extreme importance that you know the philosophy, Buddha Darshana, that the Buddha preached to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and he should all practice and follow the correct path to nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Purvāga Pratipādāva, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss with the Kalyana Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of Buddha and who has already realized the pure path. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless a Buddha teaches us and open our eye to the truth, they would never know the path of the world. In order for us to move more towards in this teaching, to believe that you have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes many of you must not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are presenting to you now is more than sermon. That we are presenting to you now is your practical experience of following the path to nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experience. It will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to experience, how to practice, and how to go on the path. We assume that you already know about what to be on the path in future. We will be realizing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will all be useful to clear your doubts and find the correct path to nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who have already started to follow the path. It does not matter if you are a layperson and priest, woman, an old person or young person. But what is all importance is that you all have mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there's also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out suffering, and this all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of the person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You can be either a king or poor man, both are human beings who have the fear of death. When you look at all people or Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People are all really helpless, help, helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, mithya drishtiya. As long as they are ignorant about pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view of the world, which means avidya or ignorance. You have already understood and you already know that the outside which we see does not exist. You have heard of you already know that you live only with thoughts. You already know that the four elements that is the outside in an illusion. You also know that they are in outside. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the nut tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the beetroot tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The time of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it's a knowing. A thought means that you know it also known as the jnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image, same thought. The time of the sound to image that to create a story fast. If the sound is regarded as only sound and of the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then the thing or object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. This means scenes or chakku vinyane, sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing, no? Sota vinyane, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to the other senses too. That means all the other three types of senses feeling. Smell or gnana vinyane, smell consciousness. Taste or juha vinyane, taste consciousness. Body senses, sensation or ha vinyane, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let be body sensation of that, call that the touch feeling or only a body sensation. Practicing Dhamma, we always clear our problem. Always Buddothpado say help us to guide us. So we are at the moment join us our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado say Thiruvan Saranai.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. First, before starting the few words I'm going to say, we will humbly pay our homage to the Supreme Buddha, who is fully awakened one. And I hope everyone is well and happy today. We are all in an individual journey of understanding the world and the self and Dhamma. Today also, I'll try to discuss few things according to the Dhamma we have understood with guidance of our Mahase. So, I think I told you a few things in the last few sessions as well. I'll try to talk again about these things in order to understand it a bit more. So, to remind you of what we talked last time, we were talking about dependent origination, which is the basic understanding that we have to understand Dhamma. And to friends who have joined us today, I would just recapitulate on what dependent origination is. So the dependent origination is just a pattern that Lord Buddha explained to explain how the mind is formed. It's just another way of explaining how the mind is formed. Because we take this mind very seriously, because we think mind is us, mind is self, mind is soul. If we understand the magic, only we understand that's the magic. Because unless we know that it's a magic, we will really take it as a serious, real thing. But if we know it's a magic, we don't take it that seriously. We know that it's a magic and we will just watch it as it is. Do we get really affected by the magic? Not really, because we know it's a magic. So Lord Buddha explained that dependent origination, or how the mind is formed, so that the magic is not magic anymore. So the ignorance is gone. So that you know that how the mind is formed, so that there is no living being or existence in there. So friends, so the dependent origination, or the process of how the mind is formed, is actually explaining also why it is important. It's explaining how you feel, is the feeling of existence or perception of existence. Even though we talk about there's so much ways to calm down a mind. There's meditation which calms the mind. In meditation, we take one thought, and in one thought, we concentrate that in that one thought, the mind is so peaceful. But that's actually not what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Lord Buddha tried to explain even that is again dependently originated. Even that thought that you are concentrating on. Does that mean that you are liberated, the fully awakened? No, because feeling of existence or the perception of existence is still there. So friends who have done meditation a lot will know what I'm talking about, that even at the end point of it, you will sense the feeling of existence or the perception of existence or the perception of self or soul, whatever you call it, whatever you name it. I'm talking about a feeling. I'm talking about a perception which can't be actually explained in words. It's actually a feeling. How can you actually put a word into all the things that we feel? We just try to communicate with other similar bodies. So in our case, it's humans. We try to communicate with words so that we share what we feel. It doesn't necessarily mean that what you talk about is felt by others. It's very difficult to explain what is felt to others. But anyway, Lord Buddha did it very nicely. He explained that ignorance is in every step, so that you don't actually know that it's originated not actually there. It's originated due to cause and effect, not actually there. So when you say Sambhuta in other language, we call it Sambhuta. At the time that language was used when Lord Buddha was there, it means it's created. It's a creation. It's an origination. It's actually formed due to causes. Doesn't mean that there should be a self or person or an animal in that sense, or thing to cause it. It's a natural phenomena which is happening. So even last time I tried to tell you that when we see something, I took the example of a pineapple. So I'll take that again so that it's easy. When I say pineapple, everyone get a chitta or like a mental form about a pineapple. How did that happen? Because you had that form before and you actually go into that same frequency. That's why I said the memory is also a part of this, not actually inside someone's brain. So you actually match the frequencies and you do get that chitta you formed about, or the thought you formed about the pineapple. The beauty of it is it has the color of the pineapple, the smell of the pineapple, the touch of the pineapple, the feeling of the pineapple, the taste of the pineapple. Everything is there. What about the thoughts? Okay, you will get thoughts about the pineapple too. Are they will come into now, this moment I tell you pineapple, it will remind you of the best pineapple you had one day because your mother bought a pineapple for you and it was so delicious and you're so thankful to your mother. These old thoughts will come back. How does that happen? It just activates a system which brings upon all these similar or closer thoughts that you had related to this pineapple. It's like you Google something, and when you Google, you actually get everything related to that word. If you Google pineapple, the pictures of the pineapple will come. You can't really get the taste, the smell, because it's not a human body, but the machine does the other parts. So in similar way, you get all the thoughts coming back to you, like at that moment. But that's just a process. And that process goes on and on and on. But the problem is we actually perceive, because we take all this as real. I told you about 3 times, I repeated the same thing. If we take if we forget that this is magic, the vijnana or the consciousness forms are actually like a magic. The Lord Buddha put like an example as a magician, because it's but if you forget that it's just a creation of a magician, you actually take it real. And when you take it real, you're alive. I told that about 3 or 4 times last time. So if you take it as real, it is the moment. It's not even a fraction of a second away. It's the same vibration, the feeling of existence, because the moment you start craving, that's where this feeling of existence comes, because that's where the new vibration occurs. The similarity of these vibrations is that, because that's happening all the time. The moment you take every chitta, because there's so many chittas happening, it's such a fast occurrence that no one can actually count how many chittas I have had today. You can't even count that. That's that fast. The light is not the fastest wave in the world. It's the chitta. So the thoughts process is happening so fast that every time it becomes real, that you feel inside that it's real, if you get the craving, that actually has a different perception. That's the problem. You have a different perception to that. So whenever you feel the perception of craving, you have the perception of existence as well. So friends, I think the main important thing you have to understand is, if you have a craving towards a pineapple, that's a feeling of existence. Because why do you get the craving? I told you last time, if you feeling that it's real and you get a good feeling or a bad feeling, or even just a basic feeling, you can't help having a craving. So whenever you get this real, that you feel the magic as not magic but as real, you tend to get the craving. So if you really look into that, if you see a plate of cut pineapple, someone would like it with a bit of pepper on it, someone would like it with a bit of salt on it, someone would like it without anything on it, someone would like it on fully ripened, someone would like it not fully ripened, someone would like it with some other thing, or maybe eat with rice, who knows? It depends, but people have different feelings about the pineapple, and you get a craving. So when you get a craving, because you took the pineapple as real, you get the craving, the feeling of existence is there. But imagine a person who understands this Dhamma. Does that mean that they don't actually see the pineapple? No, you see the pineapple. Do you feel the pineapple? Yes, it's a bit hard. Sometimes when it is fully ripened, it can be soft. And would you feel the smell? Yes, of course. You can tell whether it's rotten or not by the cells, and like the smell as well. You can see and understand whether it's rotten or not, whether it's good or not. You can actually say, this is a good pineapple. This is fully ripened. It's good for maybe, or even you would say, no, this is good for cooking. This is not good for the dessert. This is good for the cooking.
Therwan Saranai Sudharma, you can start the program.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්ස. First of all, we all worship your feet for his selfless service to share this message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire mankind. So we are starting the Dhamma discussion, English Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time under the guidance of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So this platform is an ideal opportunity for all seekers of truth to clarify and verify their doubts and to get some idea about the Buddothpado sermons and websites and books which are available to cater to different various needs of all seekers of Dhamma. Especially, we would like to tell you about the Buddothpado PeoTV channel, which operates daily from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., where Dhamma sermons are delivered in English medium. And this time slot, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., is dedicated for this Dhamma discussion, where you can meet senior practitioners of the path. And actually, our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, was not available in this forum for quite some time because of his door-to-door venture to meet up the people from remote villages, going to their doorsteps to discuss Dhamma with them. So hopefully he will join the forum from today onwards. But anyway, now we have Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, and even Champa will be here in a few days. So all are welcome to join the discussion and to share your thoughts, your experiences, and also to get some guidance in the path. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, until Dr. Kokila joins, can we start the discussion? I invite you to start the discussion. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, at his feet, Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. Yes, Sudhanma, until the other friends join, we can start the discussion.
Yes.
There were actually great sermons today morning also, which was a fairly long one.
Mm-hmm.
And today, Dombagoda, I think there's a program, and I could listen to part of it. Still, I could not sort of come even to the midway. It was the one that is at Dombagoda done by Aryan Mahas is also very simple, and it is a sum up of the whole things that he has been doing from door to door.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
yeah, so it is a kind of summing up, and also in between he's adding some new examples, so that it's very interesting to listen actually how he was telling how the curiosity of these mothers from the villagers who have never listened to Buddothpado sermons, how that uh, arousal was done. I mean, the most of them, Aranhase was saying, have come because the neighbors or a relative may have told them to come because there is a banner. So
Yes. Yes.
just without without a significant interest, some of them have come because they could not refuse to the person who invited. But from the time that they sat, Aryan Vahase was saying step by step how he made the environment suitable for the proper explanation of the darshana, asking some very simple questions like he was saying, "Ai padune, ai marine." So that was why are we born? Uh, why are we dying? And also another question he said was, what is the purpose of being born? We grow up, uh, we work, we marry, have children, and then get old and die at the end. The animals also more or less do the same thing. Little difference, but more or less the same thing. And then we follow the same thing. So what is the purpose? So when he asked those questions, and also what is meant by nirvana. So he was saying when you ask those questions, it's a kind of shaking the person. Then the little by little, how the interest was growing to listen to what he was saying. So when he said, "Why are we born? Why did we? Why are we born?" So that was a question that no one would have considered. So they look a bit bewildered from that question, and then he was saying that what is meant by nirvana. So many answers came apparently, and when he said the simple thing, nirvana means you put off the fire. Uh, so some simple thing like that. Otherwise, they were thinking of some very serious type of answers. So when the simple answers are coming from Aryan Mahanse himself, uh, their curiosity becomes more and more, and they are more attentive to what Aryan Mahanse is saying. And when he says that we all are following the same thing that the animals are also doing, he was saying on the faces you can see that they agree, fully agree. Yes, yes. We are not different from the animals. And then what is the purpose of that? Is there anything worth? We are just letting it happen like in the animals. So that is one thing. Then he was saying nirvana, the definition of the nirvana. So nibima, ginna nibima. And then he said, went up to the step. Don't you feel that you are there? Don't you feel that you are there? Then they say yes, yes. We feel that we are here. Then we have to find out where this self is, so that those steps that he used to follow, like he more elaborated more, is the appearance you. So he gave a new example. If somebody throws some acid on your face,
the appearance instantly changes. So then you can't say that the appearance is me or the rupa is me. And then he went on to say that is a body me, and then is a mind me. And then
Is
the
the name me?
name me. So those things he excluded one by one. And then he asked, now then where are you? Now don't you feel that you are there? Don't you feel that you are sitting there? Don't you feel that you are listening to this deshana? Don't you feel that you are seeing me? So they agreed, yes, yes. So then you have to find out where you are. Now, right now, tell me who was thinking about home, or somebody who has gone to the school, a child or somebody who has gone to the school. So like that, he just tried to get their attention to the thoughts for different focuses.
Yes.
And then they agreed, yes. And then he said he caught up the Buddha word that දෙයක් වෙන තැනයි භවය, sorry, the දෙයක් වෙන තැනයි මම ඉන්නේ. Wherever there is something existing, the self is there. So now some form of sort of clearer thing is coming to them. So now we know that where I am myself is that ginna, or that focus, which is felt as some form of current or power. And then he said, next what I did was I asked them to look around. Did any of those things, any of those stimuli created any power in you, current in you? They all said, no, no, no. Then he caught the Lord Buddha's thing, whenever there is nothing, දැසගත්තේ නැත්තං එතන නිවන. So whenever there is no thing, and that is a point where nivana is touched. So now it's becoming clearer to them. Now they know where the nivana is, where the nivana is not there. Wherever the self is there, wherever the self is not there.
Yes.
So it becomes clearer now. Then he said, but Amma, now you say that you have no current or no power of what you are seeing around. You said none of them have become a thing to you. But the very next stimulus, very next thought will become a thing to you. Now, there's nothing, no thing at this moment, but the next moment, whatever you are experiencing will become a thing. So that is the difference between you and the Arhants. And the Arhants will not feel any of those stimuli as a thing. So that is a difference. And then he said, now up to that point, I brought them forward, explaining that, he was saying, I cleared the pathway up to that point. So now it is a suitable time to explain the darshana. And then you have to find out why isn't happening it to the Arhants, but for you and me, for you, the next moment is going to be a thing. This moment there is no thing. That means this moment there is nivana touched. Next moment, no nivana, because that stimulus has become a thing. But for the Arhants, it is persisting. So how does the stimulus become a thing to you? So then, from then onwards, he started about that Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane, Chutupapata Jnane, and how the thoughts are formed. Started from that Montessori age, and brought forward how the stimulus becomes a thing, heavier and heavier, with more and more thoughts and more repetition of the same thought. He told the examples that he gave, that about the that child who was adopted by a foreigner, that foreign
Mm.
mother became his mother, and then about that child girl who
Oh.
committed suicide because of the boyfriend. So those two stories, he said, I brought them forward for them to see how the thoughts become a thing. And then he talked about the Maranaya. Now Maranaya is also same thing. Maranaya is also created in the same way. It also becomes a thing, a thought which is real.
Mm.
So how did the Marane come up? And then he said, I explained about that story, the child, small child who is playing around the coffin of the dead mother.
Mm.
Uh, so that one. And how did that thought became strong and strong? Now, for you, if I ask, are you prepared to die right now? Can you feel the current that is coming up within you? Because none of you all are ready to die at this moment, because death also has become a thing to you. So those were the things that I could pick up. There's one more nice thing that he mentioned. Today morning one, I think you may have heard about that. Mm, uh, what is it? Like Kablinkara Ahara. Uh, mm, for the Manayatane, what are you giving?
Mano Sanchetana.
Mano Sanchetana Ahara. Yes.
Mm.
So he said about that Mano Sanchetana Ahara. Now,
Mm.
morning, I think he explained to Asanti that giving Sanchetana Ahara doesn't mean that you are going to drag more thoughts, but
Mhm.
just having that understanding itself is a kind of a ahara to the manayatane.
That is
Now you,
understanding. I actually could
yes.
listen to that doctor. So that
Ah,
is to understand how the thoughts are formed, the truth.
no, no, what he
No.
said was දැන්
Uh,
මනෝ සංචේතන ආහාර දෙනවා කියලා තව සිතිවිල්ලක් ඇදලා ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ.
huh?
ඒක මෙහෙමයි වෙන්නේ කියලා අවබෝධ කරගන්න.
Ah,
So
yeah.
that
Not,
mechanism, when you understand the mechanism, this is the nature of the thought. This is the
mm,
nature of the mind, craving for more thoughts.
mm,
So when you understand that itself is a food for the mind,
ah,
avabodhe itself, that avabodhe alone is enough. You don't
ah,
need to sort of provide thoughts as food.
ah, right.
Avabodhe
So,
about that system or that function, that craving type of need, avabodhe alone is enough. That is how he said.
so that is not leading to Nirvana then.
No, that what he said was it's a nature. The
Ah,
nature
it's
of
a
the
nature.
mind is
Ah,
wanting more and more thoughts, one after the
yeah.
other thoughts.
Thought. Yeah.
You are planning things, you are thinking about the past
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
That is a
S-
nature, no?
Yeah.
So you recognize that nature.
Then that comes to an end gradually. That
Yeah, yeah.
burning will not have. Ah, right.
Yes, yes, that craving will
Realization.
be, yes,
That is the Arahant nature also that he explained, as
yes.
you also said. The
Mm,
difference is thoughts may arise, but
mm,
Arahant always know the how the thoughts are created. That
mm, yeah,
yata abhuta jnanada,
mm,
knowledge, clear knowledge of the reality is there. Real.
mm,
So no burning, no, he never gets deceived.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And he
So
said about another beautiful thing. Now he was saying about cricket, right?
um, uh,
He said now in a match,
mm,
to win, only one more run is needed. And
mm.
our famous cricketer may down south African who is not
Sanat
known to play.
Jayasuri.
Sanat, yes.
Right.
So Sanat is he is batting. So
Mm,
he has to have one more run. It's a
mm,
very sort of trivial point.
mm,
And he's going to get an Audi if he wins.
mm.
So
Yeah.
he was saying if you try to bat with that Audi in the bat
Mm.
is going to be very heavy. He will not be able to
Yeah.
bat. And
Yeah.
if you try to count the 289 which has batted earlier, that again is going to be a
Yeah.
failure because that again is a
Very
heavy.
heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to just focus on this one single run for the
Mm.
moment.
Mm.
So how can you reduce the weight? Keep a foot backwards, take one step backwards and hit the ball,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
so,
One
so
step backwards in the sense.
now when he's batting, for
Yeah.
him to get the maximum force, he
Hmm.
should take one step back
Ah,
and then
yeah,
hit the
yeah,
ball,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
That is
yeah,
how they are doing. No, anyway.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
like that, if you are sort of aiming at the nirvana,
Hmm.
you should leave the uh, your holdings about the
Yeah,
nirvana or the dharma, your knowledge, whatever. You
everything
have to leave
behind.
all of them aside.
Hmm.
So it is he equal that to the sanats keeping one step
Yeah, yeah.
backwards.
Oh.
So keep the weight aside,
Hmm.
keep all your intentions, plans, and your keenness to reach the nirvana as soon as possible, and
Hmm.
your dharma knowledge, everything, keep all that weight aside, and then listen to these facts that I am explaining. He said.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, he also said. And again, in the last evening one, doctor, I heard that um, we have some other kind of power within uh, to believe that things exist. That is, he didn't say that it is the existence perception.
Mm,
But arahant, when somebody attains arahanthood, that
mm,
inner power which was there to say that things are there, that completely goes away.
mhm.
He
Isn't
said
that the same thing? It's the
he
sanya
didn't say
word.
that it is the
Um,
existence feel. That is, he said, kind of special R opener. That's the
mm,
word he
mhm.
used. He
Okay, I
didn't say
can't
it the
remember.
sanya. He said
Mm, mhm,
within maybe the same. I was also wondering whether it's the same. But
mhm,
last evening sermon, I only listened to that. I was
mm,
not there at that time. And in the morning I heard he's going to monitor all the Zoom discussions.
mm,
And he
mm, mm.
was talking about the and yeah, and
Yeah. Yeah.
people have like kind of just neglected it because he was
Mhm,
not monitoring. I got
mhm,
that kind of, but I couldn't continue to listen to. And as you said, he was even in the last evening sermon, he was highlighting the fact that his new style of sharing this message with village people, as
mm,
you beautifully said, with very simple questions. They come without a clue of Buddothpado sermons and non-self nature, nothing. They just come,
mm,
and then, as you said, he proves that the name is not you, body is not you, mind is not you.
mm,
And he, in the evening, he said, gave another example that when you try to concentrate on something, why do 101 thoughts arise? So if the
ah,
mind is you, you should be having the power to control.
mm,
And then who are you? He was again taking the different roles played by his own father. My
mm.
father was a different person in the school, another
Yeah.
person when he was with the friends, and at home he was completely who is my father? And at his deathbed, he was asking Aryan Mahase, where would I go, kind of thing. And then,
Mm,
as you said, the death is just breathing in and breathing out, nothing
mm,
more than that, he said.
mm.
Yeah, you gave a beautiful explanation. It is basically, is it from Dombogoda sermon, doctor?
Yeah. It's
Uh,
still going. I don't know whether it indicates live,
mm,
but I have to listen to about 2.5 hours more. I listened to like 1.5 hours. It must be over by now, but
oh,
I just stopped it at that level.
yeah.
And also he said about that that single vibration. The
Mm, that's
single
very.
vibration has everything.
Mm,
Uh, the past perceptions are there. Then all
yes.
your samsaric uh, essence is also there, and also the hormonal effects, your habits which are
Genes. Yeah.
becoming genes, and the environmental factors. The whole thing is in that single vibration. That
Yes.
he sort of reiterated about that. And also, I can't remember whether it is a last night one or today morning. He mentioned now identify your nature.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you are that අර ගිනි ගන්න සුළු එක්කෙනෙක්ද
Must be in
තැන්පත්
the
එක්කෙනෙක්
morning.
morning one. So identify your nature and then focus on to that.
Mm, mm.
Focus to your nature and see whether it is settling down, whether it is
Yeah.
changing.
That is what here also what Dr. Kokila says, no, doctor.
Mm,
Go back to
mm,
your childhood and find
mm.
that is Sahasrava nature. He
Yeah.
doesn't say Sahasrava, but whether you
Mm,
are more into anger, more into hatred, more into like lust or whatever
mm,
that
mm,
uh, people have very sometimes dominant defilements, no, doctor?
mm.
Raga, Dvesha,
Actually,
Moha.
it's
Yeah.
uh,
That's it. And must be in the morning. I must listen to
must
that.
be. Yeah.
And from your explanation, what I uh, found, I mean, very important is, doctor, for me
Mm,
even, that uh, to realize that uh, unless a stimulus does not become a thing, we
mm.
experience nibbana.
Yeah,
The-
he's repeatedly saying
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Mm, mm,
And the actually absence of the self in that moment, that is true, no, doctor.
mm,
We
mm.
don't feel our existence
Yeah,
until
that is.
something, always
Mm,
in relation to a stimulus only, the presence of the self becomes
yeah,
evident.
evident.
Dr.
Yes.
Kokila has joined, doctor. Thiruvan Saranai,
Then
Dr. Kokila.
Sanai, Dr. Kokila.
Sanai. Uh, what was the discussion about? I think we have like a big one last night as well as big one
Uh,
today
in
morning.
the morning also, yes.
Mm.
And I just briefed her about the Dombagoda Deshanama, which is going on.
Oh, really?
I-
Is that
yeah,
really good?
yeah, good in the sense it's very simple and very interesting how Aryan Mahanse was explaining the Dhamma to those people from the how he roused the curiosity, how he got them to be attentive to what he's saying, because Aryan Mahanse was saying most of them have come because somebody has invited them. Uh, so I mean, they not because not with the mere interest of listening to something special, because so and so, okay, we'll go to the temple. There is something like that, and because of that, such a invitation, they have come. So
Mm.
right at the beginning, you could see from the faces that, I mean, they were neither here nor there. But little by little, Aranwas was saying that I could read their faces, how they were felt shaken. And he was saying අර මඩ අවුස්සනවා වගේ. I mean, the මඩ කලත්තනකොට එනවා වගේ, then I could see how the things were stirred in their mind. And they were
Mm.
becoming more and more attentive, and very beautifully he summarized the way that he asked the questions and step by step how the how the background was prepared to explain the darshana. So it was nice. It's still, I think it is still going on, probably about 4-5 hours long one.
Is that listeners? Are they new ones? That mean
Sorry?
listeners in Tomagoda, are they new to Bam?
I think only one or two probably new ones. So he's sort of not going to explain things from the beginning. I think all the others are regular people.
Mm. Anything highlighted from last night and today morning?
Sudharma was explaining something. Sudharma, you can continue with what you were doing.
No, that doctor, the presence of the self and existence feel, everything happens when the stimulus becomes true for someone. Otherwise, there
You
is
can
no.
tell them what you had a question, no, about that, what Aran said mentioned about that we were wondering whether it is Itta Sanya. Dr. Kokila might.
Yeah, doctor, did you
Mm.
listen to last night's sermon there?
Mm-hmm.
When he was explaining the difference between a normal person and an arahant, he said the arahant have, like, not arahant, everybody has some special kind of aropanaya to believe that it's there, and with when one becomes an arahant, how they identify that it's an arahant is that aropana completely disappears. So we were wondering whether it is itta sanya. He didn't say existence feel or anything. He said special aropana to
No, Itta Sanya is just the existence perception is something. Power to maintain that is something else. So that power is the one which is going to be zero.
Yeah, he said that some he used the word power, ආරෝපණයක් හැමදේම ඇති බවට, so it goes away completely. That's
Yeah,
the
that's why
difference.
they are more prone to not survive.
Mhm. He
Dr.
said,
Kokila, did you say that it is a power which comes with the Itta Sanya? Is it?
Yeah, because the existence perception is real to them, to like the normal person. It's not done by anyone. It's just the itself, this system itself. There is a power to try and maintain to keep that sanya.
Mhm. What he said was, Doctor, ඇතුළාන්තයෙන් ඇත්තා වූ බලයක්. ඇතුළාන්තයෙන් ඇත්තා වූ බලයක්. It automatically switches off.
Yeah.
Mm. And he says it's a very long story, and I have just started to share. No? So he has a lot to explain, it seems. And it's so beautiful, doctor, that he was talking about, I don't know the word for pasdena, who were born quintuplets. I don't know, who were born at the same time for the mother, like twins, 5 people. All the other factors are the same, but they still show differences due to tails, that vibration.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that. And yeah, he's emphasizing
There
that.
was a point that he was trying to show to Swarnamali that he took so much effort to actually explain that synchronicity of this situation. This moments can come at times when he's saying the Dhamma. These moments, whether they are understanding or not, those moments can come and go. He took a lot of effort to explain that how it can happen while he's saying Dhamma and while someone is in power with Dhamma, you know.
Yeah, last night that he was focusing on his sermon style, special sermon style that he.
Not the actual style. He was trying to prove something to Swarnamali, like the overall words can sound like that, but the message was, hidden message was that how these things can't be predicted. Yes.
How mothers experienced Nibbana then and
Anyone.
Yeah, doctor. He was asking Swarnamali to listen to them even, no? Those sermons.
Actually, any Dhamma, there is a deeper meaning as well as the words can say
Superficial.
something. Yeah. Because some words, why we say that, it's not, I mean, sometimes the, I don't know, says that and one may not feel it and someone else might feel it. That's how it works. So this feel side is massively directed by the Sasava Sabhava. What is it? The
Tense.
original tense.
Yeah.
So when the original tense are lower, that feel in like the synchronization to non-vibration, the chances are high. This synchronization to non-vibration or Buddha status or why there is Buddha Shunya time. There are so many aspects to this. So yeah, it's, and he was today morning also, he was trying to say how the communication is not by words. How communication can be different. Teran Sanai Surangika.
Yeah, Sanai, Dr. Kokita. Teran Sanai, everyone.
Miss Surangika.
Yeah. Anything else? Anything specific?
I haven't started listening to the Dumbagoda. That's the very long one, isn't it?
No,
It's a very long one, actually. Halfway I listened. Very, very nice.
I never had a chance to even peep into that.
Yeah, I just finished the morning one only half an hour ago.
It
That
was
was
long
about
as
3
well.
hours, I think.
Yeah.
It
And
was quite
he's
long.
trying to get across a lot of messages.
Yeah, looks like it, isn't it? Various aspects of it, isn't it? Different facets of the for the follower on the path, isn't it?
Yeah.
The communication, the feel, the various things. And I think that last part was also good, the Mano Sanchetana Ahara thing. That was a bit, that was
Yeah, can you explain
quite
a bit
deep.
about it, Surangika? Because I was mentioning it with Sudharma. What you understood, can you please tell us? Manosanchetanahara?
Yeah, because that was always something that one gets tripped up, and I think I've got scolded a few times also from him, Aryan Vahans. I think what he said was, you don't have to be going looking for food for thought type of thing, or that the mind is looking for the next stimuli and the next stimuli, isn't it? Just the seeing that it is in search of something itself is the food that it is seeking. So seeing it itself is sufficient, isn't it? Was that
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
That was quite deep, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned it just in one or two sentences, but it has a deep meaning. Yeah.
It's something to do with the mind always go for next one, and one having some knowledge of that would be sufficient, or what is it the same, Surangika?
The tendency of the
Mhm.
mind to jump to the next thing, it's like an impulse, Sudama. If you just if you are observant, it's an impulse which is quite subtle actually. It's almost seamless. Now, if the Dhamma was not there, it would have been, we are going from one to the other, as if it was like one big, long something. No breaks, nothing, right? It's like a seamless stream of activity. And all this activity, we think it's an activity, isn't it? That we are now sitting down, next time we are taking a book to our hand, then we read 2 pages, then we stop it, and then we want to put the TV on. And so, but with the Dhamma, all this one realizes it's the stimuli, moving from stimuli to stimuli. Why? Because the mind is now fed up. Mind wants another stimuli, changing the, like Aaron once said one day also recently, can you even sit still in one place? No, isn't it? The body, the posture, you will cross your legs. Then you'll uncross the legs. Then you want to sit cross-legged and you take both legs and sit cross-legged on the sofa. Then that's also you can't, now the body is wriggling away, and then you want to stand. Or then you'll start walking about a bit. After a little while, now you're tired, you want to sit down again. So it's like that. It's a constant thing. And the mind is also like that. It's that seeking of it is the thing that keeps it going, the momentum. The momentum is being driven by it, so it's fueling itself. Isn't it? It's giving itself fuel, and the way this, like Aaron once says, the solar system, the thing that keeps this thing going, the system going, is the thoughts. And if it is that stimuli generation itself is fueling this thing forward.
Giving power.
So all that can be done is the seeing of it, isn't it? Recognizing that this is the thing that is fueling it. It's like putting wood to the fire type of thing.
Yeah, when you're explaining it, yeah, doctor, please go ahead.
No, I was going to ask Surangika, identifying that pattern is what can be done, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what Aaron said. And Dr. Kokila, what did you think about that?
It's interesting. I have probably I didn't hear that sentence because it's not in this system. It's all my issue with the typing and trying to hear that Dhamma. So, but when you say that sentence, the directed thought and sustained thought also, it's a kind of the similar pattern because something comes. Okay, if you think the like something like listening to Dhamma or ice cream or something, then it keeps going like, or son or daughter or something like that. It can go on like that. Even in that aspect, it is the same thing. That how the thoughts catch the second thought and the third thought and the fourth thought, and go on and on until you come to the senses. But Ratan Vanse, I think it is not the case. It is kind of without avitakka vichara part is also there now there.
Doctor, can you actually say that the thought, if a thought is entertained, it is deliberate? in an arahat? Rather than...
What did you say?
I'm just asking.
Yeah, deliberate
Can
word,
we...
what does that mean in Sinhala? Hitala karana?
No, it's like...
What does deliberate word
no, now
means?
the arahat doesn't have the vitakka, no? Vitakka thing. So a thought, if it is coming, it's true, it's free flow, but it's there is an meaning, the awareness of the thought. Because of that permanent awareness of the thought, the one thing is the power is not there. The other thing is it doesn't go abhisankaranya kara. Like, පැටව ගහගෙන ගහලා පැටව ගහ. No. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it next moment it's like babies. One time they are crying, the other time they can't remember that what happened, right? They may remember, but they don't. It's not really there, right? Something like that.
Yeah, but now, for example, say Sariyutta Thero has to go to a dane, alms giving place. So now there'll be certain thoughts, no? That stream of thoughts will still come. But the stream of thoughts are allowed almost, isn't it? Can you say that almost allowed without the vitakka nature? It is I don't know how to explain it or whether
It is
saying it properly.
no. The Rahatan Wahanse, the thing is, whatever happens, that no self awakening is there, no? So the life, that life feel is not there, like a tree, right? So imagine tree getting thoughts. It's a very difficult thing to imagine, though. Like that, just thoughts come and go. There's no sustainability in that. There's nothing really to. There's no tag, basically.
Yeah.
In the last evening sermon, Aryan Hanse explained it as same thing, that Arahant has 100% realization that there is no substance in the thought. It's just a thought. With that,
it is like tree. Like tree.
Yeah, that's
moving.
what you. That same. Yeah. Same thing.
But the thoughts are coming, so it is different to normal vitakka vichara. Vitakka vichara it is true. Now imagine someone is talking, and then Arahant is also talking. Someone is talking, actually, it's kind of true. I mean, I don't know how to say that even.
You say in the film, being in the film.
Being in the film. Yeah. One is not in the film, one is in the film, basically.
But the lay person will have the wanting to express in words, whereas the arahat can, or it doesn't
Arahant
even matter.
It doesn't matter, but he might even shout.
Yeah, so either way, right, for him, for the arahat, yeah.
So the main important thing here is the no self perception and no self, how can I say, no self feel. Because no perception can be true in an arahant. There's nothing like පාරුව බිමින් තියෙන කතාවත් එන්නේ ඔතන තමයි. So it gets so subtle always. It's better let the system convert it to it.
So that Mano Sanchetana thing was, I think he started
He
off with
started saying
Asanti.
everyone needs love, everyone needs some kind of he started saying that, and I can't remember what it turned into. Like
No,
Even an arahant.
yeah.
Um,
Asanti only
no,
said
not
no
for an
that
Arahant.
there was
He
that
started
it
the
is
talk.
getting complicated. Yeah.
He started saying, you know, how people, even babies, he said so many things there. You know, even a baby will be happy, right? Even though there is no self view or self idea,
mhm.
the perception is minimally there or the vibration is anyway there. Baby also feels happy and sad. There's no anger, there's no hatred, there's no jealousy, there's no directed thoughts, nothing. Imagine the baby, how beautiful that is. So, in that situation, but with the thoughts, is basically what is happening. So, thoughts are also happening. He said, no, how when we try to talk, we are using the thoughts. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't necessarily matter to another.
Mhm.
Because it's like a moving branch of a tree, even the thinking.
He has mastered the magic.
And genuineness comes very genuineness comes. So the more the genuine, the more the chance of losing the system.
I think there was one point that kind of went a bit when he says this all the time, but this time it was quite poignant. They were talking about some person who had accidentally taken ice, an old lady in the hospital when his father was ill. And then the conversation turned to, you know, we think that there are mad people. And then, you know, not realizing that lay people are also mad. Because of all the things that are taken to be real, isn't it? It's either the children or the parents or the job or something. That one is completely blinded by. So doesn't matter whatever it is, you can't justify saying you're not mad. That person and these people are crazy, isn't it? When you look at it from a Buddhistic point of view, through the darshana, all who are not in the correct view is deluded, according to the Buddha. Which is why the noble silence is Aretrushnim Bhutatve. All these things lends itself to that, isn't it? Because the seeing of anyone to criticize, the seeing of anyone even, then leave alone finding fault with them. The urge to criticize, the urge to blame, all that ceases, isn't it? The more the Dhamma is seen. Because then there's so much of defilements here that the eye turns inwards rather than outside, because the defilements are seen more. If words are coming to the throat to even express something, if there's alertness or awareness, then the system realizes that it's all here happening within, isn't it? What is there to be
but in
said?
an arahant, it's the other way around. Actually, mind works, but it's like just works. That is the thing that I think we are trying to imagine, maybe, but that is how it is. It works. We can't say it doesn't work. It works nicely. There's no dementia, there's no coma, there's no sleeping. So everything is working. It just works.
And doctor, we accept that mirror image is not true. But
Actually, when you said the mirror image is, sorry, actually continue. I got a thing when you said that.
Mirror
Continue.
images are not true for us. Pictures are not true for us. But the creations of sense faculties are true, that we feel they are there, that inner. So that is what the Arahant does not have, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually this came to me while listening to Dhamma today morning, I think. Dr. Sakuntala's bird came to my, actually it came to my mind about that bird, and it just occurred to me, if that experience actually gave her an insight that, wow, there is no actually a self, this is the only thing that was there, then that is the thing, that insight, it doesn't come naturally if you haven't practiced it. Always, every time, if we haven't practiced this path properly, any idea, any sanya, basically any perception, comes with the self-perception. With the practice, why there is practice, why there is a pratipada? It has some practice aspect. So the practice, the more you contemplate, more you actually try to practice this Dhamma, one moment will come other way around. It's completely other way around. You fully realize that, wow, there's never been a me. It was only the perception of the bird which was there. In the sense, actually, that particular combination of the thought and the the form and form, non-form, whatever this bird is the thing, no? Chair, bird, that's all. If you haven't practiced it, and if you haven't, even yesterday, not yesterday, day before, I think Aranwans was trying to get everyone to get that properly. And Aranwansi yesterday was trying to say, when Aranwansi go to the mother's foot, like Ammage Pamulata Gila, Aranwansi is shouting, saying, who are you? Who are you? And then actually he comes to this some kind of, the shaking of that system, trying to get this. So it can actually happen there, but the insight should be like in that angle. That's why the no self angle is important. That's why there is only one angle here. That's why there's no multiple paths, even though it sounded as like that. It's only one path. It's only one angle. It's only one thing that Lord Buddha has said, even though there's 84,000 whatever the things. So that is the angle that should be picked up, and it should come naturally, not forcefully. If it comes forcefully, it's end of it. because self is trying to do something there, it's just artificial, so nothing happens. But that is the beginning, when you try to train this system. It's okay, but that is the training part. And even when you are thinking, if something happens, that also we usually discard it. But at the same time, this practice means that looking at everything with a no self angle is it's very, very important. And also understanding that the bird, now she fully came to that experience. It was an experience, otherwise she doesn't need to say that it was actually highlighted. But she because the practice is how do I say, not it didn't come into that moment. If it came properly, it would have been such a beautiful experience where you fully realize that it's the chair only, the bird only. Bird තියනවා වගේ දැන් එකම තමයි මේ ඉන්නවා වගේ දැනෙනවා කියන එක. Otherwise, you interpret it in such different ways. What do you think? I don't know whether I'm talking sense. Sometimes I don't, I know. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Oh, Dr. Surangika.
Yeah, that takes one thing. Then there was no bird actually. That was something that I just sort of created for the time being to give it as an example for something that I felt. Other thing is, no, as you said, now that fact I understood that if it becomes a thing, definitely self is there. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not the angle we are practicing, right?
Yeah, I know. Yes. Shouldn't be the
Yeah.
angle.
We are not trying to see self. Self is already, 65 years, 75 years, 55 years, 45 years, whatever the age, we have practiced nicely the self. We don't need any specific things. So we know there is power here. We know that, but the realizations are this path is slightly more like genuine instances where you fully realize Dhamma. And what Haranamansi was trying to say yesterday, I think she was trying to say even anyone can no, was it yesterday or day before? I can't even now, confused, but that anyone can see Nibbana directly also, because that can happen. And it is true, because in a person who feels side is very high, they can do that. It doesn't necessarily mean others can't.
What was Swarnamali's point that she was trying to bring across yesterday? The fact that even if you understand the Dhamma, liberating from the mind is different, no? Was that what she was trying to say?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't listen to the front part. I just listen from Aranavansi's point. But when she came and tried to correct...
But she said it twice, I think, later on also.
Yeah, later on also she came and said, what did she say? Do you remember? She was trying to... I think she had the idea that it doesn't happen. Yeah, something like that. Aranavansi was trying to say, no, this change can happen. There were so many things there.
Yeah, I think she
little
said
things
something
were
like
there.
Understanding the mind is one thing, liberating from it is another or something, no?
Yeah, there are so many
Full
aspects to
liberation.
that. I didn't understand why Sonamali said that because I didn't listen from the beginning. I didn't have time actually to start from the beginning. Do you remember, Sudharma, why she said that sentence?
No, doctor, I also missed that part, but Aryan Wahanse tried to correct her. From that point, I listened to, and Aryan Wahanse said, when Swarnamali listened to my simple sermons, what I have done in this door-to-door program, she will also understand. And that's why she hasn't listened to that. That's why she said so kind of thing was said by Aryan Wahanse in the second half of it. I actually don't know what she explained to us something at the beginning. But Aryan Mahanse, as you said, wanted to correct it, whatever.
I think what he was trying to say is that being shaken to the core, if that at some point in that person who comes and sits before him,
Yeah.
in that vibration, if that vibration has been subjected to a almost similar kind of experience in a prior occasion, that kind of gets almost like a shock when that person comes and sits in front of Aranvas and
That's a
listens to the
synchronization. Yeah, that's a synchronization.
synchronization, and then even the way he delivers it, his communication, which is beyond words, the tone, all these other ways of communication, all that contribute to giving that person at some point during that sermon such a jolt that it goes into that seeing the nirvana in the fraction of the moment, which defeats Swarnamali's point, I think. Or meaning like not defeats, but I mean it contradicts, sorry. It contradicts that fact, because I think what she was trying to say is not only does the system need to understand how this mind works, that can even happen, but transcending the mind is a different thing. But then he said, no, transcending the mind can happen without any of that, because of that
Any of that.
big
Yeah,
jolt,
that's the thing.
because of the
That's the thing.
synchronicity, isn't it?
Yeah. Buddha Sabhaveta, he has said this a long time ago. Telepathizing to non-vibration.
And that is that, that is because of that prior experience, no?
Yeah, he said even in whatever the yon or kalpa, that the system was exposed to this truth, it telepathizes at this very instant and person fully liberates from that, because he, as you said, he establishes the fact that there is no self, no, with those brainstorming questions like, is the name you, is the body you, is the mind you, so on and so forth. Then what is death and what is life, and all those special brainstorming thing is done, and the system gets shaken, and then that's how he sets the scene for this. And then he reveals the truth. Some systems instantaneously I mean that, as you said, that samsaric telepathization will happen, and they are the Ugatitana people. He again mentioned the 4 categories of people also. Yeah. And in the same way, doctor, he said the other way around, the system, now 2 people, they will get on very well, maybe husband and wife, 4 lovers or whoever. When that samsaric thing telepathizes, one would kill the other. It's the other way around also, it's the same. Whatever any experience can synchronize into any system at any time.
Oh, and I mean, see these other normal life events, Sudama. Sometimes, people come together, especially in these countries also, you see that a lot actually. people from two different walks of life, like completely different. Like sometimes a Chinese lady with a, I don't know, Canadian person. Sometimes a, like a white, whatever background, Western person with a Vietnamese person. Or sometimes two people who are like poles apart, absolutely poles apart, suddenly fall for each other, and then they are there for like a couple of years, and suddenly that whole flame or whatever that has bound them together to have a relationship has evaporated. And then they're happily going in two different directions. But for a certain time, that synchronicity has worked, isn't it?
Of course, it has now.
It's incredible, actually.
When going beyond that, how many times we say the same person is good and bad? In one thought we say she is very good.
Yeah,
Then
that's
next
true.
thought, oh my God, no, she's not the one that I thought. Then again, no, I am wrong, she is good. So that way, I mean, we experience such things so without knowing that it is the trick of the mind, and it wouldn't be something like telepathization in these simple things, but still that is the mind sensor, isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah.
In
That
Asian setup, I think now the feel may be coming, or synchronization occurs, and the feel comes that we should go on our own ways, but that feel is suppressed with the thoughts because of the society and various kinds of cultural taboos and all that. So by force, they try to be together. So I think they go against the feel and then try to patch it up with the thoughts, isn't it? I mean, separating and divorcing
yeah,
is not something approved in our society, no. So therefore,
yeah.
whereas in the Western culture, people just give the freedom to that feel. They go by the feel rather than
Yeah,
the
but
thought.
this feel, we have to be careful. That is mundane world feel.
Mundane world feel. Yes, exactly. Yes, yes.
I mean, here we are talking about just synchronicity, Dr. Kokila. So, in that
Yeah,
sense,
yeah. The word
whatever
feel
it
is
is.
very
Yeah.
tricky, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Because in Dhamma also we talk about feel. That's why I just said that. Yeah, because
And doctor, 2 days ago in the morning, I don't know whether you listened to it, that Nilu was talking about telepathization of feel. So as if anything, it would happen. She was talking about if she sees someone who has had a grudge with her, then at once that burning telepathizes. So it is again the self burning. No, we can't. That anger, but the word she used was feel. But again, it is if it is anger, isn't it the self burning? Because Ariana says told, yeah.
this has two aspects, Sudharma. Now, imagine who has this no self experience. That means that system is fully aware that there is no self, right?
Yes.
But then this synchronization happens.
Right. Okay.
And that's one thing. A normal person, synchronicity anyway happens, yes, as you said, yes. But the difference is this Dhamma path, that's all. How deep that system feels that there is no self. Doesn't matter what synchronizes. So after some time, what happens to an arahant is, may meani kela synchronize way that this is the one who I had the grudge. But the burning sin isn't coming. Because the self perception is the actual one line which is getting broken here. So the system will definitely know, maybe, yeah, that's it. Not the burning, that's an arahant. But in the path, there are so many aspects now. So many aspects are there. ගින්නක් නොවන ගින්නක් ගැන කතා කරන්න වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ඔය ඔතන ඔය මැද ගැප් එකේ ඉන්න. The path. ගින්නක් නොවන ගින්නක් කතාවක් කරන්න බැහැ රහතන් වහන්සේට. It doesn't apply.
Actually, I
can't
can't
impose that.
imagine what it is, Doctor. Ginnak known. I can feel the burning of
That is
the
because
skin.
that system has fully realized that there is no self. So then that
not
system
only in
is
a
not
view,
putting
yeah.
it to a self.
And Dr. Aryan Mahanse said jealousy is not the sense faculty level. Ginnak known again. Then anger is not ginnak known again. Then whatever, what is vairya, hatred. He said several, they are not, even lust cannot be a ginnak known again. Then what is ginnak known again only?
Yeah, that part
That's
is
what I said.
yeah.
That's what I said in the beginning. Just because one had this moment of fully realizing that there is no self, every burning is still there. Every burning is still there. Kamaraga Pataka is still there, no? So that's why that word is used.
He says at until non-returner level or some.
Non-returner means these things are not a non-returner doesn't necessarily have an idea about these worldly things. No? It doesn't matter who comes.
It's just the
මෙලොවින් මිදිච්ච කෙනානේ non-returner කියන්නේ මෙලොවින් මිදිලා එලොව විතරයි තියෙන්නේ.
Yeah. He said even yesterday, I think, last evening is.
So what happens in this system, this film necessarily is not a thing to that system. Yeah.
So must listen to that thing again. So I think I also have a teeny little question mark on that. There are lots of talks on that. Ginnak known ginnak and
it's quite
දෙයක් නොවන
misleading.
ගින්නක් දෙයක් නොවන ගින්නක් දැනෙන එකේ සේද. There's quite a few actually if you search for it.
Yeah, I asked from Aranasi directly and he asked me, when you eat chilies, hot chilies, don't you feel that? That's what. And then he specifically said, Irsiyava. I asked how can we differentiate Aranasi? Then he said, is jealousy at sensor level? No. Is anger at sensor level? No. Some bad thing he said, Irisiyava, Kukakakama, all.
Yeah, I remember recently you asked, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Sudharma, can't you see when the self view is gone, that means the view is gone means chair view is also gone. Brother view is also gone. Sister view is also gone. Son view is also gone. Daughter view is also gone. View is gone, not the sanya. Sanya is there. But the view is gone. So it's not, you can't really say that it is a deyak. So deyak word, Aranwanse uses it in again multitude of places, like very different areas he uses it. You just have to be with it and just to feel what he says, because someone who has lost the self view means daughter view is also gone. You can't keep the daughter and say my self view is gone. So
Yeah, because
the if
daughter is not said no to another girl.
No. Yeah.
That is where that whole thing comes about, because this whole issue is this ownership thing. The ownership, like now, if it is your house, for example, that say somebody comes and robs, then only know the problem. Just the next door house, if somebody robs, there is no problem, right?
No.
And then what about your car? If your car meets an accident, problem.
Not an accident. Yeah.
Neighbor's car meet with an accident, no problem.
Mm.
Same thing with your job, your reputation, and all that type of thing. See how the ownership comes into that? I mean, it's like two cars parked
same thing with the
on.
anger. Same
And no,
thing
what
with
I
the
was trying
anger.
to say there is the problem with this way of the samsaric cycle and the habitual thing that has happened with this self-view is that there is an ownership to the thoughts.
Mhm. True.
That is the thing that fundamentally we can't extricate this thing from, to understand that පේනවනේ හිතනවා means the I vibration is working with the mind sensor to form the tree, the mountain, the sky, the bird. Those two sensory functions are happening they are in tandem with each other, but has got nothing to do with the self. Now, we can't get over the fact that
Yeah,
the thought is got nothing to do with us, because there is no us here.
yeah.
We have
Why the child?
Obbawanda, and us.
Yeah,
Mm.
and the baby doesn't have the jealousy. Why? Because that self view wasn't there.
And
Now,
I think that story,
yesterday or day before, a little video came up, Sudama. This toddler,
Yeah.
you know how you get these videos where they get sat by dogs and all that. Dogs are
Yeah.
kept with babies.
Yeah.
So this toddler is having a lollipop, right? The toddler. And there are two dogs watching the toddler having a lollipop. So he took the lollipop out of his mouth and popped it into one dog's mouth. That dog sucked it. She
Yeah.
pulled it out, and then she popped it into the other dog's mouth. That other dog also had a good lick of it, and then she promptly popped it back into her mouth.
That how beautiful, no? For in
How
Dhamma
beautiful, isn't
perspective,
it? It's
yeah,
amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
I
Dhamma,
told my
but
mother, and she said, "Yuck."
yeah, yeah. And for the baby's mother, there must be a lot of ginna there because dog
Yeah,
is there,
definitely.
and that means the baby has no sense of separation. That
No
me
sense of
and the
separation, right?
uh,
No thought of a dog's mouth being like this and that, and even dog sanya perception is also not there, no?
yeah,
And
no
everything that
data
comes with
related,
it.
no?
Yeah, incredible.
No data added so far because this dog's mouth has so many germs, all kinds of things.
No,
And
even that is also no one has measured dog's mouth germs, right? And some like a lot of people here, they treat like the dog like the child.
yeah, that's right.
So they don't even mind sometimes.
And
So
that
the
Sudharma's thing, yeah, sorry, yes.
yeah.
No, the Sudharma, as you said, that anger and hatred and jealousy, they are not sensor things. Actually, it is a kind of a fight with the words because we try to group the words to this pile and these words to the other pile. Now, what about the thing that that is there in the Buddhist history about this Potila Bhikshu? Now, when Lord Buddha was asking him to leave the place immediately, so that
that sort of a situation, you can't say that there was happiness in his mind, isn't it? So such situations, I suppose, can explain as deyak nonu tarhak kiyala. I don't know whether the word can be used there, but I think it is something that can be taken as an example, because as
That's what today morning Aranvanse was beautifully telling. That word itself doesn't actually mean anything.
Yeah.
And the underlying message is the most important thing, which actually Potila understood.
Yes.
Potila knew. So the Potila didn't misunderstand. But he challenged in his own mind, I'll do it in few days. And it took 30 years for him.
And the thing is, Doctor, deyak nonaginna does not burn the self. I mean, inner, we get the burning sensation. No, we become very helpless with jealousy. I mean, if we experience that anger, but deyak nonaginna
Most
does not
importantly,
burn.
my advice is not to overthink about these things.
Yeah, we'll get mental images of all that if we do so. Yeah, that risk is there.
As I always say, keep investigating the no self angle and try to keep up with that. And that's all you can do.
Yeah, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai. Thank you so much. And I have to leave there. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa.
Because I don't think if you are thinking මේක මං ඉඳලා ආපු තරහක්ද මං නැතුව ආපු තරහක්ද කියලා හිතන කෙනා මං ඉඳලම තමයි. එහෙම එකක් නෙවෙයි මේ දහම. What do you think, Surangika? The second thought, first thought is irrelevant. The second thought is itself is not keep judging whether this thought came with me or without me. That type of thoughts are useless. So these thoughts are anyway useless.
Yeah,
actually every thought is useless.
Every thought is useless. That's true. It has to be just used as it's just a function. Understanding
It's
that
like
that is
eating, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
More you come to practice that, more it more awaken you get. That's all you can actually do. Practicing no self is the samma, which starts from samadhi.
But that thing that Aryan Vansa keeps emphasizing with quite a few people is that තමන් නැතුව මේව වෙන විදිය බලන්න. Is actually, I think, the main thing to do. That
is the
itself is
only thing to do.
Practicing. It's not a doing thing, but it's a innate awareness that everything is happening without the self, and that everything can happen without the self.
Yeah. Because this mind is tricking us. It always thinks, "Ayyo, metanat manne." No, not that way. මෙතනත් මං අතනත් මං ඉතින් කොහොමත් මං තමයි ඉතින්. ඕක හිතන්න දෙයක් තියෙනවා 아무තේ. It's practicing into no self angle is the difficult thing. Then it will come to the experience. Just because you want to happen, it won't happen. Practice is needed for 30 years. 40 laws are right. So trying itself is not the factor. That's what Aranvansi is trying to say. Can you see? Trying is not the factor. Trying and not trying is a balance. this synchronization to non-vibration is very random, but it's a very interesting thing which we can't even explain because it's it needed virya. It needed
Yeah,
some.
that period, as he said, is sometimes the right effort is actually the greatest the thing that
That
is
comes with the
difficult of
wisdom. Yeah.
not doing anything.
Yeah, that
Everybody
comes
thinks
with the wisdom.
effort means an active doing something. No?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Effort may be not to do anything.
Not to do.
But there's a good thing about these discussions also, that this reinforcement of no self angle into the systems.
He
It
spoke
should be
about that
done.
today,
It
isn't it?
should be done every single discussion. No self angle should be reiterated and reinforced.
Yeah, he was saying that today, and actually that point also went quite well into the system, Dr. Kokila, because he said the more one reflects on it, the more it gets reinforced, like you said. And that is the only angle to be seen, because as you earlier we discussed, entire samsaric cycle has been with the self-view, no self-existence and self-view. So
Yeah, it
here
is
we are
anyway
bucking the
there.
trend.
Yeah.
Turning to Patisota. So every discussion that should be at the forefront.
Yeah, there are patients who are trying to not to go to the pub, so they go home from another route because they are under drug and alcohol. They are trying to give up alcohol, right? How much effort they have to put to that? Put some more petrol and go avoid the pub and go around because they can't. If they see if they might even accidentally put the car into the pub thing. That kind of addiction. Imagine whole sansaric journey. This alcohol is just this time, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years. But imagine this self-vibration and the self-perception and the self-view. Imagine that addiction. How easily we think, I understand Dhamma, now it will be gone. Not that way, but the more reinforcement may be needed. More reinforcement is needed. And I think everyone should look into that angle all the time, not like in an addicted way, more subtle way, I would say. Kind of so convincing. So the more convinced the system is, more the better. So every discussion is really good if we are trying to say that. And so
one of the ways
not actually talking about no self angle. She talks about this hitem. So she looks into it in a like from the actually not the first bit, the second bit. So the first line is bahirem, right? Second one is hitem. So she is the master of hitem. But so whenever she explains, she is under the impression that everyone is in that level. But one has to start from outside, then come to the mind, and then Otherwise, there is a risk of Sotapanna Novi Anagami. And again, it comes. So, that is the thing. What do you think? Because she is so practiced in that. So everyone should have the basics when she is listening. When she is telling Dhamma, everyone she feels that Dhamma danna kenek කියලා තමයි she takes that into account. This is ආందోళනාත්මක anyway. What do you think? What were you going to say, Suranika?
Can't remember, Doctor. But yeah, I think that's because Andolanatmaka ones are advanced at least 2 or 3 years. So I think she kind of, maybe she can also sense that they are there, and that is where it needs to be clarified. Because she has the feel, right? And most of what she says is kind of spot on.
Spot on, yeah. She can feel whether they have liberated from the mind or not.
I mean, if you think about those Andolanatmaka, those days ones was where I used to answer detailed things asked by various people. Those talks are not even there now on that YouTube channel, and they're all gone still. I don't think they've put those back on. So I think there's only a few now from the latest lot, but those days she used to answer quite a lot of questions. And those were like really deep, isn't it? I mean, those angles and that fish example, all those things came at those points where she talked about those type of things, which are, I think, those examples that she gives is very valuable. No?
Yeah.
The bird and watching the
she's
bird.
kind of
and
the
then,
next level. That's what I'm saying. So when she is there, everyone should be in par with her to kind of go into that.
Yeah, for a beginner, it might be difficult to understand what she's trying to say, but then that forum is not for
beginner
beginners
also
anyway.
might do that without that first bit. That's the thing. So everyone should get the first bit, and then it is okay. But everyone who has listened 2 or 3 years is good enough. Not necessarily, but yeah, we can say that. It's not easy to understand who has got that chair is the only thing that is there. දැන් මේ නැතුව යන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ හිතෙන් මිදෙනවා කියන්නේ චෑයකින් මිදෙන එකනේ මේක මේ ලේසි කතාවක් නෙවෙයි.
Did Darren wants to talk about Sanya today? I thought he did something about, was it today, Dr. Sakuntala? He talked about that ultimately we are only associating a perception, he said, no?
Yeah, today morning one. No?
Yeah, I think so, isn't it? I don't know on what basis he was trying to bring some point there.
Can't exactly remember the point that you are trying to mention.
It's quite a lot, no, today.
Yeah, it was a long one. Anyway, at any one point, it is one perception, whether it's aloka light perception, whether it's a sound perception, whether it's a touch perception, whether it's a taste perception, whether it's a smell perception or a mind perception.
just before starting this discussion, one of my friends gave a call. She's a colleague when I was working. We two used to go to listen to various sermons together. So she's following actually Alawe Anomadasitero. So she was saying she has received some Buddha relics at her place just for one day from somebody. She told me how she got it. So tomorrow early morning they are going to take it to Min area where they have built a stupa, and then in that they are going to deposit, because one of her cousins is heavily involved with that. So she was asking me to come to worship tonight if possible, because she said this may not be a chance that you will get again in your life and all. So I mean, from within myself, I felt that something different in a different way. I mean, if it was some years back, I would have felt such a big shraddha within me, and then uh, put my all efforts to go by somehow. So the inner layer was sort of very neutral and like water without any excitement. But I told her, yes, I will try in my best to come. I said it might be late because I have to go with my husband. So I said when he comes home, he's getting late today, but when he comes home, I will try to come in the night. So I have to go and see how I feel at that time. But the difference I felt that the current that I would have got long ago, when they say that this is a valuable chance where you can come and worship, would have been an invaluable type of an experience. But now the way that it is felt is entirely different. Not that I do not have any respect or anything, that is there, but the inner feeling is completely different to what it was. Because I don't want to sort of hurt her feeling, I thought by somehow in the night I will drop in there. So I just wanted to tell that experience.
Yeah, true. The worldly things will not bring much. I mean, because this worshipping something is in the superficial aspect. No? Yeah.
Yeah.
We can attend also, it doesn't matter.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I thought of going there. I mean, I felt the difference, because if it was some time ago, I would have even rushed to a place where there are this puja band is available for sale and would have bought something, because I have to take something to offer. Anyway, I told her that I can't arrange anything right now. She said, no, no worry, just bring some flowers, that's all. Your coming is important, and I am telling um as many as possible people, because this is a rare chance to worship it. And also she was saying, so I don't feel any kind of hurry within me, but as a duty or fulfilling a commitment, and also as a good friend, she was we were jointly going for various programs also. So because of that, I thought even a little late, I will go there and come. Not only that, that feel is coming to many events like that. Even now, our temple, neighboring temple, they are having this
That
Katina
same
Puja.
thing will happen.
Mm.
Someone is dying as well. Am I dying?
Mm.
Okay, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Mm. No, these days,
Like,
this Katina,
this system. As Surangika said, we have like a specific thing. No, if I am dying, it's more important than other person is dying. Yeah, that thing will go away. So this system is dying.
These days we can test the self very often because this vast period is there. So lots of pujas are happening, and this offering of Gilampasa, that sort of puja is there every day. And each temple has its own way of doing it now. Some temples, they say this 108 types of herbs have to be boiled together and then prepare the Gilampasa, all kinds of things. Can see the people's excitement and and the burn that they are having, even if they are doing a pinkama, they are doing a meritorious work, they are burning in that.
Punyabhi Sankara, Apunyabhi Sankara, Anjabhi Sankara.
Anijabhi Sankara, isn't it?
Anijabhi, whatever. Yeah. I couldn't listen to Sankara sermon you put. I didn't have time.
That one actually first bit only he mentions about the Sankara, and like first 10 minutes, not even that much, I think. First
And
10
what
minutes.
did he say? Do you remember?
Yeah, what he said was Sankara means the Sakasvicha Situvili, the Situvili which became real. So the Kaya Sankara means the action has become real. The Vachi Sankara means the words have become real, and the Mano Sankara is the thoughts have become real. So they
So
are
Sankara
constructs.
Upeksa means they are not real.
Yeah. So the Sankara is not something real because they are all constructs of the senses. They are all in mind and they are all constructs, so you can't take anything as real.
Yeah, even like this construct. No? Yeah, I actually can't remember. Sankara Upeksha Jnana, he has done multiple sermons.
Sankara Upeksha Jnana in simple words, අරමුණේ දෙයක් හැමෙන් අරමුණේම දෙයක් නැතිකම දැකීම නේද? Isn't that the simple
Yeah,
meaning
I
of it?
can't. Yeah, we can say so. But I can't remember exactly because he has multiple times he has told it in different angles. I can't exactly remember, but as you said, simply yes. Because there is so many aspects. Even Arupa can't be a thing. Do you remember that, Surangika?
What, the Sankara?
Sankara Upeksha Jnana?
No, doctor.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but there are so many
Today
aspects to
also
it.
he spoke about Upeksha with Asanti, I think, a little bit, no? Upeka. Not Sankara Upeksha Jnana, but Upeka. I think they were talking about it in the context of thoughts coming and going, and I think Asanti was trying to say that sometimes the words are controlled because there is a fear that a family member or a loved one will be hurt. So there is a suppression or controlling of what is being said and so on. But she was trying to say that now that doesn't happen, that almost like a fear or a concern of hurting someone kind of thing doesn't really arise. So it's almost a liberation from the thought, because that thought is oppressive now. When a thought occurs that I can't, that something can't be said in that way because so and so will get angry or so and so will get hurt or offended and so on, then that weight comes on to the thought. No? So the
Yeah, that's
thought
like a
doesn't
baby,
come
right?
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thought doesn't get expressed in the way it's naturally going to get expressed because of that external world or person becoming a reality. So with the Dhamma, I think that directness that Aranvansa talks about, the Rijukama, comes because of the, you can't say lack of concern, but it's because that is the truth. And it can't be said in any other way. Isn't it?
Mm.
But at the same time, the Ayatana Kalmanakarana kind of thing that R.N. Mahansi talks about is, if you're still in a family life, true, these things are thoughts, but then one is going along with it as well. No? There is a going along, isn't it? So the
Yeah.
going along is also not that those things are true,
No,
but
there are so many aspects to that, because the what is not being said there is feeling the other person. Yeah. So when your feel is more towards external, because there is no self, you start to begin feel a lot of things, right? So then other person's burning, when it is felt, you're not going to really there. So this changes. I don't know what aspect Asanti was talking, but this whole thing changes. So the Rahatan Wahanse, there is no chance of Rahatan Wahanse is so genuine. Like if someone says, but still he didn't come up and say "Mam maruwe naha," right? Like in that story where something I can't remember. Is it a no, not Mam maruwe naha. There's a gem which get lost, right? Something like that. There is a story where the gem was eaten by a bird, and Rahatan Wahanse didn't say that the bird swallowed the gem or something. I can't remember. I must be telling the wrong thing. Even in that other one, Aran Hanse said the oil burning in an oil pot. The Rahatan Hanse didn't say the truth. He didn't say that I didn't do anything. He just went on with it to prevent the other person from getting into trouble, right? Can you see the difference? So it's not all the time the truth or the whatever comes to your mind or nothing like that. So always, because there's no self, it always becomes the other person. Whether the other person can go to Dhamma or whether the other person physically harmed or whatever. So they give up easily. Was that kind of situation. What do you think? I think those are two aspects, right? Same thing, two aspects. So කටට කියනවා is one aspect. You can be more open, you will be telling the truth, yes. In the other hand, it can be other way around too, because Lord Buddha actually didn't say that. අනේ මේ ළමයා මැරිලානේ මොනවා කියනවද කිසෝ විසාගෞතමී කිව්වේ නැහැ.
It is, what is that word? Samya prayoga, no?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It just happened, right? It's not
No,
planned
so
by
that
Lord Buddha.
that one was like almost like a planned execution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Because the aim was to bring her to the Dhamma, yeah.
Yeah, Rahatan Wahanse who thought, we can't say he didn't think. මේ ලියුම මොකද්ද මම දන්නේ නැහැ. මොකක් හරි හින්දා දැන් මගේ නන් නෙවෙයි. ඔන්න ඔය ඕන එකක් මේ මරනවා නම් මරපුවාවේ කියන එක එන්න ඕනේ නේ. කාගේ හරි වැඩක් නෙමේක කියලා.
Yes, obviously, that is the point that I was trying to say earlier about those thoughts. A series of thoughts can still occur to the Arahat.
Yeah,
That
they are just
that
not
is also a
directed
sequence
by
of
that
thoughts.
burning. Yeah.
Yeah, so that also can be a sequence of thoughts. So now that Rahat Thero can think that if I say that I didn't take, this will happen. So and so will get caught, and this can happen. So all
දැනෙන
that is
විදියට
like.
කරනවා කියලා එකකුත් කියනවා හැබැයි.
What's that?
He says no, what is felt is happen. Like
What is
the
felt,
baby. Yeah, the baby doesn't necessarily mean baby is not doing anything. Babies also, yeah, you know that what you said, nice example.
Yeah.
The baby saw two dogs looking at her intently. And what she feels is she's eating something. And she feels like, why not? They are looking at me, so why not they lick the same thing? It's just a feel, right? Not a thinking.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. This feel, this he said no today morning. He was trying to say a lot of things. He was saying how these systems doesn't need to talk.
Yeah, he was saying that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so
don't have to put
you
everything
can't
into
really
words.
say that that Rahat or Lord Buddha was thinking. That's what he felt. That should be done.
Yeah, true.
අපිට හිතෙන්නේ අපේ ලෙවල් එකකින්නේ මාර අපි හිතන්නේ.
ඔව් ඒකත් ඇත්ත.
So baby also execute things, right? They take one leg and keep the other leg. I mean, I'm telling from like 6 month. Today I actually 6 month came for vaccination. She is like jump into my hand. I mean, I have seen her a few like when for vaccination, but I have never like. But this time she was very inquisitive. Eyes were jumping out, so happy. She jumped and came to my hand for no reason. And she was not happy to let me go. Like I've never encountered her before. So is there an execution there? Is there a thinking? No, it's a feel. 6 month can't plan. And මෙයාගේ අතට නම් පනින්න ඕනේ. එහෙම එකක් නෑ. What do you think? Dr. Sakuntala must be knowing about babies more than me.
Actually, that's a good way of observing. I mean, by virtue of the profession itself, you must be having heaps of experience, doctor.
Yeah. I see from 6 weeks. I see
that I suppose that is early stage of the thoughts as well. How the strange anxiety is being built up. The small ones will come to any person's hands, and when they are like
what I'm trying to say, there is an execution though. Like there's an activity though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say execution of it almost denotes as if there is a premeditated thing.
Yeah, no, without a self, there is
premeditation,
stuff
yeah,
happening.
It's what do you call it? Impulsive.
Yeah, and that feel, how can you say that now? That baby's
Yeah,
feel is completely different to another baby.
Yeah, just a stranger's arms, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, some other baby will just cry even if I try to, which I never do. Unless I have to examine them. But that's the thing. So there's so many things that we think in our way. ආරයන් වහන්සේ මේක හිතලා කරනවා ඇති. වගේ ඒවා අපිත් හිතනවනේ. එහෙම කියන්න බෑ.
Actually, a lot of things are like that. I mean, how many things you are taken for granted. And I mean, sometimes it's easy when somebody else is doing it, that it can be seen more easily. And when it is happening here to this system, one is completely blindsided. So I'll take, for example, just very few things. Now, my father has a sister in Canada, and now one day I went towards the kitchen, and he's grumbling, and my mother is grumbling. I said, "What's wrong?" To see the aunt in Canada hasn't called at 9 o'clock in the morning, and she's always forgetful, it seems. So I said, what are the two of you waiting for? Take the phone and call. She doesn't have to call, you can call now. And they're both looking at each other's faces and waiting. So, such a small thing, it hasn't occurred to them to, so there are such little things like that.
Yeah. Go by the feel is a completely different thing that we are a bit oblivious to. Because we are very used to do things by thinking.
Yeah, so somehow the two of them couldn't comprehend that. If she can call, we can call too. If she's forgetful, I mean, what's wrong? We can call as well, right? Doesn't have to be that she's calling. And they both know that, it doesn't cost them for the call. It's just that, see the switch? That switch doesn't happen. So the feel is, of course, slightly different, but...
yeah, but there, as I said, the example, the baby has the self-vibration. Imagine, Rahatan Wahanse, that excitation is also not there.
Not there, yeah.
That's why the tree example counts.
Yeah, the tree is, I think, the classic one because of the...
Classic one. Because that excitation, sense excitation can be nicely seen in the baby.
With the eyes darting around and all.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Waiting to I mean, the
Grasp
baby.
things.
See, the baby doesn't know the baby is capturing anything there. But the system has that taint, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that taint thing is pushing the system to attract things through the sensor, not knowing that these
Almost
are
like a
sensory
glue.
perceptions.
I think we have come to the end of this session, right?
Yeah, true.
We'll discuss tomorrow. Thank you, Aryan Wahanse, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for beautiful discussions. Thank you.
Everyone, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom talk. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpado spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and also like to thank you for attending Dhamma Zoom talk. Yeah, talk about Dhamma. Illaranate Venitasan. When you meditate, we shut our eyes. For example, let us say that we want to practice the breathing meditation, Anapanasati. While being seated, cross-legged in the lotus position, you tend to feel pain in some place of the body, and you point at the place where the pain is felt. While keeping your eyes closed, you tend to move your hand to the area where the pains of coming from, and you tend shift to a different position in order to prevent feeling the pain. When your hand moved towards the point of pain, your mind told you that you felt on the pain on your body. But according to the correct mindfulness of the from Vipassana with the eye, ear, heart, tongue, nose and body should not experience any feeling or sensation. If at all a sensation of experience, it was experienced only because of the formation of a mind. The mind experienced the sensation of mirage and illusion, just like a mirage of a pool of water in the middle of a desert. A sensation arises the mind. Then mind's the mind assigns the pain to certain shape from which to believe the pain came from. Then the mind tries to match it with something the minds learned previously. Then your mind accepts this sensation to the place on the body, which is also a mirage illusion of the body. The sensation is thought, Chaitasika. We thought does not belong to the body. It arises mind, but we tie it to the from rupa or the body. Then we identify that the pain or sensation arose from the body, the perception, which is a mirage. Named the point of where the sensation arose from the mind, Nam. Recognize the part that was named and said that the pain was received from the part of the body. The from sound, smell, taste, and touch senses on the skin do not give any indication as to where the pain comes from. Then we are made to find a place where we are able to touch and say that this is the point where the sensation came from. Then we tie that part where the sensation came from the body. Now we associate the pain with the body and think to experiencing the pain in the body. Now start experiencing the trouble. Painful or natural sensation in the body mind, mainly due our ignorance about the body. The mind does not receive any stimulus, aramunu, as from sound, smell, taste, or touch, feeling. The mind handles only a thing, or in the words, knowing of something, image, rupa, of forms, and received by the eye or by the eye consciousness. Chakku vijnana. The mind does not receive the stimulus of an image. The mind consciousness, mano vijnana, does not know what the image looks like. The sound stimulus is received by ear consciousness, sota vijnana, and the smell stimulus is received by the smell concentration, gana vijnana. The taste is received by the taste consciousness, jnana vijnana. The taste of received by the taste consciousness, yuha vijnana. The mind consciousness, mano vijnana, received by only things, dhamma. The touch is received by the touch consciousness, vijnana, not by the mind. The correct with the touch consciousness, vijnana, it becomes thing, dhamma, to the mind. Then that sense sensation, that thing again is experienced by the mind consciousness as a perception, which is compared with the previous memory of a shape, and the mind has added sense sensation from a body of external, saying that the pain comes from certain point on the body. The touch consciousness kaya vijnana and the mind consciousness mano vijnana together create a feeling of a pain and makes us believe that the pain has occurred in the body. It is the word that says that the pain comes from certain point and that the pain belongs to from our body. We are made to feel that. I am given a feel of pain. We ourselves grasp the stimulus of a pain in our body and execute mind and body action. We try to shift our body to the left or a right, and we try to reduce the feeling of pain. But one who understands of Dhamma would contemplate on the pure truth and be aware of wisdom that the pain was only thought from the mind consciousness that would prevent volitional action, things done deliberately by body, kaya sankara, word, vachi sankara, and thought, mano sankara. The one who knows that Dhamma would not believe that there are any place from where the pain across from. Then we like acting the Dhamma in the Buddha and teachers of Buddothpado always we are get a solution and a real path. So we are wait a moment. Buddothpado, our spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, you in it person, Peruan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෑණියන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Please accept my humble worship. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. Last couple of days we have been discussing dependent and origination. I think now you have some idea about the mind creation process. Now it is important for us to understand this, because this is we are trying to understand ourselves. This is our story. So if you take in the world, people suffer due to a thought, nothing other than that. So this all anxiety, depression, fear, sorrow, everything occur due to a thought. So that is what we are trying to understand. So today let's continue our discussion on dependent and origination. Let's start with avidya. So as you know, avidya means what? Not knowing how this mind is formed. In other words, we do not know the exact mind creation process. So due to our ignorance, we believe outside. We believe outside as real. And the moment we take the outside as real, automatically the self is created. It's like two sides of the same coin. When one side is there, automatically the other side arises. But actually there is nothing called self. So mind, there is no place for mind. It is a spark. So it is kind of a current. So if your body is a circuit, that body is the one which generates that current. So now I think we have some kind of idea. So today I'm trying to explain this in a different angle. So what is then avidya pachya sankhara? So when you say sankhara, sankhara means volitional formations. So sankhara is of three types. I think you know. That is kaya sankhara, vachi sankhara, and chitta sankhara. So when you say kaya sankhara, that is bodily volitional formation. And vachi sankhara means the verbal volitional formation. And chitta sankhara means the mental volitional formation. So we have some understanding that all these sankhara are impermanent, right? That's why it is sabbe sankhara anicca. Now in paticca samuppada, now when you say avidya pachya sankhara meaning, every moment what happens is with your system, when your system take outside as real, automatically you will feel you know outside as real. Then automatically your system will start forming sankhara. This is what happening to you. It is not done by anybody. The moment things become real, what happen? Your system will form sankhara. That means all defilements will start. So now what happen is, the moment your system take, as I told you earlier, outside as real, yourself is also created in the other side, like the two sides of the same coin. So when one side is created, automatically yourself also automatically created. It is not done by anybody. It happens in the system. So that's what we are trying to explain. So then what happened? So automatically your system will start forming, you know, defilements. Because since you are in avidya, that means you do not know the real truth. You are in avidya. Then what happens? Whatever the thoughts generating from your system has some moha, isn't it? Some delusion is there. Because you are in avidya. So anyway, it is moha.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, my hair's mute. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, some noise came, that's why. Now what happened? Automatically, you are in avidya, therefore, delusion will occur. So the moment your system take object as real, you can't say for a particular thought, for example, I have 0.01% of greed, that is lobha, or you can't say like this thought, I have a 5% of dosa, hate. So you can't say like that, right? Automatically, your system will generate raga, dvesha, moha, greed, hate, and delusion. Because your system takes everything as real. Your system doesn't know the truth. This is the problem. So this is a problem of your system. So that's what we are trying to explain. Right. Now, when you say sankara pacchaya vijnana, that means now due to this sankara arises vijnana. Right. So now let's try to sankara arises due to vijnana. So that's what we are trying to now explain. So there are several consciousness. I think you have some understanding now about the consciousness. So it can be I consciousness. There are actually 6 consciousness. The I conscious means the consciousness arises in the eye. We call chakku vijnana. Then ear conscious means sota vijnana. Consciousness arises in the ear. Then it is the nose consciousness. That is the consciousness arises in the nose. So for the ear consciousness, we say in Dhamma, Sota Vijnane. For the nose consciousness, we say Grana Vijnane. Then the next one is the tongue consciousness. That is the Jivha Vijnane. Consciousness arises in the tongue. Then body consciousness means Kaya Vijnane. And lastly, it is the mind consciousness, the most important one, that is the Mano Vijnane. Right. Now, if you take the mind consciousness, that's very important because that is the point, your recognition of whatever the objects like chairs, desk, or table arises. So you'll be identifying whatever outside object, all the worldly items, you will identify through the mind consciousness. Basically, arising of the mind conscious means nothing else but recognition of objects, right? So it is what? It is the illusion created from the system. This is the thing you have to understand. It is not that you are looking outside. It's actually you are thinking, because if you analyze the whole system process, you will identify mind conscious means nothing else. It is the generated illusion in the system, kind of a mirage. So mind is actually spark, this mind consciousness. There is nothing called mind, right? So mind consciousness that appear and there itself, it disappears. So you need to understand there is no place for that, and you will think it is inside the brain. No. So you will not find your mind consciousness anywhere because it is a spark. It is like a current, right? So now you need to understand this mind consciousness or thoughts that appear one after the other. So there is a continuous flow of thoughts. Now you can't stop it, no? You can't stop this thought. And also you can't squeeze it. You can't do anything. You can't squeeze the thought, no? So therefore we can understand, we can't control it. But due to our ignorance, we take the ownership of all these thoughts. Okay? So therefore actually you yourself blindly considering as I see or I hear is due to your ignorance of not understanding actually the cause and effect, or not understanding Patisamuppada, or you do not understand the mind creation process. That's why it automatically your system takes everything as you see it, or you hear it, or you touch it, or you feel it. So now we need to understand this mind consciousness will derive its result or kind of an interpretation of what the outside is depend upon its past data. Past data means it's not a memory. We think it is a memory. But actually what's happened is, these are the previous vibrations made to your system. Because now you have some understanding about the vibration mechanism. Because at sensor level, vibration occur. Then what happened? This whole vibration transform into a different vibration. And that is the previous vibration. And moment you recognize it again, moment you see the same object again, that particular previous vibration match and provide the interpretation. So you have to understand the telepathy mechanism. So that's what I think Aryan Vahanse have disclosed to the world. So nobody else has disclosed this. So actually Lord Buddha has also has mentioned it. So you have to understand this telepathy mechanism. Actually, it is a science. Mind is a science. If you understand the science, it is not a belief. That's why then you don't have to do any, concentration meditation to get rid of your mind. If you understand the science, what will happen? Automatically, there is no reality behind thoughts. There is nothing called mind. There is no reality for you attaching to your mind. So automatically, you will have a wisdom to get free yourself from all these attachment. Because if you really analyze, you are attaching to a thought. So how to get rid of those thoughts? So simply, if you understand the real true nature of this illusion or mirage, you will automatically free from the thought. So that we call actually Yathabhuta Jnana. So this we call Jnana or wisdom. Wisdom means it is not concentration meditation or it's not mindfulness. What we are discussing here is you apply the science, you understand the science. That understanding will helps you to develop insight. So through the insight, you will be automatically free yourself. You are very calm, you are very relaxed, and you have less attachment, but you will be dealing with the same whole world in the same way. But you have no issue with any of that. So here, what we are suggesting is really highly practical thing for anyone. I mean, anyone can understand this. Even we know Buddha's times, people like Sunita Sopaka, they came, they understood this and they transformed to some different, state. So that's happened because of the understanding. So we also ask you to see and try to understand the concept or the real science, or this is a process. So this mechanism, when you understand, automatically you will be free. Right. Now we have been discussing about, sankara, avidya pachaya sankara. So that means sankara arises due to vijnana. Right. So vijnana, vijnana means this illusion. Then vijnana pachaya nama rupa. So that is the very important part. So when you say vijnana pachaya nama rupa means what? Now that why that consciousness arises? That consciousness or illusion arises due to what? Due to names and forms. I think in the second video we discussed about Pancha Upadanaskandha. So I don't want to discuss the same thing. But we'll try to understand what is this name, Nama. Nama means there are three mental factors, basically, feeling, perception, and volitional formation. So feeling means sensation, that is Vedana. Then perception means Sanya. And when you say mental formation, that is Sankara. So these three mental factors we identify as Nama. So now you know when you analyze the Mano sensor, the Mano sensor and the other 5 sensors, you can clearly understand Mano sensor anyway doesn't have a impact, connection with whatever the external thing, isn't it? So mano sensor can always experience nama dharma only. That is name. That is this feeling, perception, sankhara. They are the thing coming as input there. So if we try to explain you this, what happens here is, now if you take example, for example, let's say pineapple. So now that when you hear that sound, so vibration occur, isn't it, at your ear level. So that vibration, will cause nama formation. Basically, that arising of that consciousness we call nama formation. And then what will happen in the system, it will match, and the kind of a illusion or an image of pineapple come to our mind. Now that is rupa. Here the issue is you are in ignorant. You doesn't know the real truth of this illusion. Therefore, what will happen? Your system, actually it is not you. Your system will automatically take this nama as real in the system. Nama also real, and rupa also real. So what happens? So there is a belief of kind of an insight occur through nama, and then the rupa also you simply continue to believe that outside exists. So kind of ajjata bahidda. So that occur. So your system now takes this nama rupa names and forms as real. So that is the most important part you need to understand, because you are creating a duality. Your system creates a duality since you do not understand the reality that occur from the system itself. So that is names and forms. Now when you say the next one, that is the nama rupa paccaya salayatana, means what? Due to names and forms, there arises salayatana. So what's that mean? So that means the moment your system takes names and forms as real, the notion of salayatana is also existing in the system. So that also become real. Now if I explain you what is this 6 salayatana, or we call senses, basically those are the senses. So you have 6 senses. I think now you have some understanding. So we call in Dhamma chakka ayatana, chakku ayatana, that is the visual organ, or that is the eye, right? Then the second one is the sota ayatana, that we call ear, or your auditory organ. Then thirdly it is grana ayatana, so we call it nose, olfactory in other words. Then there is another one we call jivhayatana, that is the tongue. So all these are senses. We call this gustatory organ. And then you have kayayatana, that is your body. That is the tactile organ, we say, body. And then you have manayatana. Manayatana is what? It is the mind base, right? Mano sensor. So now all these are senses. Now you have to imagine you are like a, sensor system. Your body is like a sensor system. Now take for example, I'm not telling you are a tree, but try to understand. Just we'll take an example and see a tree. Now tree also inhale, exhale. So it inhale some carbon dioxide and then release oxygen, or some kind of a breathing occurs. So that happens. I'm trying to explain the system in which this occurs. We have to understand the system. Everything happens according to a system. The rain occurs, the sun, moon, everything occurs due to a system. So now we need to get an understanding about the system first. So now tree also has some consciousness, isn't it? It extracts the soil and the water from earth. So some system occur. Then it grow, and then it also has children, isn't it? It bears fruits, and then when the wind blows, it has some flexibility. Otherwise, the tree will fall. Then after some times, it dies. So there is some system. This system, this mechanism, we have to understand. So now, when you discuss about this salayatana or senses, we have to actually need to discuss about sensitivities. The sensitivity we call, for example, sensitivity in the eye. You know, the sensitivity occur in the eye. We call eye sensitivity. That is chakku prasada. That is that sensation, that particular rising of the sensor, right? Then ear sensitivity. So that is the sensitivity in the ear. We say sota prasada. Then nose sensitivity. That is sensitivity in the nose. So we say grana prasada. Then sensitivity in the tongue. So same thing, right? So tongue sensitivity, that is jivha prasada. Then body sensitivity is kaya prasada. So actually you can't say there is a ear, there is a chakku prasada, there is a sota prasada. Not that. What happened is, moment your system, your senses exposed to kind of a vibration, that is the point the rise of salayatana, or that is the point arise of, senses. So that is the point your prasada get activated, or that is the point the sensor consciousness arises. So this occur, that you have to understand, this something occur when there are reasons. If there are no reasons, that the sense activation or the sensor spark will not occur. Right. Now, when you say nama rupa pacchaya salayatana means what? Due to names and forms arises salayatana. So nothing else created in the six senses except we understand color to the scene and sound to the hearing, then smell to the smell sense, and taste to the taste sense, and cold and warmth to touch sense, and thoughts to mind consciousness. So what you can experience is actually those thoughts. So I'll come to that point. Actually, you can't experience this sensor level, seeing, hearing actually. Because chakku viññāna or sota viññāna, grana viññāna, jivha viññāna. So that sensor level, it is, just awareness only. I mean, it will not recognize for example, what the particular sound is, what the particular object is. That recognition will happen at the mind consciousness level. Right. So now for the moment you understand. So what we are trying to say is, when you take the senses, basically sensor means, salayatana means, this salayatana loko, I think you know that the salayatana is the one which creates the world. So this salayatana means nothing else. So it is a vibration at each sensor level. Simply that is that. So a spark or stimulus will always taken place at any one of our six senses. Okay, because senses always exposed to vibration. You can't control that. You can't control. You can't control the seeing, hearing, smell, taste. You can't control. So the sensor always exposed to vibration. So now we are coming to the important part, that is salayatana pacchaya passo. Now what's happened? Where passa. Passa is the most important place. Passa, that is the contact. We call in English, it is the contact point. So in Dhamma, you find 6 passa, that is contacts, like ear contact, eye contact, or you can say nose contact, tongue contact, body contact, and mind contact. So 6 classes of contact. So in Dhamma, we say Chakku Sampassa, Sota Sampassa, Grana Sampassa, Jivha Sampassa, Kaya Sampassa, Mano Sampassa. Now, this passa is very important. Why? Because it is the point all senses are combined. All senses are combined and different form of vibration occur as mind consciousness. So what I'm trying to explain is due to passa or due to contact, all your senses are combined and mental formations are created. This means what I'm trying to explain is the sound, color, smell, taste, that body feeling, all combined due to contact, and then only feeling arises. Pasapachya Vedana, in other words. So here, if I extract Dhamma part, now you may know, Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppachati chakku vinyanam tinnan sangati passo passa pachaya vedana vedana pachaya tanha. What's that mean? That means we need to understand that eye, color, shapes, the consciousness, they are together will have the eye consciousness, which is paticca sampassa. But here, it's very important. Tinnan sangati passo means what? That is the point where that is connect to the mind or the rising of mind consciousness. So ditta means what? Seeing. Sutta means hearing. Mutta means what? Tasting, smelling, and sensation in the body feelings. All that come together. Right? Due to what? Due to passa. Due to contact. So that we call actually Adivachana Sampassa, that is the arising of the mind consciousness. Now here, we'll take a moment to discuss this part. Now this, when you say combine, what happens? Combine means now we know the sound, smell, taste, these whatever the sensor level vibration are some isolated vibrations. But what happened when all these vibration combine and transform to a different vibration? So when you say it is combined, it's totally different kind of a thing arise, from the system. So we know when 1 plus 1, it is not equal to 2, right? We know the synergy. We know the theory of synergy. So 1 plus 1 will be always more than 2, isn't it? So same thing here, same thing. So what happened? That combine output, right? That combine output, what will happen? Bring some liveliness in the system. Some liveliness in the system. So that's why we call like a synergy, kind of a synergy. So that's what we say, passa pachaya vedana. That means due to passa, due to contact, what happened? Feeling arises. This is the typical place, feeling. Now feeling comes, energy comes, enthusiasm comes to your system. So if you analyze the feeling, that is Vedana, so there are again 6 types of feeling. So feeling of visual impression, then feeling of, impression of hearing, and then feeling of impression of smelling, and feeling of impression of tasting, and the feeling of impression of touch, right? And the feeling of mental impression, right? All these feelings arises because of the contact, because you started feeling it after the contact. That's what we want to explain you. So in Dhamma, now this feeling, it can be of three types. One is feeling may be pleasurable. We say Sukha Vedana. Then that feeling may be painful. That is Dukkha Vedana. Or feeling may be neutral. That is neither pleasure or no painful. That is Adukkama Sukha. So when you say Passa Pacchaya Vedana, as we told earlier, what happens? The sound, color, smell, taste combine due to contact, and then feeling arises. All right. Now this feeling, as I told you, is a kind of a liveliness in the system. So now your system do not understand the sense of feeling as a natural thing. It won't understand. Instead, it see the liveliness in the combined output. That is the sound, color, smell, taste, body touch. It will feel liveliness, and your system will be like, very, enthusiastic or energetic at this stage, right? Now what happened? Due to that, what will happen? Due to the feeling, you will arise the craving. So craving is what? Craving is like a fire. It's stronger even more than that, right? So that liveliness or that enthusiasm, that feeling in the system will lead to craving. But we want to explain you now that feeling actually for your sensor level, if you understand the sensor, that feeling is a very natural thing. So when you eat a chili, right, your sensor, your tongue, feel the spicy and the hot. Even that will happen to Arahat person as well. It's very natural. The sensors to have a feeling, is a very natural thing. But what happens is, since your system is in ignorant, you give marks for this. System takes that as real. And you feel like, I see, I feel, I taste, I smell, all that comes, naturally. Naturally, you can't control. The moment you are in avidya, you can't control the vedana. That is the sad part. If you doesn't know the truth, you have no way of escaping. You are trapped. You are trapped to your senses. So automatically, the feeling occur, and due to this liveliness and enthusiasm, you will form craving. And moment you create craving, the next moment you will have clinging. That is upadana. So you are attached. You are attached to your son, you are attached to your house, you are attached to your parents, you are attached to your husband. You can't leave them, you can't die basically. The moment you are at the deathbed, you can't leave the world because you are attaching, but you doesn't know the fact that you are attaching to a thought. Because your system doesn't understand what's really happening to you. You are blindly, accept and attach, and then all the sorrows and everything started. So you have all the fear for death. Right. Now we'll come back to our point. That is the Vedana Pacchaya Tanha. Right. Now this craving, actually the craving in Dhamma, there are 6 types of craving. One thing is craving for form, that is Rupa Tanha. Second one is the craving for sound, that is Saddha Tanha. Then third one is the craving for order, that is Grana Tanha, Gandha Tanha. And then craving for taste, the fourth one, that is the Rasa Tanha. And then craving for touch, that is Pottabha Tanha. And then craving for mind objects, that is Dhamma Tanha. So Dhamma means the Arammana, nothing else. So Dhamma Tanha. So those are the craving. But all that craving conditioned by what? Conditioned by the feeling, Vedana, that liveliness in the system. So let's try to understand about this craving, because craving is the danger man, right? So I think I really love to read this, because I think we need to listen to the joyful words, expressed by our Lord Buddha on attaining full enlightenment. So I'll read that. Aneka jati sansara sanda visang anibbisa gahakarakang gave santo dukkha jati punapuna gahakaraka dittosi punagehang nakahasi sabbate pasuka bagga gahakutang visankita visankara gatan chittang tanhanang kaya majjaga. So the meaning, seeking but not find the house builder. I hurried through the round of many births. Painful is birth, ever and again. O house builder, you have been seen. You shall not build the house again. Your rafters have been broken up. Your ridgepole is demolished too. My mind has now attained the unformed Nibbana and reached the end of every sort of craving. So now look, the craving. So now we can understand why craving matters, isn't it? So why craving matters. So meaning what? I mean, this shows the craving. This is how actually craving matters for birth in the thought. Because the moment we have craving, what will happen? The clinging occur. So the clinging to Pancha Upadanaskandha will happen. Or clinging to the thought will happen. Clinging to the object will happen. So now, so that's very important point. So craving means what then? Craving is like a fire. So that fire leads to clinging and birth of becoming. Yourself also now arises. Because the moment you cling to some external outside object, that means you are clinging to the object, and the moment you cling, what will happen from the other side? The birth of becoming, or we say bhava will arise. So we'll explain that to you in a minute. Before that, we'll try to understand this craving. Craving has three types. Basically, craving for sense of pleasure, that is kama tanha. Then craving for continued existence, that is you have will to live, that is bhava tanha. Then craving for non-existence, that is vibhava tanha. So all forms of appetite, greed, thirst, desire, lust, burning, everything will arise automatically in your system. You will not be able to control it. If you are in avidya, even though you apply concentration, meditation, you will not able to, get rid of this happening. So when you are in avidya, automatically your senses spark and feeling arise. Then that due to that enthusiasm, the craving arise. Due to that liveliness, craving arise, and then the attaching also taken place. So that the same place your bhava also take place. So this is the issue of avidya. This is the problem of not knowing how your thoughts are formed. If you see the reality of thought, due to the insight, there won't be a craving. So there won't be attachments. Gradually your attachment will reduce due to your understanding, due to your insight, due to your wisdom. So now craving, you have to understand, as I told you earlier, it is an energy. It's an energy. It cannot be destroyed. And it has a nature of becoming more powerful and persistent. This is the nature of craving, danger man. So it's like this. So there is a nice, statement on this. A fire keeps burning so long as there is fuel, isn't it? A fire keeps burning so long as there is fuel. So the more fuel we add, what will happen? The more it burns. So it is the same way with fire of life. Fire of life. The more we crave, definitely, the more we suffer, because the more becoming and more suffer. Because you, being an individual, you continue to suffer in your thoughts. So now when you say Vedana Pachya Tanha in Paticcasamuppada, so due to the feeling arises Tanha, that is craving. So now when your system takes these sense of pleasures, right, sense of pleasures with a feel of real, so craving arises automatically in your system. So now I'll read you in Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. It says, Idang kopana bhikkave dukkha samudayang ariya satchan yayang tanha hono bhavika nandiraga sahagata tatra tatravi nandini seyati tang kama tanha bhavatanha vibhatanha. So this pono bhavika means what? Pono bhavika means it is the craving which leads to continuation of existence, right? So Nandiraga means lust. It is the lust. Then Tatra Tatra Vinandini means trying to, seeking delight in every possible place. So this is the nature of Tanha. Right. Now we'll move on to the next one. That is, due to Tanha, what will happen? Due to Tanha, clinging. Clinging arises. Clinging means what? Attachment. Attachment arises. So there are 4 kind of attachments or 4 kind of clinging. The first one is attachment to senses desires. That is kama upadana, we say. Senses clinging. Then second one is attachment to wrong and evil views. Right? So that is ditti upadana. Ditti upadana means what? Clinging to wrong view. Then third one is attachment to mere, external observances, rules, rites, rituals. So that we call silabbata upadana. And then lastly, the fourth attachment is attachment to self. That is what? Attavada upadana. So these are the 4 types of attachment. So when you say tanha pachya upadana, meaning, so due to craving, automatically in your system, clinging arises. You can't control. You can't control. So you will be attaching towards the objects. Objects means what? Arammane. So that can be your house, your children, your husband. Automatically that happens from your system. You can't control it. So actually, you are attaching to what? You are attaching to Pancha Upadana Skandha. You are attaching to 5 aggregates. Or actually what? You are attaching to a thought. You are attaching to a skandha. Or you are attaching simply some unwanted thing, right? To the mind consciousness or to the object. So all are same, right? I think we discussed about Pancha Upadana Skandha in our second video. Now what happened? The nice part, that is, now due to this clinging, what happened? Due to this clinging, the next one is becoming happen. This is the place. This is the place becoming, or yourself automatically happen. Because the moment you cling to outside things, like 2 sides of the same coin, automatically becoming the bhava or the self, I, my is created. So this bhava can be 3 types. Bhava can be kama bhava, that is the value you have given to the objects. And then rupa bhava, that is the kind of existence of form. And formless existence we call arupa bhava. So when you say upadana paccaya bhavo means what? With the rising of clinging, a sense of becoming is arisen. So feeling of atmiya bhavaya come forward when arambane or the object exists. So the moment you attach to object, the other side automatically self is created, right? Like the two sides of the same coin. There's no another best example for that. So etam mama, eso hamasmi, nameso atta. So all that happened. This means if you believe in what you receive from your sense, that is that image, sound, smell, taste, touch, mind, everything is real. And what happened? Your system takes you as the other side. So you are also created. For example, if I tell you example, if you accept the object, for example, let's say you accept a book as real, then that book is you. So there is no any other self in this world. So the moment you accept the book, then that means it is you. That is bhava. That is the self. So there is nothing other than that. So when you look at a table, then that moment that book is no more. So the new thought is the table, and that table is you. Then moment you accept maybe a chair, next stage, then what will happen? That chair is you. That is the self. That is the bhava. So actually what happens is one who develop the awareness, that is one who understand understand the myth of this. I mean, once who really understand the reality of the thoughts, will walk on the correct Dhamma path, and gradually, actually, he will first experience the destroy of the Kama Bhumi. Destroy of the Kama Bhumi. That is the sensual world. We say values given to Kama Bhumi will be first destroyed. So that will automatically happen. Once you realize the truth, once you understand the truth of your thoughts, then he will gradually experience the destroy of form and formlessness. That is Rupa and Arupa as well. Then he will attain Nibbana. So, right? So, now I think you can understand this Kama, Rupa Bhumi and Arupa Bhumi. What we are trying to explain is what you have some kind of an understanding. So everything is mind. Everything is mind. So basically you are destroying your level of, mind. And you will get free from thoughts, free from mind. Right. Now we discuss about upadana paccaya bhava, that is arising of clinging will cause the senses of becoming, and then what will happen? Bhava paccaya jati. So due to bhava, what will happen? Jati is created. Due to bhava, that's due to the self becoming, what will happen? Birth will occur. What is this birth? So birth means what? Birth occurs in each and every object, arambane, at this moment. Because the system creates the world in each and every object, because you are still unrealistic. The world is created in each and every object, and then birth of suffering occur. Birth of suffering occur. So that means what? Jati paccaya jara marana means birth in that arambane will lead to birth in suffering. So you have jara marana, soka, parideva, dukkha, domanassa, everything arises. So your system, due to ignorance, does not know it is attaching to a thought. So any attachment taken as real, so when anything happens to those objects, definitely in avidya bhumi you will have soka, parideva, dukkha, everything will occur. Right? So here death means marana, saro means soka, and Parideva means lamentation. Dukkha means suffering, or we call pain. Domanassa means grief. Upayasa means despair. So you need to understand, my friends, that the entire world, right, is created in a fraction of a second, within a spark, right? So, and disappear in a fraction of second. So it is the same object. It can't live. I mean, object means Dhamma. Object means the spark, right? That will appear and that will disappear there itself. So for that you say it as the world. That is your mistake. So everything created momentarily, and you need to understand it is constructed due to causes. When the causes vanish, these things vanish too, isn't it? So hetu paticca samvuta hetu banga nirucchati. So that is that. So anicchāvata sankara uppadavaya dhammino uppajjittva nirucchanti tesang upasu musuko. So every dhamma is what? Every dhamma is impermanent, friend. So they arises and ceases. They arises, ceases. That is their nature. So release from them is what? Release from them is bliss of Supreme. So this Paticca Samuppada actually, with its 12 link, starting from ignorance and then ending in death, shows our wheel of existence, right? Our wheel of existence. How our self is created due to avidya. So the moment you see the reality, you will be able to end the suffering, because you realize that once you see this wire system, the sensors, and once you understand how this works, and once you understand this self is nothing else, it is a current, it is a current generated in the system. Because the moment you take some object as real, so that liveliness, generate the current or power to the system automatically. So that power is you. That power is you. So we say Atmiya Aropana Bale. That right? So now we'll look at the Patiloma Patisamuppada. That is Avijja Asesa Viraga Nirodho Sankara Nirodho. Sankara Nirodha Viññāna Nirodho. Viññāna Nirodha Namarupa Nirodho. Namarupa Nirodha Salayatana Nirodho. Salayatana Nirodha Passa Nirodho. Passa Nirodha Vedana Nirodho. Vedana Nirodha Tanha Nirodho. Tanha Nirodha Upadana Nirodho. Upadana Nirodha Bhava Nirodho. Bhava Nirodha Jati Nirodho. Jati Nirodha Jara Maranan Soka Parideva Dukkha Domana Supayasa Nirujjanti. Evameva tassa kevalasa dukkha kandasa nirodho hoti. Right. So actually I'll only read out the meaning. So through the what that means is, through the entire cessation of ignorance, volitional formation ceases. Through the cessation of volitional formation, that is sankhara, consciousness ceases. Through the cessation of consciousness, what happened? Names and forms ceases. Through the cessation of names and forms, the salayatana, or 6 bases, ceases. Through the cessation of 6 bases, contact, passa, ceases. So through the cessation of contacts, what will happen? Feeling ceases. Through the cessation of feeling, no craving, so craving ceases. Then through the cessation of craving, clinging ceases. Through the cessation of clinging, becoming ceases. So through the cessation of becoming, birth ceases. Then through the cessation of birth, ceases what? Ceases death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and disappear. This is what you want. So this is the whole mass of suffering ceases. This is what Lord Buddha explained to the world. And this is what my spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse explained to me. Now, I will read you a different thing, right? So before conclusion, Buddha summed up his attainment into words, in this manner, stating that I am one awake, that awaking to the moment, right? That awaking to the moment, that is seeing the reality of one truth. So on attainment, what Buddha told to the world, I know what should be known. What should be cultivated, I have cultivated. What should be abandoned, that I have abandoned. Hence I am Buddha, the awakened one. So we have come to the end of the session. Teruvan Saranai everyone. So now we'll connect our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse for comments. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. That's you explain is side by is the theory side. The practical side is not like that. Practical side is everything is illusion. Not first is illusion. Not first, not the end. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. It's not correct. It's only the one. It's the illusion. Something existent, that is the illusion. Everything is illusion because where's the existent one? Everything is a vibration. Sound also vibrations. That's your phone's also vibrations. Your smell is vibration. Taste also vibration. The skin sensor, that's hot and cool, smooth and rough, also vibrations. The chair is a vibration. The chair is a sound and forms. Chair is a thought. It's not anywhere. It's your mind. This dependent origination is your mind. Mind is your thought. Only one thought you understood is everything you understood. This dependent origination, all of these are your mind, not anywhere. One thought you understood. Everything is less. Nothing, anything. That's your thoughts, everything. Your mom. Who's your mom? How is coming your mom? Radiant mind have the mind. Radiant mind have the mind. Mom. How is creating this mom? How is constructing this thought? It's a sound. You see, little baby before kindergarten don't know the mom also. Don't know the dad. Don't know anything. That is why we are talking about radiant mind. So kindergarten, what has happened at that time is given to picture and given to sound, and you are in the baby front coming the mom's picture. Is the eye is looking that picture on, that's the sound is given the mom. How's baby talking? Mom. Not baby can't tell mom. 1 year after baby is vibrations. No, mom sound are vibration also. It's a telepathy. Is your ear. The drum is there. That's a mom. Someone tell you. That's your ear. That's a baby's ear. Vibrations happen. The sound is mom. Mom. Yeah. Same is happening that same time. That's your tongue. That's your. We are talking about your neck. That's the. So we are talking about sarale. That's the neck. How that's a part of that sound is coming. That's the vibration. That's place. That is the priming of mom. So there's a baby talking, not the telepathy is here. Same vibrations together. Same vibrations coming same time. That's the happening. No one is doing. Nobody is here. No one is here. Who is here? It's a thought only. You are also only the thought. Everything is thoughts. Mom also thought. You are also thought. You are looking in the mirror. How can you see you? You can't see. You can't see. You're looking only in the mirror. So there's a picture. The others picture same. Yeah. The sound is me. Yeah, I. Who are you? What's your name? Who is given that? You can change the name. Yeah. It's not real. Nothing, anything to real, permanent. Nothing permanent, anything. Your existent field also is a power generating. So these sensors are creating. There's a power in the generating. That's the existent field. That's the alive field. That's the soul. No one is here. That is why. It's the power is generating. The sensors are working. The sensuality world is like this. It's not real. It's a mirror. It's a miracle. It's a mirage. It's an illusion. This is what to be understood. How is this creating? That's the dependent origination. Yeah, we know it's a long path is here. We can explain. So many people have wrote the books. So you can read that books, but you have experience. That is why you can't understand what happened here. So someone understood this. He understand. No one is here. System is working. That's the type of someone understood this dependent origination is one vibration is colors coming, sounds coming. That's the sensors. Five sensors are creating. There's a mind sensor also creating. That's mind sensor is the chair, table. Dhamma, I'm going to put this word. Chair, table, existent. That's the chair. So where's the chair? There's the thought. Thought is coming the mind. Or how is the mind is creating? That's a mind sensor. Mind sensor is creating. There's a mind consciousness is coming. This eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness, the skin consciousness together coming. That five consciousnesses are creating. That's a combining. That's coming. That one consciousness. That's a mind consciousness. That's a spark only. That's one thought only. Otherwise, every time one thought here. That thought have a value. There's you. That thought have something existent feel is you. That thought haven't value or existent feel or anything. That's the Nibbana. That's the tranquility. No any pain, no suffering, no sadness, nothing. Yes, yeah. That is the understand one dependent origination. Someone how is creating this is the sounds are coming, the forms are coming, that's together, the thoughts are creating, that's the life feel is create, there's your defilements are created. It's you. It's not real. It's illusion. Someone understood this illusion is gone. This illusion is gone. Is the science. This process. This how is happening. How is constructing this thoughts. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Nothing is here. That is the free. That's the freedom of your mind. That is liberation in your mind. It's very worth everybody to understand this. Depending on origination, you can everything understand. It's good. This word is not real. This every words we are made in these words. Word is not true, but inside feel is here. That's the Buddha's word. Jnanam hoti. That's the Buddha's word is Yatha Bhutam Pajanati. What is this yata bhutam pajanate? True. What's happened here? You know the truth. That is how we come in these thoughts. That's yata bhutam. Pajanate is, you know the how is coming. That's the truth. That someone know this true Dhamma. This present moment also not real. That's awakened because it's not a dream like that. Awaken to the dream, awaken to the moment. It is the want to be happen here otherwise. It's very worth everybody. Everybody won't understood what is real Dhamma, what is real dependent origination, what is happen here, how his soul is creating. This non-soul Dhamma is here. Buddha explained all this inside meditation, non-soul Dhamma. Inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. More people thinking Buddha's word is concentration meditation. It is not a Buddha's word. Buddha's word is inside meditation. Inside meditation is a understand one. Understand after you lost everything because everything is not real. It's thoughts. You also it's a thoughts only. So someone understood this. No birth. Birth is every moment, every second. How also is a creating the thought. That thought is the something existent. Feel is coming. That is the birth of you. Where's the coming that's thoughts. That's a chakku, vinyana. We are talking about that's a chakku vinyana is a eye consciousness. So that's a sound consciousness. Where are the coming that thought stimuli? That is you have feel existent. That is you. It's automatically coming that existent feel because you don't know the truth. You know the truth is existent feel is fading. That's the difference of it. Same. That's the alive feel is fading. Otherwise that is the soul also fading. That's the egoistic is fading. That's your inside burning is fading. That's the tranquility is coming, peace and calm. That's the realize. That's important, everybody. Yeah, okay. We can discuss tomorrow. It's okay, everybody. Triple Gem bless you. And the randomized today's Dhamma discusses doing Buddothpado Dhamma friend. It's okay, Sandima, it's okay, you are doing, it's okay. You are trying to explain that is very well. Yeah, we want to know the truth. Otherwise, it's a theory also very well because whole of them want to know this theory also. Otherwise, there's the practical side also. Everybody want. I think you can explain the practical side so again next time. So okay, I know you know this. You can understand, no? You know you're hearing the Dhamma more long period. Okay, my Dhamma friend is Randama is okay. Tevan Sarnai as many Nasanans is okay.
Tiruvan Saranai. First, would like to pay my spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Hanse. We about this at 11 to 20,000. The Dhamma discussion. We are discuss about the Mohota Tavadi. Mohota, the meaning of Mohota means being away. Our thoughts are called Namarupa, name and form. The Mohota or moment is covered or included by our thoughts. Normally, we always associate with our thoughts. We use thoughts in everything we do and in our speech. And Naramono is a stimulus that comes from one of our six senses. Our six senses are right: hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. When we accept a stimulus or an aramunu as a thing, it is called a sita or thought. A sita means a thought. At every moment a stimulus, a thought comes to our mind, it immediately disappears. The thought you have when you see a brick wall will change when you see a book. The thought you have when you see a flower changes when you look at the ground. When you turn your head around to look behind you, a thought would arise and disappear before the next thought arises. Then that thought disappears immediately and another thought arises immediately. If we are able to see just one thought properly, it is as good as seeing all the thoughts that rise. Unfortunately, we are unable to see just one thought properly. At every moment, a thought, a siddha, rises in your mind. Even if we think of something that happened in the past, we think about it only at this present moment. If we think about the future, we think about it only in this present moment. Therefore, we should understand that here is always only one thought at this moment. That is all. That is all. Atitananagamiya, the past has already gone. Napatikanki anagata. The future has not yet come. But when we receive a thought of the past, it is a thought at the present moment, isn't it so? There is nothing except the thought at this present moment. Now you know that except for a thought at this present moment, there is no other thought. Nothing else exists. What we are trying to see is the one thought that rises in this moment. Later, you would release that even a thought do not exist and that it is also a lie. Let us look at an example to understand what a thought is. Let us say that we see a brick wall in front of us. Then the sita or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the brick wall. The chakku viññāna or the seeing consciousness is actually a thought of a book. If the seeing is only thought, that does a book sit outside. The shape and name of a book was introduced to us, a thought to us when we were very small children. When we went to the Montessori, they taught us about colors like red, blue, and yellow. Then we learned that when the shape appears in front of us, we make this particular sound and he called a book. Did you listen saw the sermons explaining about the shapes and sounds? Now, do you understand that a book is thought that we have created from a life? Thought does not have a shape or a sound, and we believe that it exists outside. Before the aroma or the stimulus of a book that you received now actually a thought. It is a thought that we have created in our mind. The book does not excite outside, does it? Now you understand that we create in our thought. We believe that it excites outside. That is exactly our illusion. We are being tricked by a lie. A thought, we believe that the Hinyan thought that called it a book is there for us to see outside, that is exist outside. Then you think that comes from outside is a signal, it is a thought. The signal is thought is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book. The shape is also only a thought. Nama Rupa means Chitta Rocha Mahabhutana. Chattarocha Mahabhutana. Padaya Rupang Rupang. This means that the four elements that formed a thing, a Rupa. Rupa means shape. Actually does not exist. The thing outside does not exist. And the four elements do not exist either. The four elements are the qualities of quick work or cold, air, and solid. As a tremendous spark form at the side sense, make us believe that there a shape, a thing outside. The forming of a spark is known as the Rupa, Rupana. Rupana, Rupantiya, Abhiskantana. The Buddha said the spark creates an illusory image. Our fault is that whatever we see outside, we believe in all exist outside. Therefore, coming back to your second question, therefore, Ajata means what I think from here, from side, from this side. You believe that what you think from here or inside exists outside. You have created an inside and outside. You have created a duality. You have created two ends, but truly these two sides just exist. The fact that we believe that there is a book outside is a lie, and there is nothing as a thought of a book either. That is lie as well. This accept of a book was formed due to a color and a sound. When you were small, you shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. The shape and sound together was called a book. These two color and sounds together is called chitta. A chitta is thought a sound signal as a color signal come together and form a chitta taranga. If we hear a sound, we remember the shape. And if we see the shape, we remember of the sound. It's called a thought. Okay? Like this, practicing Dhamma, we want to clear problems. Buddothpado are always ready to clear path and get a solution us. Then we wait a moment. Larana Hanse joined us and Teruan
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි sir.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Yesterday is Canada is the Balkanti is trying to start small. Explain this. Today so do you hear me?
We can hear you, Aryan Hansa. Therwan Sarnai.
Yes, okay.
May the Nobel Triple Gem bless you all. We
Therwan
humbly
Sarnai.
Therwan
Okay.
Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai is okay. Today is okay. Continue this. What is Sampad? That's a dependent
Yes.
origination. Is okay. Yeah, it's okay. Therwan Sarnai is okay. It's okay.
We before starting starting to say anything, we will humbly pay our homage to the fully awakened one, the Supreme Buddha, and also our noble friend who is our teacher, Aryan Mahanse. And I hope everyone is well today and in a mood to listen to a little bit more about this dependent origination. If there is any background noises, I'm not in the perfect position to do a talk today, but if there's any background noises, I apologize about that. And also, this is a humble effort. I repeat this every day. This is a humble effort to try and explain this dependent origination in a different angle. So I've been discussing this for some time now in this English language. So we'll talk about this again. Dependent origination is about the origination of suffering. So again, I will repeat the steps in that: ignorance, mental formation, consciousness, name and form, six senses, contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth. So the feeling of existence. Today I will talk more about this feeling of existence. That's the Atma Sanya, the perception of existence. So that's the Atma Sanya. If I'm talking about something called perception of existence, I'm talking about Atma Sanya in Sinhala. And I would say, before going in deep into that, last time I talked about how these different waves, or if there is a vibration, and when there are two types of vibration, two types of energy, or two types of any a wave, when it vibrates similar at same time, it can become it can create a new one. So we were talking about that in physics as aspect, so in a scientific way, and we are going to look at it in a same way about the mind formation. This is what Lord Buddha was trying to tell us 2,500 years ago. He was trying to tell us that there was no self, no myself, nothing here. And he explained that how the mind is formed. So in this way of dependent origination, so that he was explaining that it's actually dependent, not that someone is actually forming the mind, but it's dependently originated. So as I told you, we talk about these five senses. We are talking about a human. We are not talking about anything else, because we have only human experiences at the moment. And when in a human, we have five senses. So the five senses, as we can repeat them, like ear, eyes, the skin with the touch, pain, and temperature sensations, and also the tongue with the taste, and the nose with the smell. So we have five senses, but the skin actually has multiple other like multiple aspects into that. As I told you, the pain, the pressure, the temperature. So in these senses, because this is a very fast occurrence, the senses, when the senses occur together, there is a different new form coming, which is the mind. How does that happen? I last time talked about how the thought mother, or ma, or amma, how that occurs, because the child, who doesn't know anything about anything at all in the world, hears things and see things at the same time, and this new vibration is formed. This new wave is formed. But the problem with the new scientists, the scientific world, is they are more concentrating that this new wave is, or new form, or the mind is formed in the brain. They're actually confused about it. Therefore, they're actually trying to find more about it. I think in the future, there will be more scientific evidence about that it is not actually in the brain. There are scientists talking about this. So it's actually not anywhere. It's just two waves forming another wave, which is a new wave in that particular moment. When we talk about a moment, it's actually fraction of seconds. It's really a fast occurrence, so we can't really differentiate between two thoughts. But in simple terms, we can say mother, and then when we look at the father, it's a different thought. It's simplified version of the two thoughts. I would say father and mother. So father is one thought, mother is another thought. But the problem is here, the mother. Well, when I talk about mother, everyone who is listening to this Zoom meeting would be having a telepathy effect, like an effect that vibration will vibrate with the thought you have, so that will be your mother. So it's no one can actually imagine or vibrate into another mind and at the same time experience someone else's mother. It will be always in that system, the system itself, somebody's system, that where there is a chitta or the thought or a wave of mother, then that will come into effect. So a lot of the time, this confusion about memory comes here, thinking it's my memory. It's actually a problem, because if we tell that there is my memory, then it all becomes fixed again. Then we have to understand, is there my memory? It's actually not my memory. It's a wave that has been produced before, which can match again with the word of the mother. When I say mother now, your that previous chitta or the thought which happened, match it with the frequency and manifest again. So it's a kind of a manifestation, similar manifestation. So you think it came from my memory. This is an illusory world. As I told you last time, it's such a kind of illusory world which gives you the sense of feeling that there is a feeling of existence and it's my memory. But actually speaking, it's not my memory. It's happening because the two frequencies are similar, two waves are similar, two the chittas are similar, that it overlaps each other and manifests again as mother. But my chitta, the previous chitta, would never match someone else's, and it will be always your mother. So if I say now, I would say a word. What would I choose? I would choose like something like pineapple, the easy one, which always Aran Hanse takes as an example. Pineapple. So when I say pineapple, what? Is it taken from your memory about the pineapple, or is it actually matching with your perceptions and exactly match with the perception that was given to you before? what is the perception of pineapple you have gained before. So it's a kind of a wave, kind of a fundamental thing that it matches again with the previous perception and brings up, manifest again the pineapple you know. Are they similar? Not really. Not really. The taste you perceived will never be similar to someone else's taste. Well, can you actually go into that and taste it in the other mind? No, you can't really do that unless you have that super ability to do that. But I'm here talking about normal humans. So one's mind, you are given pineapple, then can you actually feel that the picture of the pineapple and the taste of the pineapple, the smell of the pineapple, the pineapple sound, the everything about that pineapple perception comes very rapidly into the this system. Did someone do it? Not really. No one does it. It just matches with all the frequencies you had about the pineapple. All the frequencies you had about the pineapple. It's very very fundamental. They coexist. So the smell, but when it becomes one, it becomes a separate wave. It becomes a separate perception. So that is actually the actual thing we are trying to say. The mind is actually very fundamental. It's just another waveform or a vibration or energy. Like electromagnetic wave, the light is an electromagnetic wave. But when everything comes together and form consciousness, form mind consciousness, that's completely different form of energy, different type of wave. Do we have a name for that? I'm not sure, but in our world we haven't studied this that much. But Lord Buddha, he's the most awakened one, the perfect one. He actually explained this in his own way, how this scientific thing is happening. It's not happening just because there is someone or somebody doing this. It's just a fundamental thing occurring, like a normal natural phenomena which happens. So the different waves coming together, forming a mental formation which has a different vibration. Mind you, that different vibration, if it matches the former vibration that you had, that you feel it came from my memory. Actually, that's not what happens. It actually will be the same vibration which matches again. So you feel that, but it's not, it's just a feeling, because we tend to believe that. So the beliefs are formed because of this feeling. So we feel that there is a memory and there is self, and that becomes to a belief. This belief goes very far, like goes into like generations and generations, that there is self. And it's been actually taught, this is your self. This body is yours. This money is yours. This house is yours. This family is yours. But no one actually talks about that. It's mind that keep forming all these mental formations. But at the same time, I want to reiterate about this, the fundamental thing that mind is actually a vibration, because unless you come to that understanding, it's very difficult for you to get rid of this me, myself belief, or drushti, sakkaya drushti, belief that there is someone. That belief comes from the feeling that there is something. So when this fundamental thing happens, like two waves, so the pineapple, when I say pineapple, you can't help visualizing it in your, even if you don't have a pineapple in front of you now, can't you visualize it? I think you all can. If I say something like Colombo, that's the like the main city of Sri Lanka. Well, do you actually get a picture now? Can you visualize Colombo? Can you visualize moon? Can you visualize sun? Well, this is according to whatever you have perceived before, and you match into that, and that actually brings it up. And then what the problem is not it coming up. It's a natural phenomena that all the frequencies that had common to that, common to the now perception, now I am calling it pineapple, then all the perceptions that you had before, the mental formation that you had before relating to the pineapple sound keeps coming into your visualizations. That's all perceptions you had before. But the problem is that process itself gives you to a belief that there is someone, and there is someone who is having a memory of these things. And also there is a problem with this, that the scientists believe that it is in the brain, that these someone's memory is inside a brain. That's a probable mistake that in every scientist, if you think that it's inside the brain, you will never be able to actually go further than that, because you're limiting yourself into a human brain. It's nothing like that. It's actually not limited like that, because so far, whatever the causative factors that you had in previous perceptions you had, at any point in your the now, in the perception of now, like at the moment, you can, if you get a frequency which is similar to that previous frequencies, they will all keep coming. That's a natural phenomena. Doesn't mean that it's someone's brain doing it, someone is doing it. It's just a normal thing happening. So these perceptions are very vivid and beautiful in its own way. So they get attracted to that. Can you avoid that? If you feel that these perceptions are real, well, I told you last time also, if you feel these perceptions are real, you can't really do anything other than feeling the craving, getting cling to them, becoming that perception, and then jati happens, or the birth happens. So you actually because of this feeling of real perception, you are born. So if the pineapple is born, you are born. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you feel that the pineapple is a real thing that is out there, whether it is out there or inside your mind, whatever, if you feel that it is real, you will be born in whatever way. If you feel that it's actually in outside, it's sensual world, because you have to now cut it, eat it, taste it, hold it, keep it for tomorrow, put it in the fridge, ask someone to not to eat it, or to maybe ask the kids to eat it, maybe if it is rotten, get angry, whatever. If it's outside, it will be the sensual world anyway. So you have a lot of things to do with it. But does that mean it's not out there? It is, because the frequencies are similar. You can't really appreciate anything if the frequencies are not similar. As I told you, a bat perceives something else than us. Bat can perceive another form of radiation. So does that mean that world is, can we perceive that world? No, we can't. We can't perceive bat's world. Can we perceive the animal's world? In this, at the moment, we can't. So what I'm trying to say is, this perception are actually a basic vibration which can vibrate at the same time with the outside. So if you are able to see red color, you have to have a vibration similar to that. Otherwise, you can't perceive the red color outside. But the problem is not that. This whole phenomena or the natural occurrence makes you to believe that there is something outside, and I am actually touching it. I am eating the pineapple. I am touching the pineapple. I'm smelling the pineapple. I love pineapple. So endless thoughts about the pineapple, endless feelings about the pineapple. So if you feel, there is no way that you can stop craving, no way that you can stop clinging, no way that you can become of it. You can't prevent the birth of me doing all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to tell a basic thing again and again, because this is a bit difficult to understand. This is, if someone asks for the, okay, give us evidence in the lab, we actually can't, because, but if someone look at it in a different angle, actually there are scientists looking at in these things differently nowadays. If you hear, there are people who look at things differently and talking about consciousness being fundamental. But the problem is they are stuck everywhere. They are stuck that consciousness is like a thing happening in the brain. So they don't take it as fundamental in that way, like it is actually a waveform or a vibration which can always match to the other vibrations. So we are not telling that there's nothing outside there. We are actually saying whatever you are forming inside this system is just a formation. It's just a mental formation, mental creation. This creation is so beautiful, and that beautiful mental creations make us to believe that these are happening, actually happening. It's difficult to, people might get even depressed to know that these mental formations are just frequencies or just waves which can match at any time to the past frequencies. And that is it. There's nothing much else. There's no me or my or myself. But but if you keep looking at it in a different angle, you can actually understand dependent origination, how Lord Buddha explained that, to get rid of suffering, because suffering starts from the belief that there is someone to suffer, from the belief that there is someone to feel, there is someone to have the contact, someone having a brain actually forming these memories inside, and someone's body is actually touching the outside world. That brings upon the suffering. So some people would say, okay, we'll suffer that. So this talk is not for them. This talk is for them who are actually willing to learn what is happening. What am I feeling? I feel the existence. Then what is that? It's actually the feeling of existence is because when we take these forms or the mental creations as real, then you get the tanha or the craving. That craving, we get attracted to the mental formations. Then there is a feeling of the different wave. So actually it forms a different wave. That wave gives you a different feeling of existence. So whenever there is a vibration, you tend to give a perception to that. Whenever there is a vibration, there is a perception. So what happens is with the dependent origination, mind is formed, but that's not a problem. Mind is always formed, but the problem happens when this feeling is taken as a real thing. When you take it as a real thing, a different wave occurs, different energy is formed, different perception happens that this is real. Then that becomes the Atma Sanya. This is the Atma Kampana, is the vibration that you felt, the new one. Because there's a new one, you feel that it is actually within me that is formed. So that brings upon the Atma Sanya, that's the perception of existence. So the perception of existence, what happens then? Everyone talks about that. So I feel it, you feel it, all the villagers feel it, all the world feel it, all the countries, so everyone feels it. Then it becomes like a norm. Then it becomes a belief that there is someone inside here, and that someone is actually perceiving these things, not actually fundamental. So I hope it's hopefully it makes sense. I think because of long-term ignorance, whatever the mental formations we had, whatever the mind consciousness we formed, not we formed, the system formed, is taken as real. The moment we take it as real, then it keeps coming back as real, and again and again and again and again. So you have so many vibrations about one thing. So imagine, I'll take an example, son, not the son out there, like the daughter. It's easy, otherwise son becomes complicated because there are two things. So daughter, you become, so you didn't have a daughter before, you just have a daughter now. But then when the daughter, the perception of daughter, okay, there is a, when I say daughter, what picture does it give you? It's a mental formation, it's a mental perception which you have of a daughter. It has all the qualities I told you from the five senses. What are they? It has a sound, the daughter. It has a picture, like a form. It has a color. It has a smell, if you remember the daughter smell. If you, I don't think you can taste, but whatever the mental formations you have around daughter, everything will be coming into reality. and you feel it's my daughter. I love her. She's a beautiful daughter. She's very kind, or she's rude, or whatever. Whatever the daughter you have, it will be. And sometimes someone will tell, I don't have a daughter. Okay, that's it. That's the perception you have. So when you say the daughter, does it feel that it's just a mental formation, or just a perception of daughter? It's just a perception. What does that mean? It's just a creation from your own senses, the human senses. It's a creation of another vibration. The daughter is a vibration. Do you understand that? The actual vibration, this name and form in Nama Rupa, actually the name part is coming from that vibration. And you form with everything that you have, the 5 senses, you form a new name and form daughter. So all the memories, within brackets, all the past perceptions you had about that daughter comes into effect because the vibrations are similar. Well, if you see someone out there in the car park, someone similar to your daughter, but it's actually not your daughter, you might just suddenly match the vibration, and all about your daughter will come into your mind. And you will be like, I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. This girl actually reminded me of my daughter. Then you feel this thing happened to me. I saw someone, and the figure of that person reminded me of my daughter. And you give a call to your daughter and say, I saw someone, and it reminded me of you. And when are you coming to see me? Because I want to see you. All these things keep happening because the vibrations do match. There's always, you won't be able to appreciate anything if the vibrations didn't match. Do you understand it? If the vibrations didn't match, you can't actually appreciate anything. So until your system, the body get destroyed, you will be actually having a vibration all the time, whether it's touch, whether it's temperature, whether it's pressure, whether it's smell, whether it's a sound, whether it's the taste, whether it's the eyes, the form, or the colors, or the light. This will keep happening. No one can actually stop that until this, and it will never actually stop, because this, the becoming will never stop unless you understand this system, the dependent origination. And just understanding would actually lead you to understand, then what am I feeling? Why am I feeling the perception of self, perception of existence? Perception of self is always there. Then you understand that the belief that the belief of self existence is actually due to that. Unless you beat the feeling of existence or the perception of existence, when I mean that beat is when you understand fully. That's the get rid of the ignorance about it. If you understand fully it's just another perception, then you don't really get craving for that feeling of existence. This is a different story. Again, I'm paving into different paths. So I'm telling you this time about actually the feeling of existence, or I'm telling you about the perception of existence, Atma Sanya. So you feel the difference. I told you that there is a feeling of difference. Then you give a different sanya to that, the different perception.
So different perception, you name it as the feeling of self or the perception of self. Then you get the perception of self, you can't actually stop thinking about it and forming belief that it is real. So, friends, I think that is how it is happening. So whenever you take something real, this can be in the sensual world, Rupa world, or the Arupa world, whenever the system takes something real, not we, if the system takes something as real, you or the system can't help feeling this difference, and that is the feeling of self or the perception of self, because there's a different wave now. It's a new wave, it's a different wave. This wave can actually, this is the beginning of cycle of samsara, or the multiple births we are talking about, because this can match to lot of perceptions which happened before. This feeling of self, or this new form of wave, is the beginning of the samsara. That Lord Buddha understood. This is not anything that anyone else apart from Supreme Buddha can understand, because Supreme Buddha understood it without help of anyone else, that this samsara is dependent upon this new wave or new perception, that new energy that is formed because of taking everything as real. So friends, if you take something as real, you are alive. I'm repeating that again. If you take something as real, you are alive. You can't actually avoid that. I'll repeat it again. If you take something as real, you are alive. So because of that, feeling of existence is unavoidable, or the perception of existence is unavoidable. So what can we do? We can just keep understanding Dhamma. We keep understanding Dhamma. We keep understanding that it's just a fundamental thing that we experience. When we understand that whatever the experiences we have, whatever the perceptions we have, whatever the chittas we formed, are just a formation of 5 senses we have, we become, the craving get less and less to these things. When the craving become less and less, what happens is actually the becoming gets less and less, and birth is actually doesn't happen. So if the chair is not actually real to you, you don't feel that it's real. You actually sit on that. You sit on the chair. You keep it safe. You don't break it. You just use it. But what happens? You know, it's a mental formation. If you don't have your senses, you can't appreciate a chair. You know that now. So chair is a creation of your senses. And when you keep understanding this more and more, the world that was very important to you, very real to you, very true to you, becomes smaller and smaller, less and less. And one day it becomes actually empty, because the other feeling of existence, or the wave of existence, or the wave of self, or the vibration of self can't survive there, because it was actually happening, because whenever something is real, the feeling of existence is there, because their vibrations are similar. When something is real, you get that vibration at the same time, because I told you two vibrations at the same pace, they become a new wave. That's the feeling of existence, or the vibration of existence, or the self, feeling of existence, and the belief. To get the belief, you when you understand Dhamma slowly, your belief actually breaks. That's the stream winner. The belief breaks. You don't believe anymore that there is self. You don't believe anymore that there is someone actually perceiving these things, that there is someone eating, someone drinking, someone actually perceiving these things, someone sleeping, someone living, someone loving, someone hating, someone actually thinking all these things, that this is my mind, my memory, myself. This real feeling goes down whenever you listen to Dhamma. That's what it happens. So when you keep listening to Dhamma, this real feeling goes down, and then ability to this feeling, the vibration of self is actually the vibration of real feeling. And when the real feeling goes down, the vibration of self goes down. And the day that nothing is real to you, even the feeling, even the basic light is not real to you, you can't co-vibrate, or you can't match the wave of the feeling or the vibration of existence, vibration of soul. Then you actually feel a void. You feel that there's nothing. That at that moment you will experience nirvana. So the basic understanding is understand this Dhamma, and then you can understand the feeling of existence is actually based on the feeling that you feel, that every perception that you feel is real. To understand this, someone like a 7-year-old will understand in a different way, but people with a lot of scientific evidence, a lot of things around them, they have to have a better explanation, because they have a lot of perceptions. They have a lot of knowledge. Knowledge is a part of perception. Knowledge is another thing that is formed in the mind. If you have a knowledge, that means it's part of something that you thought real, because you won't by heart something if it is not real. You think it's real, that's why you have by heart. Or you feel that it's real. If it's a song, you feel it's real. It's so lovely. That's a beautiful song. Then you by heart it, you tell it, you dance to it. Yeah, it's very important. But if you keep understanding that these are only mental formations, and if I take these things as real, there is feeling of self, you actually, the clinging, the becoming get less and less and less and less and less and less. And that's the path. If you are in the path, you will be able to understand slowly that importance that you have given to your mental own formations will wither away, will go away, will slowly die down, and the importance of this feeling of self, or the belief that you have there is someone, will go away. As of a stream winner, Supreme Buddha explained that the belief, when the belief is gone, you have actually done a lot of duty here. Like the klesha you have, or the impurities you have, is about few stones in your hand, but you have won the whole big, massive, giant stone out there. So the thing to get rid of has become such small that you can hold it in your hand. Stream inner is that important. So friends, understand this Dhamma, talk with noble friends, have discussions with noble friends, have keep thinking about these things, perceive things as they are, but then try to understand what it is, why we have given the importance to this world. And world is a mental formation, and even mental formation, the mind is just a formation of 5 senses, 5 vibrations coming together. So this basic fundamental understanding of vibrations and giving rise to another vibration that you are existent is bringing you suffering. That's the most important thing. If there is happiness, Lord Buddha said once, if there is happiness out there, for once, at least aside a bit, I won't tell there's suffering in this world. He has told there's suffering only. So we know that, because every time you get a sensation or perception, if you feel that it's happening to you, it's happening to you. You can't avoid that. So the suffering is there. So friends, I tried my best to tell you a few things about Paticcasamuppada, or the dependent origination today. I hope you had a good time. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all, and thank you, Aran.
Terasarnai, I want to discuss with you small time. So, you see, very good explaining. Otherwise, these 6 senses are working without you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, yes,
Are you
sir.
hear me? Yeah. This especially thing is this. These 6 senses are working without you. That's an amazing experience. Someone understood this Dhamma. How is creating this mind? So, what is the alive feel? You can experience it. These senses are working. No one is here. Nobody is here. But these 6 senses are working. You are not in there. But thought is here. I am eating. I am drinking. I am running. Everything is, you are thinking. Only the thinking. I'm the doer is here. No doer is here. But thought is here. Do you understand? These senses are working. These senses are working. The senses are only the senses. Nobody is there. So, spicy. You can eat it spicy. So you have hot. Feel is coming. But you thinking this hot is come is me. That's hot have you? No. Hot is your tongue. That's a feel. That's a tongue is sensor. This tongue, this sensor is not working. Spice is not coming. That hot is not coming. May I correct? Do you understand that? This sensor is the
Yes, sir.
sensor. Yeah, sensor is only the sensor. Nobody is here. But we are thinking this hot is mine. It's mine. This hot is who have hot? Who have this burning? No. There's a burn? No. It's a pain? No. Who has this? Nobody is here. But we are thinking. The senses are working. There's an example is that there's a spicy you are eating. There's a hot is coming. But it's senses working. But we are thinking the sensor is me. We are binding the me everywhere. Doer is no doer is here. But we connecting the thought. Everything is the thought. So thought. So mindful world is thoughts. Everything is a thought, thinking world. This chair, table, sun, moon, everything is thoughts, no? Otherwise, me also thought. So birth also thought. Death also thought. Have you death? Someone thinking one day me is a death. Can be happen? Someone thinking that death is have. One day he is die. It's okay. The sadness is coming. Why? The thought is given this sadness. It's a thought only. Every time, every moment, these senses are working. Thought is creating. The thought is given existent feel. Something there. That's the other side is alive feel. That's the every time is birth here. Every time is birth here. So death also there. No one is birth. Who is the death? Every time is happening this. This every time. What is this stimulus? Smell something. That's whose this smell is coming? Me. Someone is there? No. Buddha said this. So neta mama neso hamas mi nameso atta. Nobody is here. No one have the smell this. No one is here, but we are think. Only the thought is here. So senses are working. Your nose is working that sensor. That's a smell. Jasmine. Where's the jasmine? Jasmine is a sound. I come to that's a picture. That's a jasmine is a sound. The sound and forms together. That is the thought. Jasmine. But smell, feel is other one. That's a sense of feel. We combine that sense of feel, jasmine. That's the sound and forms together. That's the jasmine. It's a thought. Who is this smell is coming? Who have this smell? You thinking this smell is mine. But who is this? This smell feel is the only the happening here. Smell, feeling is the only the happening here. That one is the sensoring, creation. No sensor is here. The working, that's the feel is there. So that feel is you. The sensor is not working, the smell is not coming, you are not in there. So you are the smell, feel, that's a sensor. So thought is you. Every time we are thinking, the sensor, feelings, is me. But it's not you. It's a thought only. So senses are working systematically. Process is there. Nobody is there. But thought is creating. I am drinking, I am eating, I am running, everything is you. No, that's the misconception. That's a mistake. But it's huge illusion, huge mirror. The mirage is here. Not easy to understand this. No one is here. Senses are working. You are not in there. You're not in here. No, doer not in here. Well, what do you think about it? Nobody is here. No being, no living being, nothing existent is Buddha's word, no? Nisato nijiva sunyo. Who is doing? Are you there? You are doing. Have your death? Have your birth? Every time is happening this. What is the death? It's only the thought. So, who are you? You are going to front of the mirror and you are telling, this is me. You can't see also you because you won't see the mirror. Mirror is not you. But that one is the picture coming to eye. Other one is someone or Nimal or what is the name? It's you. You can change it. It's not you. But it's a thought. That's the sound and the form. That's together. That's the you. That's only the thought. That's a pineapple is example you told. That eating, that's a taste is coming. That we are talking, we are eating pineapple. Who is eating pineapple? Pineapple is a sound and forms now. Pineapple is a sound. Otherwise, eyes come to picture. What is the pineapple? Does taste is pineapple? No, it's a thought. You can't thought eat. You can't thought smell. But we are in the thinking world, thoughtful world. That's a mindful world. That's same pineapple. You are also sound and forms. It's a thought. You're not in here. This is the incredible. This is very, how is this? So someone understood this Dhamma. How is this life? You can see everything. Your life is what happened here. No one is here. Nobody is here. System is working. You don't worry now anything because you're not in here. What's the sensor also? Mind sensor also same happening. The thoughts, not you. Thought is your mind sensor. So you can't without see because your eye is a sensor. So when you are deaf, you can't hear. When you are blind, you can't see. So these sensors are the sounds and pictures and smell and taste and this hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything. That's a skin sensor. These 5 sensors is creating, that's the thoughts, no? That's a mind sensor. Mind sensor also automatically working. No one is doing. So concentration meditation people know they want without thoughts. They want continually. There's a exhaling here and doing the breathing without thoughts, but it not happening. Thoughts is always coming, but they are trying. That's a meditation therapy. Without thoughts, without thinking, they can't do that because mind is automatically working. Thoughts are coming. So it's not you. Thought is also sensor. It's automatically happening. This process, this systematically is happening. This process is going. You can, this imagine is, you are not in here, you are in the out. That's the feel is, that's awaken to the moment is this. Because you are seeing the film. Film is not in there. Film is our mind. Like that, you understood this is a film. You're not editing the film. Observe. You can't. So you know this is a film. Your feeling is not coming. Attachment to hatred to, there's a difference not coming. because you know this is a film, but your mind is not coming that. You are editing that. You have feelings. Like that is a pic, there's a film like that. The situation is our mind is creating without you. You understood this Dhamma, this sensory world is creating sensuality, this world is creating, these senses are creating. Nobody is here. Awaken to the this stage is coming. Awaken to the stage. It's not a dream. It's not a film. It's really this present moment also, like a dream, like a film. You understood this, awaken that present moment. You know what happened here. You are not editing anything. Your sadness or suffering or what's the happen. You are not worried because it is senses. Its senses are working. There's a spices eating. There's a burn. There's a pain is coming. You not worry about it because it's a sense, you know. Smell also is a sense, you know. You're not worried. So everything is same. Something you can see is a beautiful, yeah. It's a bad. Oh, it's your mind. It's a sensor. It's no one is here. There's a sound is coming, noisy or something. That's a okay. Doesn't matter because it's a sensor. No one is worried because no one is here. That is especially. No, this the Dhamma someone understood how is coming tranquility, how is coming without vibration mind, without vibration any stimulus. That's a calm and cool. There's a no death or no birth. So how is that? Everybody is suffering the death. There's a living being. Every living being is suffering this death. But death is a thought, not easy to understand. Your suffering is gone because your death also not. It's the real. It's the thoughts. So this one understood someone. How nice. How is the feel? Endless happiness now. Because no worry, anything. Do you understand that? What I am trying to tell you? It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? You also, I know this understood. So, what do you think about the no death or birth? Have you death or birth? Have you this? I know this practically is not easy because we are long period is in this thought. No, it's a permanent. We have death. Have you death? This understood. Sometimes your mind know this. No, now you know this. No, but it is practically is a converting inside. It's want to be happen, but it's not happening. That is why you're thinking. No, you have experience. It's okay. No, this is not a believing. This is not a trust. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Why are you silent?
I'm a bit busy today, that's why.
That's